Huang Xing sat atop a towering totem pole, gazing down at the strange world beneath him. Massive trees wrapped in glowing vines stretched endlessly into the distance. Blue particles drifted through the air like fireflies, while winged creatures crossed the purple sky above. The world looked mysterious and unreal, yet Huang Xing felt unusually calm. Because he knew this was a dream. A lucid dream. And inside this dream, he could do anything. As darkness covered the sky, countless stars slowly appeared overhead. But this was not the ordinary night sky he knew. Billions of stars gathered together like an endless river of light flowing across the heavens. Below the totem pole, a bonfire blazed brightly in the center of the tribe. Firelight illuminated the faces of people dressed in rough leather clothing, their bodies painted with primitive markings. The crowd slowly parted. An old priest covered in feathers stepped forward while leaning on a bone staff. Raising both hands toward the heavens, he began chanting in a strange ancient language. The words sounded unfamiliar, yet Huang Xing somehow understood every sentence clearly. "O great Lord of the Stars! Please bless your people." The moment Huang Xing heard the title, Lord of the Stars, a strange feeling rose inside him. For a brief second, he felt as if the priest was calling out to him directly. But he quickly ignored the thought. After all, it was only a dream. As the chant reached its peak, 3 young boys stepped forward before the totem pole. They looked no older than 5 or 6. The old priest raised his voice again. "O great Lord! Please guide your people and grant us your blessing." Huang Xing suddenly found the situation amusing. So they wanted him to act like a god. Interesting. His gaze moved across the 3 children before stopping on the boy standing in the middle. This one looked the most pleasing to him. The instant that thought crossed his mind, the ancient totem pole erupted with dazzling light. A pillar of starlight burst into the heavens as the entire sky shimmered like a cosmic ocean. The entire tribe instantly dropped to their knees. Even the old priest trembled in excitement. Meanwhile, the boy standing in the center was engulfed by starlight and vanished completely. In the endless sea of stars, the child saw an indescribably massive figure standing among countless galaxies. A calm and eternal voice echoed deep within his soul. "From this day onward, you shall become the head of my 12 constellations. Leo. And your new name shall be Apollo." The next morning, Huang Xing woke up in his small rented apartment. The fantasy world disappeared instantly, replaced by the old ceiling above his bed and the noise of the city outside his window. Yet the dream remained unbelievably clear in his mind. Especially the expression on the boy named Apollo's face. The more he thought about it, the more interesting it became. That night, Huang Xing fell asleep once again with a trace of anticipation in his heart. And just as he expected, he returned to the same world. This time, the atmosphere of the tribe had completely changed. The hopeless expressions from before were gone. The people looked happier, more energetic. Even the children were laughing while running around the camp. Soon, a loud commotion erupted outside the village. Apollo returned while leading several hunters carrying an enormous beast. It was a gigantic wild bull, so massive that it resembled a truck from Huang Xing's world. The entire tribe exploded with excitement. People shouted in joy while praising the Lord of the Stars. They believed Apollo's strength was a divine blessing. Huang Xing finally realized something. The casual title he had given Apollo inside the dream had somehow granted the child extraordinary power. Apollo respectfully carried the still-beating heart of the beast to the altar beneath the totem pole. Kneeling down, he spoke with complete devotion. "Great God, thank you for granting me power so everyone may eat. I offer this heart to you." Huang Xing stared at the bloody heart with slight disgust. He had absolutely no interest in such offerings. But Apollo misunderstood his silence. Fear instantly filled the boy's face. "God, did I anger you? Please forgive me." The entire tribe immediately became silent in terror. Huang Xing could only sigh helplessly. These people were merely dream characters, yet their reactions felt incredibly real. Then he suddenly realized something even stranger. Although he was clearly sitting atop the totem pole, nobody could actually see him. They only worshipped the invisible God they imagined. Seeing Apollo almost cry from fear, Huang Xing finally spoke. Apollo. The boy instantly trembled. God. I am here. I do not require offerings. Apollo looked confused and hurt. Then, have you abandoned us? Huang Xing calmly replied. Whether you offer something or not means nothing to me. To Huang Xing, it simply meant this entire world was nothing more than a dream. But Apollo understood it differently. To him, it meant the god stood above all worldly things and had no need for mortal offerings. The thought terrified him even more. Just as Apollo was about to continue begging, Huang Xing felt himself beginning to wake up. Before disappearing, he left behind one final sentence. Simply be yourself. The moment those words fell, Huang Xing vanished from the dream world completely. Apollo stood frozen beneath the totem pole, endlessly thinking about the meaning behind the god's final words. On the third night, Huang Xing returned once again. This time, Apollo happily greeted him the moment he sensed the god's presence. The joy and dependence in the child's voice unexpectedly warmed Huang Xing's heart. For a moment, he even felt like patting Apollo's head. Unfortunately, he still could not descend from the totem pole. At that moment, a sudden disturbance broke out among the tribe. A woman named Shui collapsed to the ground while clutching her stomach in agony. The old priest examined her carefully but could not find any wounds. No one knew what was wrong. Then fragmented information suddenly appeared inside Huang Xing's mind. He instantly understood the problem. The woman had secretly eaten spoiled raw meat earlier that day. It's food poisoning, Huang Xing said calmly. Apollo's eyes widened with excitement. The god has spoken. Everyone immediately knelt again. Following Huang Xing's instructions, the tribe forced Shui to vomit the rotten food she had eaten. Soon, her pain disappeared completely. The tribe erupted into cheers once more, praising the mercy and greatness of the Lord of the Stars. Watching everything unfold, Huang Xing realized how primitive this tribe truly was. Although they knew how to make fire, they still ate raw meat. So before the dream ended, he gave Apollo another command. From now on, all food must be cooked before eating.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Although Apollo did not understand why, he obeyed the god's will unconditionally. He announced this new rule from the god to everyone. The god says that from now on, we must cook our food before eating. Everyone burst into cheers. They might not understand, but they firmly believed that the god's guidance must be correct. Fire was given an entirely new meaning. Huang Xing looked at the primitive tribe below, rejoicing over such a simple hygienic rule. A subtle sense of accomplishment quietly arose in his heart. This dream seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Night fell, and bonfires were lit throughout the tribe. Because the god had said that from now on they must eat cooked food, everyone instinctively skewered raw meat on branches and placed them over the flames to roast. But when fat seeped out from the meat and dripped into the fire, producing a pleasant sizzle, an overpowering and enticing aroma, one they had never smelled before, instantly spread through the air. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened. That fragrance was like an invisible hook, easily drawing out the deepest desires within them. Apollo wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. He did not know why, but upon smelling that aroma, he could not stop himself from salivating. But he knew one thing he wanted to eat. Apollo swallowed hard. Suppressing the urge to immediately devour the food, he took a skewer of roasted meat from the fire, its surface slightly charred and glistening with rich fat. He quickly walked to the base of the totem pole, raised it high as if offering the most precious treasure, his azure eyes shining in the firelight as he called out expectantly. God! Huang Xing looked at him and found it amusing, though he once again felt a bit of regret. It was a pity that this was only a dream. He could not taste the food Apollo offered. Apollo vaguely sensed the god's emotions. The god seemed pleased, yet also somewhat regretful. He blinked, confused. The god was pleased because they had followed his will. Then why the regret? His young mind could not comprehend it. He ran back to the bonfire and looked at the eagerly waiting tribespeople, shouting, "You can eat now. Woo dash!" The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Those who had long been unable to hold back took the roasted meat one after another. "It's hot." Someone cried out, yet was unwilling to spit it out. "It's delicious." Another shouted while eating. This was an unprecedented experience. After being tempered by fire, the meat became firm and layered in texture. The charred aroma mixed with the juices exploded in the mouth, bringing a satisfaction far beyond that of cold, fishy raw meat. The entire tribe was immersed in the joy brought by this delicacy. Huang Xing quietly overlooked the scene. The dancing firelight illuminated faces filled with satisfaction and innocence. A strange sense of accomplishment rose within him, as if he were playing an incredibly realistic civilization game. He thought that if there were truly game notifications, something like this might appear before his eyes. Cooked food, unlocked. Civilization +1. The emergence of fire was a miracle of the world, allowing humanity to escape darkness and cold. And when humans learned to use fire to cook food, they truly departed from the primitive ignorance of consuming raw flesh and blood. The spark of civilization was quietly ignited amid the curling smoke and the sounds of contented chewing. He shifted his gaze and carefully observed this dream world. The purple sky displayed a dreamlike gradient under the bright moonlight. In the distance, the outlines of strange plants appeared bizarre and fantastical in the night, as if he were in a splendid yet gentle fairy tale. As the night deepened, the well-fed people, wearing satisfied smiles, fell asleep one after another, their snores rising and falling. Huang Xing still sat atop the totem pole, yet a faint ripple stirred in his heart. This dream seemed unusually long. The previous 2 times, not long after he became aware that he was dreaming, the pull of reality would arrive, quickly waking him. But this time, he sat from sunset to deep night, and from deep night until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Even as the sun fully rose, he still remained clearly present here. A trace of confusion surfaced in his mind, but it was quickly suppressed by his usual calmness. Like a patient observer, he watched as a new day began in the tribe. Below, the awakened people, led by Apollo and the old priest, once again gathered by the altar to pray before the hunt. The old priest now simply stood quietly beneath the altar, completely yielding the leading position to Apollo, the one chosen by the god. "Warriors," Apollo said to everyone, "the god is watching us. The god will bless us. Praise the great Lord of the stars." The people's response was filled with strength and confidence, their eyes burning with fervor. Before setting out, Apollo seemed to sense something and instinctively turned to look toward the top of the totem pole. Although he could see nothing, that clear feeling of being watched filled him with surging fighting spirit. Huang Xing withdrew his gaze, and almost at the same moment his sight shifted away, the familiar sensation of detachment arrived. After waking, Huang Xing did not get up immediately. He stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Although he did not know much about dreams, he was aware that his dream was abnormal in many ways. The overly clear memories and coherent storyline could still be explained, but why, within the dream, was he the master of the dream restricted to the totem pole, unable to move freely? This went against the very nature of dreams. The alarm rang, interrupting his thoughts. He got up, washed, and prepared to go to work. Along the way, and even during breaks at work, he kept thinking about this question. He tried searching online for keywords like continuous vivid dreams and restricted movement in dreams, but the answers varied widely from excessive stress to spiritual omens, none of which could perfectly explain his situation. He did not want to see a doctor, because deep down, he was reluctant to lose this dream. In this dull, repetitive, materialistic real world. That fantastical world. That tribe which depended on him and worshipped him. In that world, he could experience a true sense of freedom and unrestrained ease. Another day passed, and he fell asleep once again, anticipating entry into that dream. But this time was different. He did not appear atop the tribe's totem pole, but instead fell into absolute darkness. No light, no sound, no direction, he could not even clearly feel his own existence. Yet strangely, he did not feel panic. Instead, an indescribable sense of peace and warmth enveloped him. Time lost its meaning here. He did not know how long had passed. Just as he thought it might continue like this forever, he heard a voice. God. Then, he saw a purple planet. A familiar feeling surged through him instantly. The next moment, he appeared atop the totem pole. Huang Xing sat atop the totem pole, yet felt a wave of disorientation. He had the vague sense that he had spent a very, very long time within that darkness. God! A joyful voice rang out. He came back to his senses and saw Apollo kneeling excitedly beneath the totem pole. But the boy before him was clearly different from the one in his memory. His figure had grown taller, his shoulders broader. The face that once still carried a trace of baby fat had now become sharp and well-defined. Though still a child, most of his childishness had faded, replaced by the firmness of a warrior and a leader. He's grown. The thought flashed through Huang Xing's mind, even carrying a hint of teasing, as if noting how children seem to change with each passing day. Just as Huang Xing was thinking, children really grow fast, a vast amount of information flooded into his consciousness. Fragments of countless images, traces of changing seasons, bits and pieces of the tribe's development. New thatched huts had been built, the population had increased, children chased and played in the open space. All the information converged into a clear concept of time. 2 years. Only then did he realize that 2 years had already passed within this dream. During these 2 years, due to stable food supplies and the improvements brought by cooked food, the tribe had grown from just over 30 people to more than 50. Huang Xing understood, while also feeling a trace of emotion. This time, with a slight movement of his thoughts, he discovered that he was no longer confined to the top of the totem pole. With a light step, he drifted down from the several-meter-high pole and arrived in front of Apollo. He reached out and placed his hand on the boy's hair. A faint trace of time-worn depth, unnoticed even by himself, lingered in his voice. Apollo. Although Apollo could not see the god, he could clearly feel that familiar, vast and gentle gaze descending once more. He could even feel the god softly stroking his hair. Tears streamed down his face at once, his heart filled with happiness. God. After 2 years, he had finally received the god's response again. Huang Xing returned to the top of the totem pole and began to think about the connection between that place of darkness and this world. He remembered that it was upon hearing Apollo's voice that he had returned here. Anchor point. The term suddenly came to mind. He understood now because he had bestowed divine grace upon Apollo, that power had not only changed the boy but had also established a mysterious connection between them that transcended time and space, an anchor point. Thus, Apollo had become the coordinate anchoring him to this other world. This realization brought a trace of concern. He speculated that he might be gradually drifting away from this world under the influence of some force. Until one day, when the connection of the anchor point would no longer be sufficient to pull him back, he would lose this world forever. However, based on what he currently knew, he was not without options. There were 2 solutions. First, increase the number of anchor points. If there were more individuals like Apollo who carried his divine grace, then the force anchoring this world would naturally become stronger and more stable. Second, strengthen his sole anchor point Apollo. If Apollo became stronger, the signal he emitted would naturally grow stronger as well, making it easier for Huang Xing to descend into this world. However, regardless of which choice, Huang Xing was not in a hurry. To him, this was more like an interesting process of exploration. The number and strength of anchor points only affected the speed and stability of his descent into this place. But as long as Apollo existed, he would eventually find his way back. At that moment, a burst of noise drew his attention. Apollo, our prey was stolen. A man covered in blood ran back to the tribe and spoke to Apollo. Was it them again? Apollo's voice sank. Though phrased as a question, his tone was certain. About half a year ago, a group calling themselves the Sun tribe had migrated nearby and settled in the area. At first, the two sides kept to themselves, each hunting independently. But when the Sun tribe discovered that nearly half of Apollo's tribe consisted of women and children, their attitude suddenly changed. They began openly seizing the hard-earned prey of Apollo's people. Conflicts had occurred frequently ever since. Although the Sun tribe had the advantage in numbers, with Apollo's strength far beyond that of ordinary people, the two sides had remained in a stalemate, and his tribe had not suffered losses. It's them. A fierce glint flashed in Apollo's eyes, something Huang Xing had never seen before. Let's go. We'll take the prey back. A year ago, in order to train the tribe members, Apollo had divided the hunting party into two teams, taking turns leading them. He knew well that the tribe could not rely on him alone forever. Everyone had to grow into a qualified warrior. Very quickly, the first hunting team, which had been resting in the tribe that day, assembled. Under Apollo's lead, they departed with murderous momentum. Huang Xing very much wanted to follow and see how primitive humans fought, but he discovered that he could only remain within the altar's range and could not leave. Thus, he had no choice but to give up. However, because Apollo was his divine child, he could see what was happening around Apollo. He saw both sides confronting each other in a forest clearing. The Sun tribe had superior numbers, each of them wearing fierce expressions. When Apollo saw the fresh wounds on his tribesmen and their weakened state, his eyes instantly reddened, and his fury erupted like a volcano. Ah! He let out a roar, like an enraged young lion. Though still young, he was no less ferocious. With a swing of the spear in his hand, he charged headlong into the enemy ranks. The 12 warriors following him shouted, "The God protects us," as they charged forward without hesitation. The battle erupted instantly. The battle ended quickly, but it was exceptionally brutal. Wherever Apollo passed, enemies were thrown into disarray. In the end, the people of the Sun tribe were afraid. Looking at Apollo as if he were a monster, their eyes were filled with fear. Shouting, "Monster," in panic, they abandoned both the corpses of their companions and the stolen prey, fleeing the battlefield in a miserable state. At this moment, Apollo himself was also covered in wounds. Even though his physique far surpassed ordinary people, he was still flesh and blood and could not avoid injury. He silently walked to a tribesman who was gravely wounded and unconscious, carefully lifting him onto his back. Looking around at his companions, who were also injured but still resolute, he said hoarsely, "We're going home. Home. Home." The surviving warriors shouted in response. Carrying their severely injured companions and retrieving the reclaimed prey, they followed behind their leader on the journey back. Outside the tribe, the old priest held a torch, anxiously gazing into the dark forest, continuously praying. "O great Lord of the stars! Please protect Apollo and the others, protect them and bring them back safely." Huang Xing stood on the altar. His gaze pierced through the darkness and saw the returning group. When the old priest saw that everyone was injured, his heart sank. The wounds were too severe, he could not save them. Apollo looked at the old priest expectantly, but the old priest shook his head helplessly. "Their injuries are too severe. I cannot save them." Apollo nodded, set down the tribesman on his back, and walked alone onto the altar, kneeling. At this moment, his heart was filled with complex emotions. "God!" he called out, his voice trembling. He felt ashamed. The god had never demanded anything from them, yet he kept asking for help again and again. He was afraid that his own incompetence and constant requests would bring about the god's disdain. Huang Xing sensed the fear in Apollo's heart. He felt a wave of helplessness, along with a trace of tenderness. How could he possibly disdain Apollo? In this strange world, Apollo was like his child, a projection of his emotions. "Bring them here." A gentle voice sounded within Apollo's mind. Apollo suddenly lifted his head, the panic in his eyes instantly swept away by overwhelming joy. The god had agreed. A smile returned to his face as he hurried down the altar, directing everyone to carry the injured and place them upon it. Once everything was arranged, Apollo knelt again, a hint of embarrassment on his face, yet filled with anticipation as he called, God. Huang Xing did not act immediately. His gaze fell upon Apollo, and deep within his consciousness, he resonated with Leo among the stars. He knew clearly that as the foremost of the 12 constellations, Leo's authority could not possibly be limited to merely enhancing physical strength. The true power had always been slumbering within Apollo's body. And now, it was time to awaken it. With a slight movement of Huang Xing's will, the stars of Leo in the night sky suddenly shone with incomparable brilliance. Vast starlight traversed distant space and time, descending with a roar and enveloping Apollo on the altar. Bathed in starlight, Apollo felt a warm and powerful force awaken within him. All his wounds healed at a visible speed. When the starlight faded, Apollo's appearance had undergone a tremendous transformation. His hair turned into a radiant gold like the sun, shining brilliantly. His eyes also became a majestic and sacred gold. Simply standing there, he naturally exuded an aura of warmth, light, and reverence. He looked at his own hands in disbelief, feeling the surging new power within his body. Go. Huang Xing's voice guided him. Under Huang Xing's direction, Apollo came before one of the injured. He extended his hand, and a gentle golden light flowed from his palm, enveloping the wounded person. Within the light, wounds deep enough to expose bone began to wriggle and heal, broken bones reconnected, and the pale complexion rapidly returned to a healthy flush. When the light dissipated, the dying tribesman suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in confusion. A miracle. This is a miracle. Shocked cries erupted from the crowd. Apollo was filled with excitement. He immediately turned to the next injured person, repeating the process. For a time, golden light rose and fell across the altar like successive sunrises. When the last injured person was healed and awakened within the golden glow, the entire tribe erupted into thunderous cheers. Apollo looked toward the totem pole in excitement, wanting to express his boundless gratitude. God! But at this moment, Huang Xing had already returned to the top of the totem pole, hidden within starlight and shadow. Below, having witnessed the miracle, the tribespeople, led by Apollo and the old priest, danced their most fervent dances around the blazing bonfire and sang their most devout hymns, praising the greatness and benevolence of the Lord of the Stars. At dawn, Apollo walked alone toward the Sun tribe. Monster! The monster is here! The people of the Sun tribe cried out in terror. They had never seen someone with golden hair and eyes. In their eyes, Apollo was not human at all. Though trembling with fear, they still picked up their weapons and shakily aimed them at Apollo. Apollo remained expressionless and took a step forward. The surrounding crowd seemed to be pushed back by an invisible force, collectively retreating in fear. Call your priest and your chief out. Every tribe had both a priest and a chief. And in his own tribe, the position of chief had been taken by him ever since he received the god's blessing 2 years ago. The crowd immediately stirred, looking at one another. In the end, a burly middle-aged man with scars on his face and an old man draped in worn animal hides, holding a bone staff, stepped forward reluctantly. They were the chief and priest of the tribe. They had to protect their people. They had to defend their tribe. You, what do you want? The chief of the Sun tribe asked. Apollo raised his hand, and a blazing flame appeared out of thin air in his palm. With a casual flick. Boom! A nearby pile of dry grass instantly ignited, flames surging upward and illuminating faces filled with shock. The priest immediately knelt and shouted. God! Everyone followed, kneeling and shouting in unison. God! In their eyes, only a god could control fire. I am not a god. Apollo said. He was merely a believer of the god. The flame just now, as well as the healing light from last night, were all powers granted to him by the god. The people of the Sun tribe were confused. They could not understand why the god claimed he was not a god. Apollo did not explain further. He began to declare their punishment. You harmed my people. Therefore, from now on, you are my slaves. They did not understand what slaves meant, but they still followed Apollo, leaving their own tribe behind. Back at the tribe, people looked at the large group Apollo had brought back, their faces filled with surprise and confusion. The old priest stepped forward and asked. "Apollo, why did you bring them back?" Apollo loudly announced, his voice spreading across the entire tribe. "From today onward, they are the slaves of our tribe." Slaves? What are slaves? No one understood, not even Apollo. The word had simply appeared in his mind. This era was too primitive, even the concept of slavery had not yet emerged. But they understood one thing: if the tribe wanted to grow stronger, it needed more people. Thus, the people of the Sun tribe were kept. The tribe, which had once been just over 50 people, suddenly became a large tribe of more than 140. In Huang Xing's view, the emergence of slaves signified that the tribe had entered the age of slavery. Unfortunately, they still had no written language and could not yet be considered a true civilization. Over the next month, Apollo became busy. The rapid increase in population also brought new problems. Housing, food distribution, work arrangements, and how to manage these newly joined slaves. He no longer personally led hunting teams, instead devoting more of his energy to the tribe's management and planning. However, as time passed, Apollo began to feel an indescribable irritation and unease. He sat alone at the edge of the altar, gazing at the bustling crowd below. Those who had newly joined the tribe still looked at him with eyes full of reverence and fear toward the god. He felt very uncomfortable. He was clearly not a god, so why did they call him one? Clearly, the god was. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He thought that perhaps it was because no one had ever seen a god, which was why they mistook him for one. But how could he let everyone see the god? Stone statue. Another word appeared in Apollo's mind. Just like before, he did not fully understand what the term meant. Yet the word itself, like a vague concept, guided him. He instinctively left the tribe and searched the surrounding mountains. Until he saw a massive boulder, and in that instant, he understood. He could carve out the appearance of the god this way, everyone would be able to see the god. Apollo made up his mind. He would use his own hands to sculpt the appearance of the god for the tribe, for all those who believed in the god. 3 more days passed. At this moment, Apollo finally completed the carving. Alone, he steadily hoisted the enormous object over 10 meters tall onto his back. Step by step, as he returned to the tribe, everyone was so shocked that they could not speak. The gigantic stone statue exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, yet also radiated an indescribable sacred aura. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Apollo carefully placed the statue upon the altar, standing it side by side with the ancient totem pole. Even Huang Xing was startled by Apollo's actions. Why? Huang Xing's voice sounded within Apollo's mind. God. Statue. Hearing the god's voice, Apollo excitedly pointed at the statue. Huang Xing understood Apollo's intention. He wanted everyone to see the god and worship the god. But Huang Xing did not care. To him, it held no meaning. Still, in the end, he said, "Very beautiful." Just 3 words, yet they sent Apollo into wild joy. Sure enough, his decision had been correct. The god was pleased. Huang Xing's gaze fell upon the statue. The statue was not in human form, but rather an abstract radiance, something resembling a starry sky. He knew Apollo could not see his true form. Though there was a hint of regret, Huang Xing said nothing. With a slight movement of his thoughts, a strange resonance arose between the statue and the totem pole beside it. Starlight slowly flowed down, enveloping both the statue and the totem pole. Then, under the astonished eyes of everyone, the 2 completely different materials began to merge, forming a strange substance that was neither stone nor wood, shimmering faintly. This miraculous scene caused everyone beneath the altar to kneel from the depths of their hearts, praising the greatness and omnipotence of the god with the most fervent voices. Apollo stood at the edge of the altar, looking at the fused divine statue, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. At last, he had allowed everyone to see the god. Even if it was only a strand of the god's radiance. The familiar sensation of withdrawal came, and Huang Xing awoke. At once, Apollo's smile froze on his face before returning to calm. He looked at the divine statue and made a vow in his heart. He would strive to make the tribe better, and bring more people to believe in the god. even though the god had never asked for it. After waking up, Huang Xing picked up his phone and took a look. Only a few hours had passed in the real world, yet in the dream, he had already experienced more than a month. Strangely, he did not feel that much time had passed in the dream. His perception of time was becoming increasingly blurred. Walking on the way to work, he subconsciously looked up at the sun, then at his own hand. He wondered whether he could use extraordinary power in the real world like Apollo. He tried, just like in the dream, to make a bit of light or fire appear in his hand. But after several attempts, nothing happened. Huang Xing smiled and gave up. At night, he fell asleep once more, entering the dream again. After the god left, time continued to move forward. 10 years passed. With sufficient food and a pleasant environment, the tribe grew from more than 140 people to more than 370. During these 10 years, Apollo also united with a beautiful woman and fathered his first son. He named the child En, meaning, gift from the god. They continuously expanded their territory outward around the altar, guarding the altar and the divine statue at the center. Just as Apollo had once seen, the god was surrounded by the stars at the center. Even the tribe was named Stars by Apollo. Thus, the tribe had finally begun to show the faint signs of civilization. On this day, Apollo felt it. The god had descended. With a face full of joy, he ran toward the altar, drawing murmurs from the crowd, for they had not seen their chieftain like this in a long time. It seemed that for the past 10 years, the chieftain had always worn a serious expression. God! Apollo ran to the divine statue, looking up at it as he shouted excitedly, golden light flickering in his eyes. Apollo! Huang Xing's voice sounded in his heart, carrying a trace of emotion. He had already received all the information of what had happened in the tribe over these 10 years. For him, it was merely half a day apart from Apollo. But for Apollo, he had been gone for a full 10 years. 10 years could change far too many things. The only thing that had not changed was Apollo's sincere heart. Though he was the leader of a tribe, at this moment, Apollo seemed to revert back to that young boy standing beneath the totem pole. Standing before the divine statue, he spoke endlessly, pouring out everything he had accumulated in his heart over these 10 years, everything he had wanted to tell the god. Finally, as if presenting a treasure, he said excitedly, God! Look! Now more than 300 people believe in you. Huang Xing felt that Apollo seemed to have gone down a certain dead end, and he asked, why make them believe in me? Apollo suddenly found himself unable to answer. In his view, believing in the god required no reason. Apollo. Huang Xing's voice was calm and clear, like stating an eternal truth. Just as I told you before, I do not need offerings, because they hold no meaning to me. Likewise, I do not need belief, because belief, to me, is equally meaningless. His power came from the starry sky, from the unknown, never from people's belief. Apollo knelt down, tears streaming from his eyes as he choked out. God! You do not need our offerings, nor do you need our faith. In your eyes, the tribe, perhaps holds nothing worth your remembrance. I am afraid that one day in the future, you will find this place dull and meaningless, and leave us completely, never to return. I only wish for you to have even the slightest attachment to us, even just a trace would be enough. Huang Xing fell silent. This was the first time he had so directly heard the vulnerability and attachment buried deep within Apollo's heart. This child he had chosen had long since regarded him as the entirety of his life's meaning and destination. Apollo, then what do you want to do? Huang Xing still softened. Apollo wiped the tears from his face. In those golden eyes, an incomparably fervent, almost obsessive determination burst forth. I want to make the tribe even stronger. I want more people to believe in you. I want that even after I am gone, there will still be people guarding your divine statue. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, until eternity. He was already 18 years old. In this primitive era where the average lifespan was short, he was already considered to have entered middle age. He did not know how many more decades he had left, nor did he know when the god would descend again after this departure. He feared that after his death, in the days when the god was absent, the tribe would forget the god. Huang Xing did not tell Apollo that, bearing the power of Leo, his life essence was already different, and his lifespan was likely far longer than he imagined. Because even Huang Xing himself could not determine how long Apollo could live. But Huang Xing also knew that sooner or later, the end would come. He gently stroked Apollo's still brilliant golden hair, his voice no longer as indifferent as before. Apollo, if this is what you want, then go and do it. God. Apollo's tears flowed once more. He knew the god was merciful. Even though his request was so selfish, the god had still granted it. Apollo left the altar. A tribesman ran toward him in panic, panting heavily. Chieftain, the priest, he. Apollo's heart skipped a beat as he asked anxiously. What happened to the priest? The priest, he's not going to make it. Boom. Apollo felt his mind go completely blank in an instant. Without thinking, he dashed toward the thatched hut where the old priest lived. The old priest was too old. In this era of short lifespans, he was the longest living person in the tribe. He himself was a living history. Every wrinkle on his face recorded the tribe's rise and changes. Priest. Looking at the old priest lying on the bed, Apollo could not help but shed tears once more. He respected the old priest deeply, because it was the priest who had chosen him back then, leading to the Apollo who had now been chosen by the god. Don't leave. The old priest heard Apollo's voice, but unfortunately, he could no longer see. He knew he was about to die. But before death, the one he worried about most was Apollo. His position as priest had been passed down from his teacher. But his teacher, and his teacher's teacher generation after generation of priests. They had devoutly conducted rituals, gazed up at the starry sky, yet had never heard even a single word from the god. Sometimes, the old priest would wonder in confusion. Was it because they were not devout enough that the god had never cast his gaze upon them? Until, like his predecessors, he selected 3 youths including Apollo and conducted the ritual. He had thought it would be the same as before, whoever was illuminated by the moonlight would be the one chosen by the god. It had been so in the past, it was so now, and perhaps it would be so in the future. But everything became different. The god, truly descended. The totem pole erupted with brilliant radiance, and even the starry sky swayed. At that moment, he was excited. Yet also lost. In the days that followed, he watched Apollo gradually make the tribe better than before, listened as Apollo repeatedly spoke of his ideas. But he began to feel fear. Was this truly what the god thought? Did the god truly care about the tribe? Yet he did not dare to ask, because someone who had never been favored by the god his entire life, what right did he have to question someone chosen by the god? Now, he had reached the moment of death. He did not know what awaited him after death. Perhaps he would meet the god he had never seen. Or perhaps, there would be nothing. In the darkness, the old priest grasped Apollo's hand and spoke his final words. Apollo, is that truly what the god thinks? At last, he voiced the question buried in his heart for a lifetime. Yet he could no longer hear that answer. Apollo froze in place. The old priest died. Apollo personally carried his body and buried him in a place with beautiful scenery. He stood before the grave for a long time, letting the mountain wind brush through his hair, as the old priest's final question echoed repeatedly in his mind. Is that truly what the god thinks? Why? Why would the priest ask such a question at the very end? Had he done something wrong? The old priest had not designated a successor during his lifetime. But according to tradition, the position of priest had to be chosen from among qualified youths. Thus, the old priest's 2 grandsons, along with the son of his prematurely deceased disciple, came before Apollo. All of them longed to inherit the position of priest. Because it was not only a position of honor second only to the chieftain, but also because the priest symbolized the privilege of communicating with the god. They looked at Apollo's golden hair shining under the sunlight, their eyes filled with greed and desire. The old priest's grandsons thought that if they inherited their grandfather's position, perhaps they too could communicate with the god and receive divine blessings. The son of the old priest's disciple thought that since his father had been the priest's disciple, and had passed away, he should rightfully inherit the position. Soon, the three began arguing over the position of priest, even resorting to physical blows against one another. Finally, Apollo's face showed anger as he shouted. "Look at yourselves. For the position of priest, you fight like beasts tearing at prey. Do you still remember the old priest's teachings? Do you still remember the reverence you should have for the god?" The three were intimidated by Apollo's fury and dropped to their knees, not daring to speak further, though their faces still showed unwillingness. Apollo took a deep breath, preparing to choose a relatively suitable candidate among them to inherit the priesthood. Suddenly, in his mind, echoed the old priest's final question. "Apollo, is that truly what the god thinks?" Apollo looked deeply at the three of them. He was thinking. If these people, whose eyes were blinded by greed, were allowed to become priests, would what they conveyed still be the true will of the god? Would they distort the god's will to satisfy their own desires? Would they, in the end, lead the tribe onto the wrong path, causing the god to be completely disappointed and never descend again? No. This must never be allowed to happen. Apollo's gaze instantly turned cold and resolute. Looking at the three kneeling on the ground, his voice carried unquestionable authority. "From this day forward, the position of priest in the tribe will be held by me concurrently." "What?" The old priest's grandson suddenly raised his head and cried out in shock. "You are already the chieftain. How can you also serve as the priest? This breaks the rules." "Rules?" Apollo let out a cold laugh, anger surging in his eyes. "The rules are that people like you, whose souls have been devoured by greed, must not approach the altar. What do you take the god for? A tool to bring you power and authority? Only I, Apollo, am the one personally chosen by the god. Only I can truly convey the will of the god. Only I can ensure the tribe walks the path approved by the god." His words struck like thunder, carrying immense conviction and force, completely suppressing the three of them. Though they were full of dissatisfaction, under Apollo's gaze, they could only lower their heads and accept the outcome. And so, relying on his unmatched prestige, Apollo successfully took over the position of priest. From this moment on, the tribe's divine authority and royal authority were concentrated in Apollo's hands as never before. He was both the chieftain who led the tribe in hunting, war, and construction, and the priest who communicated with the god, interpreted divine will, and presided over rituals. He possessed absolute power and bore unprecedented responsibility. When the tribe's population surpassed 1,000, new problems followed. Apollo's eldest son, En, now the captain of the hunting team, came before Apollo with a worried expression, reporting the grim reality. "Chieftain, the nearby prey are becoming fewer and fewer. The hunting team is spending more time than before, yet catching less and less prey. If this continues, we won't even have enough food to survive the winter." Apollo sat above, looking at his eldest son, feeling a moment of daze. Since he had been chosen by the god, the tribe seemed to have completely distanced itself from hunger. Now, hunger seemed to have returned. He remained silent, his thoughts in turmoil. Population growth had brought strength and security, but it had also brought the most fundamental pressure of survival. En knelt down, a trace of pleading on his face. "Father, we need to control the tribe's reproduction. Otherwise, more and more newborns will only bring destruction to the tribe." Apollo stood up, a hint of agitation appearing on his face. No. He had just promised the god that he would make the tribe better. How could he stop now? "Apollo, is that truly what the god thinks?" The old priest's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Apollo felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed back onto the stone seat. The agitation faded, and reason returned. He knew En was right. If things continued like this, everyone would starve to death. He could not let the tribe pay the price for his own selfish desires. Apollo let out a bitter laugh. He thought perhaps the god had already foreseen this, had seen his overestimation of himself. Everything would just end up like this. Apollo agreed to En's request. A trace of relief appeared on En's face. He stood up, preparing to leave, but before turning away, he hesitated. In the end, he looked at his father, who seemed to have aged several years, in an instant, and softly asked, his tone carrying a confusion even he himself had not fully realized. "Father, is this really what the god thinks?" The god was omnipotent. If this was the god's will, then why had they encountered hunger again? Apollo looked at En, hearing the exact same words as the old priest, and remained stunned for a long time. At this moment, he finally understood. He was wrong. Apollo walked step by step onto the altar, looked at the divine statue, and knelt down. "God!" Apollo said in shame. "Apollo!" The god's voice, as always, sounded directly within his heart. Gentle, calm, without the slightest trace of blame, as if he had long anticipated his arrival. This unchanging gentleness instead caused Apollo's tears to overflow. He did not know how to face the god, nor how to explain his failure. Huang Xing descended from the divine statue. "Have you encountered a problem?" Apollo lowered his body even further, not daring to imagine how the god viewed him at this moment. The looming crisis of the tribe's future and the shame brought by his ridiculous oath clashed violently within him. Finally, he raised his head, his gaze becoming exceptionally firm. This was the determination that came after recognizing reality and calmly accepting his own limitations. "God! Apollo was wrong. Apollo should not have arrogantly made a vow to you. Apollo has disappointed you." Huang Xing's gaze rested on Apollo. That gaze seemed to pierce through time, as if seeing the young boy who once stood beneath the totem pole years ago. Even though Apollo was now the father of 3 children, in his eyes, Apollo was still that same child. He also clearly perceived the predicament the tribe faced. It was a bottleneck that inevitably appeared when the most primitive civilization developed to a certain scale. The survival method of the most primitive civilization is hunting and gathering. A further stage of civilization is understanding animal husbandry and farming. "I can teach you animal husbandry and farming." Apollo murmured, "Animal husbandry? Farming?" These two unfamiliar terms confused him, yet he instinctively sensed the hope contained within them. In the next moment, upon the altar, brilliant starlight bloomed once more. But this time, the starlight did not gather upon Apollo. Instead, it intertwined and shifted in the air, forming clear images that arranged themselves before him one after another. As Huang Xing calmly explained, the images changed accordingly. "This is farming. Choose suitable seeds, in the proper season, loosen the soil, bury them underground, and provide sunlight and water. They will sprout, grow, and ultimately yield food many times, dozens of times greater than the seeds. This is animal husbandry. Capture young and docile animals. Do not kill them. Build enclosures, feed them, and allow them to reproduce. Their populations will grow, providing you with a stable source of meat, fur, and even milk." Scene after scene clearly displayed the entire process from selecting seeds, cultivation, and harvest, to taming, breeding, and management. This knowledge transcended time and space, imprinting itself into Apollo's mind in an unimaginable way. As the starlight gradually faded, Apollo was still immersed in the overwhelming impact of the vast information. But the dejection and shame that had once filled his eyes had already been replaced by the light of hope. At this moment, he had once again become, in the eyes of the tribe, the omnipotent chieftain and priest favored by the god. He strode down from the altar and found his eldest son En, who was worrying over controlling reproduction. En. Apollo excitedly grasped his son's shoulders. "The god has taught me farming and animal husbandry. From now on, we will never have to worry about lacking food again. The tribe can continue to grow." Looking at the rekindled fire in his father's eyes, En could not help but feel a surge of strong envy and a deeply hidden longing. He envied his father's ability to easily receive the god's guidance and blessings. And he, as the eldest son, was merely a slightly stronger, ordinary person. If he too could receive the god's blessing, even just a little, how wonderful that would be. This thought, like a seed, quietly fell into his heart. At dawn, the tribespeople were gathered in the open space around the altar. On the altar, Apollo stood tall, holding a wooden staff. His 3 sons, including En, stood respectfully below, looking up at their father. At this moment, the crowd murmured among themselves. The tribe had always relied on hunting and gathering, and everyone knew that it was becoming harder and harder for the hunting team to catch prey. The nearby animals had long since been hunted to exhaustion. To catch more prey now, they would have to travel farther. But doing so would consume too much time on the journey, greatly reducing the time available for hunting. Silence. Apollo's voice was not loud, yet it clearly spread across the entire square, instantly suppressing all noise. The hunting team is bringing back less and less prey, and winter is drawing closer. And without sufficient food, many will not survive this winter. As Apollo spoke slowly, a trace of anxiety flashed in everyone's eyes. But they believed in Apollo. Because Apollo was the one chosen by the god. However, Apollo's voice suddenly rose, filled with unquestionable power and devotion. Our God, the ruler of the stars and destiny, is great and merciful. He raised the wooden staff high, pointing toward the sky, as if invoking an unseen presence. He chose me as his representative in this world, to receive his endless blessings. And just last night, the god once again bestowed revelation. He taught me how to allow the tribe to forever bid farewell to hunger. He swept his gaze across the tense and expectant faces below, announcing word by word. From today onward, we will follow the god's guidance and learn to farm crops and raise livestock. We will no longer rely on unstable hunting. We will sow the god's blessings into the earth, planting hope in the soil, and harvest abundance within enclosures. I promise you, by following the divine will, the tribe will completely escape hunger. Not a single person will ever starve due to lack of food again. As his impassioned words fell, along with the swing of the wooden staff that seemed to carry divine power, the crowd fell into a deathly silence at first. Then, an earth-shaking cheer erupted. Apollo, the one chosen by the god. O great Lord of the stars! Praise be to you, great God! This time, everyone truly felt the greatness of the god. Apollo ventured deep into the forest beyond the tribe. Following the god's guidance, he found suitable seeds. He brought these seeds of hope back to the tribe. Soon, on flat land near a water source, plots of farmland were opened up, and the dark soil radiated vitality under the sunlight. When everything was ready, Apollo stood upon the ridge of the fields about to be sown, his gaze sweeping over his children beside him. Their eyes all shone with longing, hoping to be chosen by their father, by the god. Apollo's gaze paused briefly on his eldest son En. En straightened his back, his eyes filled with barely restrained anticipation. However, Apollo's gaze ultimately passed over him and fell upon his second son, Wa. He solemnly placed the bag of precious seeds into Wa's hands. From today onward, the tribe's farming affairs will be under your responsibility. Wa, do not fail the god's trust. Wa's face instantly burst with immense joy. He knelt down excitedly, holding the seeds high with both hands, and solemnly swore. I, Wa, swear upon my life that I will not fail the god's trust. Wa became the leader of the tribe's farming team. Many members of the former hunting team joined Wa's group. From this moment on, En's influence and authority within the tribe were invisibly diminished. When the seeds were buried in the soil, when sprouts broke through the earth, growing strong under sunlight and rain, and finally bore fruit, the entire tribe erupted with excitement. They no longer had only hunting as a way to obtain food. This method of creating food from the land was safe, stable, and seemed to contain endless magic. Thus, in everyone's eyes, Wa replaced En's status. Next, Apollo took his youngest daughter Ya and set out to find suitable animals for husbandry. After a year of observation, they selected 3 types of animals and brought them back to the tribe. Their appearance resembled chickens, ducks, and pigs from the real world, though they were larger in size. Apollo also announced that his youngest daughter Ya would be responsible for the tribe's future animal husbandry. From this point on, the women of the tribe regained the authority they had held in even earlier times. A large number of women followed Ya, beginning to learn how to care for these domesticated animals. They curiously observed their habits. Following the experience summarized by Apollo and Ya, they carefully fed and tended to them. They watched as these animals began to reproduce, becoming more and more numerous. It was as if they could replicate endlessly, continuously increasing. In the eyes of the people, animal husbandry, like farming, contained infinite mysteries. It was a power and authority belonging to the god. And the god had entrusted this power to them. The god had changed their long-standing way of survival through hunting. He had granted them a more stable and hopeful future. Everyone cheered for this. They had completely freed themselves from the burden of food. With food once again abundant, the tribe stabilized and continued to grow and develop. A population of 1,000 was not their limit. Apollo wanted to create a city of 10,000 people. Yes, a city. As Apollo stood on the altar, looking over the tribe, a word suddenly surfaced in his mind: city. Just like before, he inexplicably understood the meaning contained within this word. As the years passed, the tribe continued to develop steadily. And Apollo's appearance, nourished by divine power, still retained the vigor and vitality of his youth. Until a rebellion broke out. Apollo's eldest son, En, joined forces with the two grandsons of the old priest who had long been dissatisfied over losing the position of priest, as well as the son of the old priest's disciple. They incited a group of people who resented unequal distribution and harbored jealousy toward Apollo's agelessness. And they launched a challenge against the one they saw as the person chosen by the god. But this was a struggle destined to fail. Even though Apollo was nearing 60, the divine grace flowing within him granted him an ageless appearance, a long lifespan, and power beyond mortals. Thus, they were defeated. Defeated with ease. Apollo looked at his bound eldest son kneeling on the ground, disappointment in his eyes. Why? And raised his head, his gaze fixed on his father's still youthful face, jealousy surging within his eyes. Why? And repeated the word, as if hearing the most ridiculous thing, suddenly bursting into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 dash. The laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at Apollo in despair and suddenly threw out a question. Father. Do you still remember my mother? Apollo was stunned, his thoughts dragged back to the past. En's mother, his former partner, that gentle yet resilient woman, had long since passed away from illness, returning to dust with the passage of time. He did not understand why En would bring her up at this moment. His gaze turned stern. En. Do you think that by mentioning your mother you can seek forgiveness for the crimes you have committed? Forgiveness? En's voice suddenly rose, filled with mockery. Great Apollo. The one chosen by the god. My father. Can you truly not see it? Mother is dead. She aged and died just like all mortals. And me. Your eldest son. I have grown old as well. My hair is turning white, my strength is fading, and I am about to walk toward death just like mother. He stared fixedly at Apollo's face. But you. My father. You are exactly the same as decades ago. Just as young. Just as strong. Time has lost its meaning on you. I don't want to die. I want to live. To be like you, to receive divine grace, to escape the fate of mortals. But what about the god? Other than you, has his gaze ever fallen upon any of us even once? Apollo had never imagined that his eldest son harbored such deep resentment. This resentment was not only directed at him but also at the god. A chill ran through his heart. En, you resent me? Resent, the god? His voice carried disbelief. En lowered his head, his shoulders slumped, yet his voice remained clear. I dare not. I dare not, I do not. For the first time, Apollo revealed a look of fatigue, a look he had never shown before. In everyone's eyes, he was the one chosen by the god, a perfect leader. But he was also human. He could grow tired, feel pain, make mistakes. Yet the tribe needed him, and the people needed him. He had been striving to become a chieftain who met everyone's expectations, but he was not a perfect god. He too made mistakes. Just as he once, for his own selfish reasons, took advantage of the god's mercy to forcibly keep the god from leaving. But when faced with the words of the old priest and En, he had still admitted his mistakes and made changes. He had tried to do better, to bear the future of the entire tribe. Yet in the end, his eldest son resented him, even, resented the god who had granted everything. You have changed. En admitted it calmly, his tone carrying a sense of reckless finality. Yes, I have changed. People change. Father, one day, your other children and even you will change as well. In this world, aside from the eternally unchanging God, nothing remains unchanged. Apollo stepped down from above, walking toward En. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by the resolve of a leader and servant of the god. En, you may resent me. You may resent anyone in this world. But you must never resent the god. His voice was resolute. It is because of the god that our tribe has what it has today, that you and I possess everything we have. Your resentment is the greatest blasphemy against the god. As if sensing that his life was about to end, En gave Apollo one final look, as though trying to etch his father's figure into his eyes. Father, he is your god. Not my god. Before his words even finished, the wooden staff in Apollo's hand, the staff that symbolized divine will and authority, had already turned into a blur, thrusting forward with precision and finality. Dash. En's body trembled violently, the light in his eyes rapidly fading. He fell straight to the ground, eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness. Around them, there was dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They watched as their chieftain, whom they revered like a god, personally ended the life of his own eldest son. At this moment, the air was filled with a thick scent of blood and suffocating oppression. Apollo slowly withdrew the wooden staff, his movements stiff. En's blood stained his hands. The sticky warmth made him feel an icy chill. He looked at his fallen son. That eldest son in whom he once placed great hopes, who first learned to run, who first followed him on hunts. Now had become a corpse, gradually losing its warmth. The authority on his face melted like ice and snow, replaced by deep exhaustion and sorrow. His once upright posture now bent slightly. He was right. Apollo's voice was very soft. As if speaking to himself, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. People change, the world changes, aside from the god, nothing is eternally unchanging. His gaze swept over those who had participated in the rebellion, including the old priest's 2 grandsons and the disciple's son. Their ambition seemed so laughable and insignificant before Apollo's absolute power. My son, En, for betraying the tribe and questioning divine will, has been executed. Apollo's voice returned to calmness, though beneath that calm lay turbulent undercurrents. All those who participated in the rebellion will be reduced to the lowest rank of labor slaves. You will dig canals and build city walls. Spend the rest of your lives atoning to the god. After dealing with the rebels, Apollo turned his gaze toward his other children. Their faces still carried lingering fear, along with an indescribably complex emotion. Apollo let out another long sigh in his heart. He bent down and personally lifted En's corpse. En's body had already turned cold, his head and limbs hung limply. Carrying him, Apollo walked step by step toward the hillside where the old priest and generations of ancestors were buried. He buried En beside his mother. The mountain wind howled, stirring his still brilliant golden hair. He stood before the 2 graves, silent for a long time. En's final words circled in his mind like a curse. This world, aside from the great God, everything will change. He is your God. Not my God. Yes, God was his God. It was God who had chosen him when he was ignorant. It was God who had guided him when he was lost. It was God who had tolerated him when he made mistakes. It was God who had granted him hope when he was helpless. Everything he had came from God. And En, as well as many others like him. They revered God because of his power and the blessings he bestowed. But when divine grace had never descended upon themselves, when facing the helplessness of birth, aging, sickness, and death, when watching those who possessed divine power remain forever young while they themselves gradually grew old, the seed of resentment quietly took root. Was this the inevitability of human nature? Was it a chasm that faith could never cross? Apollo did not know the answer. Apollo ascended the altar once more. The night wind brushed past his golden hair, yet it could not dispel the heavy fatigue and resolve between his brows. Facing the statue, he knelt deeply. God! As if responding to his call, or as if this moment had long been foreseen. The instant his voice fell, endless starlight, like the waters of a breached galactic river, surged down from the statue. In an instant it completely submerged the entire altar, along with Apollo kneeling upon it. Apollo felt as if his soul were being dragged out of his body by this torrent of starlight. His senses were infinitely magnified, his will swept upward by an irresistible force. Once again, Apollo saw God. No longer through vague perception, no longer through the connection of faith. But truly, from the perspective of his soul. He saw the boundless universe. Billions of stars converged into an unceasing river of stars. And at the very center of that river, countless stars, like the most loyal subjects, surrounded and guarded a figure whose grandeur and antiquity could not be described by words. That was God. The ruler of the stars. This vision lasted only for an instant. In the next moment, his will broke past the boundaries of the star river and plunged violently into an absolute nothingness. Here was a place of eternal darkness. There was no light, no sound, no matter, there was not even the concept of the passage of time. Apollo's will drifted here. He could not feel his own existence, nor any change. He did not know how long he had remained here. A moment? Or billions of years? Loneliness nearly drowned his will. Apollo. Just as his consciousness was about to be assimilated by the eternal silence, God's voice sounded, pulling him back into the world. Apollo once again felt the night wind brushing against him, felt his still beating heart. He was still kneeling upon the altar. As if everything just now, the traversal through the sea of stars and a fall into eternal darkness, had all been but a fleeting illusion. God. Apollo knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Apollo, what do you want? Just like before, God asked him the same question. A look of immense confusion first appeared on Apollo's face. Having experienced the betrayal and death of his eldest son, his original convictions had already been shaken. But soon, that confusion was replaced by a near-tragic determination. He raised his head, looking at the statue that seemed to contain an endless starry sky, and spoke his carefully considered, perhaps final, willful request. God. I hope to share the divine grace within me with my children. He thought, if all his children possessed God's blessing, would they be able to escape the fear of death? Would they no longer be swept up by the resentment born from unattainable desires, and avoid repeating In's fate? God's gaze fell upon Apollo. That gaze pierced through his still youthful exterior and saw something within him. A kind of exhaustion. A kind of wear. Huang Xing could see that Apollo had grown old. Not in appearance, but in his heart, in his soul. For mortals, an excessively long lifespan was not necessarily a blessing. Especially across the long years of personally witnessing all peers, companions, and even juniors depart before oneself, this was perhaps more like a form of torture. Apollo stood on the shore of the river of time, watching familiar waves disappear one after another, while he himself was fixed in place. This loneliness was eroding him, even though he remained young and strong. Apollo. God's voice remained calm. Desire is the root of human suffering, because desire can never be satisfied. And resentment is precisely the beginning of dissatisfaction. Apollo seemed not to perceive the profound implication in God's words, or perhaps he chose to ignore it. He merely looked up at the statue, a smile appearing on his face like that of the boy he once was, pure, even carrying a hint of foolish innocence, as he said firmly, God. No matter what the final outcome may be, Apollo can accept it. He did not care about the new desires that might arise in the future. He only wanted to prolong, as much as possible, the time he could spend with his children. To make the cracks and resentment born from unequal time come a little slower still. Apollo, you have grown up. There seemed to be an extremely subtle sigh in God's voice. But also grown old. The latter half of the sentence. Huang Xing did not say it, because it was unnecessary. God. Apollo will always grow. He was one chosen by God, possessing divine power and a long lifespan. But he was also the leader of a tribe, and the father of 6 children. Your power comes from Leo, one of the 12 constellations. It is a complete authority. God began stating facts, his voice rational and detached. Once you divide it, the authority will shatter into fragments and scatter. At that point, it will no longer be possible to reunite it. The authority you possess will cease to exist. God clearly informed Apollo of the consequences of dividing authority. Apollo did not hesitate in the slightest. He pressed his forehead tightly against the cold stone surface, his tone resolute. God. Thank you for once again allowing Apollo's willfulness. I will bring my children here. No need. Huang Xing's voice fell. He drifted down from the statue like an intangible breeze, stopping before Apollo. Then, he extended a finger seemingly illusory, yet real, and pointed it toward Apollo's forehead. Over these decades, Huang Xing had not merely been observing. He had been constantly attempting to comprehend the laws of this world. Now, he had already begun to grasp the power that originated from the starry sky. At this moment, he transformed this understanding into concrete knowledge, condensing it into a stream of light imbued with the information of laws, and transmitted it into Apollo's consciousness. Apollo's body trembled slightly as a vast and profound flow of complex information surged into his mind. They automatically combined and arranged themselves, ultimately forming an incomparably clear formula. He murmured softly, and spoke the true name of this divine art. Bestowal of divine authority. This was the divine art personally imparted to him by God, and also the source of all divine arts in existence. It contained no power in itself. Yet it was a key that could divide his own authority and grant it to others. When he left the altar, the night remained unchanged. Afterward, Apollo summoned his other 5 children. Under the flickering torchlight, all 5 of his children wore uneasy expressions. And had just been executed, their father's summons at such a sensitive moment felt especially heavy. Apollo looked at them, and a trace of deep sorrow surged in his eyes. At some unknown point, these children who once would throw themselves into his arms and act spoiled had already erected an invisible wall between themselves and him. They each had their own families, descendants, and lives to plan. And he, this father whose appearance never aged, seemed to have become an eternal yet incompatible presence in their world. In a certain sense, he had lost his family. Father. The 5 spoke in unison, bowing in greeting, their voices restrained and distant. Apollo said nothing, only carefully examining them. After En's death, he had finally realized that his children had also begun to age. They, too, were steadily walking toward the end of their lives. Just like their mother, they would soon fall into eternal sleep. Seeing the white hair and the lines etched on their faces, Apollo let out a deep sigh in his heart. But soon, his gaze regained its former authority. Yeah. Apollo called out his children's names, perhaps the last time he would ever do so. The 5 stepped forward one by one, bowing respectfully. Father. Apollo's gaze swept over them. He did not know whether beneath these respectful appearances there also lurked something like En's resentment toward him, toward God. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that none of it mattered anymore. Resentment or understanding. He only wished to do what he believed should be done, and bear the consequences of his choice. En is gone. You will soon follow. I know that perhaps, one day in the future, you will calmly accept death and return to the sea of stars. Or perhaps, like En, you will be consumed by resentment, raise the banner of rebellion against me, and attempt to seize this divine grace. But I tell you, divine grace cannot be taken. Because it originates from the will of God. The children's expressions varied, some lowered their heads, some had flickering eyes, some showed fear. But you are fortunate. Apollo stood up. His still tall and upright figure, combined with the imposing aura he now radiated, made everyone instinctively bow their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Step by step, he descended from the position that symbolized authority. At the same time, he revealed the true purpose of summoning them tonight. Just now, I prayed to God to divide the authority within me and give it to you." He paused. Looking at their suddenly raised faces, filled with disbelief, he slowly declared. God agreed. "From today onward, you will, like me, bathe together in the light of God." As he spoke, Apollo stepped down from above and came before his children. They saw their father's body begin to emit visible, brilliant starlight. The light was not blinding, yet it was incomparably pure and sacred. Starlight flowed, illuminating everything around as if in a dream, as though this place had already become the domain of God. However, Hua, Ye, and the others had no mind to appreciate this sacred spectacle. At this moment, their hearts had already been completely shaken by Apollo's words. Father was going to share the divine grace bestowed upon him by God, the unique symbol of being chosen by God. With them, shock, ecstasy, all kinds of complex emotions surged like tides, causing their expressions to shift under the starlight. Apollo took in all their reactions and extended the hand wrapped in starlight. "Now, accept this gift from God." Morning. As the sun rose, a deep and prolonged horn sounded across the entire tribe, summoning all its members to the altar. People gathered from all directions, and soon the open ground below the altar was filled with a sea of people. They whispered among themselves, speculating about the reason for this urgent assembly. But when their gazes turned toward the altar, all discussion abruptly ceased, and shock and uproar spread across every face. On the altar, Apollo still stood as before, upright and tall, his golden hair gleaming in the morning light. But what truly left people dumbfounded were the 5 figures standing behind him. His second son Hua, his youngest daughter Ye, and his other 3 sons. They had changed. Just yesterday, they had appeared aged, their temples frosted with gray, their faces marked by the passage of time. And now, they had miraculously regained their youth. The wrinkles on Hua's face had vanished, restoring his youthful vigor. Ye's skin had become smooth again, her eyes once more bright. The other 3 sons were likewise full of vitality, as if time had reversed 20 or 30 years upon them. Dressed in neat leather armor, they stood quietly behind Apollo, like 5 newly born servants of God. An indescribable aura, a mixture of authority and transcendence, emanated from them. Standing high upon the altar, they looked down upon the tribespeople below. An unprecedented emotion surged wildly within their hearts. It was the sense of superiority brought by holding power and transcending the level of life itself. A feeling as though they had already detached from the mundane, standing above all, almost like gods. At this moment, they felt themselves to be messengers of God, utterly different from the masses below. Heavens! Look! Hua! It's Hua! He's become young again. Ye too. And the chief's other children. They've all returned to their youth. How is this possible? Could it be? At once, a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief, and then, what followed was a volcanic eruption of fervor. Divine grace! The crowd completely erupted. Cheers, cries, and praises intertwined, forming a surging tide of faith. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that within their lifetimes, they would witness the miracle of divine grace descending with their own eyes and no longer belonging to Apollo alone. This meant that God was still watching over the tribe, and had bestowed even greater blessings. Once the taste of power is experienced, it becomes impossible to forget. With strength and youth regained, the ambitions once buried deep within the heart sprouted again like bamboo after rain. Hua came alone to Apollo's residence. "Father." He bowed respectfully. Apollo looked at his second son, who had come late at night, and a trace of realization and pain flashed through his heart. This scene was so similar to when it had come to see him on the eve of rebellion. Only, Hua's goal seemed different. "What is it?" Apollo's voice was calm and without ripples. Hua knelt on the ground, raised his head, and in his eyes was undisguised ambition and desire. "Father, now that the tribe's population has grown large, with everyone gathered here, it has become somewhat crowded. I wish to lead a group of those willing to follow me, to go out and establish a city of my own. City, a word Apollo had often spoken of, had long been deeply imprinted in Hua's heart. In the past, he had not dared to hope for it, because he was only mortal, with limited lifespan and ability. But now, he too had become one, chosen by God, possessing long years and power. Why could he not, like his father, establish his own foundation? Apollo gazed deeply at Hua. In his second son's eyes, he saw the same burning fervor as when he himself had once sworn an oath before God. And also saw, identical to N at the time of his rebellion, dissatisfaction with the present and a desire to transcend it. Suddenly, he came to a realization. So the source of all this was himself. When divine grace belonged solely to him, it had drawn N's resentment and rebellion. And now, it was he who had divided the authority, igniting the flame within Hua's heart. This flame was called ambition. Once he had sown the seeds of power, he would inevitably have to bear the consequences when those seeds broke through the soil, possibly reshaping the existing order. After a long silence, so long that Hua almost thought his father would refuse, Apollo finally spoke, his voice carrying a trace of barely perceptible fatigue. Go. He agreed. The tribe now numbered 5,000 people. The chaotic and crowded living conditions had indeed become a problem. Division, perhaps, was also inevitable. A look of wild joy instantly bloomed on Hua's face as he knocked his head heavily against the ground. Thank you, father. Very quickly, Hua gathered a group of young people who likewise longed for a broader world and were unwilling to remain in the current state. They took with them some supplies and livestock, and departed the tribe in high spirits, heading toward the unknown lands of the east. Not long after, Apollo's third son Ze also came before him and made the same request. Apollo did not stop him, and gave the same support and blessing. Watching the tribe become noticeably emptier after the 2 consecutive departures. Hearing the clearly diminished noise, Apollo stood alone on the altar and let out a long sigh. He did not know whether his decision to let his children leave was right or wrong. He had been born in the era of tribes and had grown up in that same era. His thinking and emotions were deeply rooted in the collective concept of the tribe. He had desired to strengthen the tribe, yet had never considered that growth would lead to division. He vaguely sensed that a brand new tide of an era one he could not fully understand was surging in. And he, the leader of the old era, seemed already unable to keep up with the cresting waves. Afterward, Apollo's 4th son Lei also came before him. Lei, do you also want to be like your 2 brothers and establish your own city? Apollo looked at this youngest son who had been frail since childhood, his tone gentle. Lei had been born on a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning. He had been born weak and should have died young, but Apollo had exhausted divine grace, watching over him day and night, and had pulled him back from the brink of death. Lei shook his head. His eyes were clear, lacking his brother's desire for power and territory. Instead, they revealed a longing for the outside world. Father, I don't want to build a city. I only want to go out and take a look. Since childhood, he had listened to his 3rd sister Yu recount her experiences from the year she had traveled outside with their father. Those stories of strange mountains and rivers, and peculiar creatures, had long planted the seed of exploration in his heart. It was only that in the past, his body had been weak, even traveling far had been a distant dream. Now, he too had obtained divine grace. With a healthy body and strength, that deeply buried longing could no longer be suppressed. Apollo fell silent. Looking at the anticipation in Lei's eyes, he seemed to see a reflection of Ye in her childhood. You don't want a city of your own? Apollo asked again, thinking that every child who obtained power would crave authority. Lei shook his head firmly once more. Father, the vast world is what I yearn for. A city is too big, and too heavy. Seeing the undeniable expectation in his youngest son's eyes, Apollo finally nodded. Go. Before he left, Apollo rarely showed a father's warmth. He patted Lei's shoulder and said, If you grow tired out there, if you've seen enough, then come back. This will always be your home. I will always be here waiting for you. Lei felt the deep concern in his father's words. He nodded vigorously and revealed a bright smile. I will, father. I will definitely come back. Lei also left. On a morning of particularly brilliant sunshine, carrying his simple pack. His steps light as he disappeared at the edge of the forest, heading toward the vast world he had long yearned for. Finally, Apollo sought out the only child who remained in the tribe. His daughter, Ye. Looking at this daughter who had once traversed mountains and forests with him in search of methods of cultivation, now restored to youth by divine grace, Apollo felt a surge of complex emotions. Ye. He spoke softly, his tone carrying a sense of release. If you want to leave, then go as well. There is no need to stay because of me. Ye raised her head and looked at her beloved father. His appearance was still young and handsome, his posture still upright like a mountain. Yet for some reason, Ye could clearly feel that something within her father was growing old. It was not the body, but something indescribable. A kind of exhaustion and weariness that came from experiencing too many farewells and bearing too many burdens. She looked at him, and suddenly smiled a warm and peaceful smile, carrying the clarity that comes with the passage of time. Father, I do not plan to leave. Ye's answer made Apollo slightly startled. He remembered clearly how, in her childhood, Ye had longed for the world outside the tribe, her eyes always sparkling with curiosity about the unknown. It was precisely because of that longing that he had chosen to take her traveling with him back then. Why? Apollo could not help but ask, you once. Father. Ye softly interrupted him. Her gaze swept across the familiar houses around them, the curling smoke from cooking fires, and the tribespeople busy in the distance. I am no longer that little girl whose mind was filled only with thoughts of the outside world. Yes, I have received divine grace and regained a youthful body, but my heart has already grown old. She paused, then looked at Apollo again, her eyes gentle yet firm. It no longer yearns for endless distant places. Instead, it is attached to this land that gave birth to me and raised me, attached to this home that we built with our own hands. And, attached to you, my father. In that instant, Apollo felt a warm current flow into his heart, dispelling the gloom and loneliness of recent days. Looking at his daughter, he saw in her a soul just like his own. At this moment, the hearts of father and daughter crossed the long years and the divide of power, and reached an astonishing agreement in their understanding of home and belonging. At least at this moment, he was still a father needed and accompanied by his daughter. An ordinary morning. As usual, Apollo inspected the livestock pens and looked toward the distant golden fields first cultivated under Ye's leadership, now vast beyond measure. However, unlike before, the tribespeople he encountered along the way, after bowing respectfully, looked at him with barely concealed shock and even panic. Apollo felt puzzled and was about to ask, when a voice sounded, filled with astonishment. Father. It was Ye. She walked up to Apollo, her face filled with disbelief. Those eyes, restored to youthful brilliance, were now brimming with sorrow, as if witnessing the fall of a star. Ye. Apollo looked at his daughter and smiled. What is it? Father, you. Ye's voice trembled. She raised a hand, pointing toward Apollo's face, yet did not dare to touch it. You have grown old. Old? Apollo repeated the word instinctively, as if unable to comprehend its meaning. But when his gaze settled on Ye's sorrowful eyes, a sudden fear rose within him, an emotion he had never felt before. He abruptly turned and quickly walked toward the nearby stream. Bending down, the still surface of the water reflected his face like a mirror. His once sun-like golden hair had lost its luster. Old. Apollo stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the water and murmured. In that instant, he understood. He had given his divine grace to his children, sustaining their lives. But in doing so, he had accelerated the arrival of his own end. Father. Ye followed closely behind, her voice filled with worry. Apollo noticed the sorrow in his daughter's gaze. He slowly straightened, a relieved smile appearing on his face. He reached out his hand and, as he had when she was a child, gently ruffled her brilliant golden hair. His tone was gentle, even carrying a trace of subtle joy. Ye, this is a good thing. He was tired. The era that belonged to him should have ended long ago. A long life, witnessing too many farewells, bearing too many responsibilities, his heart was already worn with age. Now, life had an end. To him, this was not punishment, but a kind of release. Seeing the growing confusion in Ye's eyes, Apollo did not explain further. He simply smiled light and at ease, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. He no longer patrolled the tribe, but instead returned to his dwelling with light steps. And began humming an ancient hunting song that had long been forgotten. This song had been taught to him by the old priest, and now only he could sing it. He ascended the altar and knelt down. God, Apollo, is about to leave. There was no thunder, no starlight. Nor did God's voice echo in his mind. Yet Apollo revealed a peaceful smile. He knew God had heard. And this silence itself was a form of consent, a farewell, a respect for his final choice. In the days that followed, the speed of his aging visibly accelerated. Apollo's back was no longer straight, and his steps became unsteady. But he did not stop. Instead, he did something that puzzled everyone. He personally carried massive stones, one by one, and placed them upon the altar. Facing the confusion of the tribespeople and Ye's concern, Apollo smiled kindly. In time, you will understand. He had a dream. In the dream, he saw a solemn and majestic structure, filled with a sacred and dignified aura. So before leaving, he wished to leave such a structure for God. This was his final gift to God. He believed that God would surely like it. At last, a stone structure imbued with a sense of primitive solemnity rose upon the altar, enclosing the statue at its center. It was tall and sturdy, with thick pillars and a slanted roof, as if it could converse with the starry sky. Apollo looked up at this magnificent structure, and a word naturally surfaced in his mind. Temple. He softly spoke the word. It felt incomparably fitting. And the statue within the hall, under the presence of this temple, appeared even more majestic and profound. Apollo. God's voice sounded. At the same time, a radiant figure emitting boundless light slowly manifested before the temple. The light was not blinding, yet it made it impossible to look directly upon its true form. Apollo was about to kneel in excitement, but felt a gentle force supporting him. Within the light, a hand slowly extended. Light gathered in its palm, ultimately condensing into a stone tablet. On the tablet was carved a simple yet profoundly meaningful image. 3 tense and expectant tribal youths stood beneath an ancient totem pole, and a single beam of starlight shone only upon the youth in the center. That was the beginning of everything, the start of divine grace, the moment Apollo's fate turned. God. Apollo's face flushed instantly, like a boy whose secret had been exposed. He did not understand why the stone tablet he had carved with a stone knife recording his greatest fortune had appeared in God's hand. God seemed to chuckle softly, the sound like a breeze brushing across a sea of stars. Apollo. God's voice carried a guiding tone. Do you wish to learn writing? Writing? Apollo looked up curiously. This word, to him, was as unfamiliar as cultivation and animal husbandry had once been. Yet he instinctively sensed that it contained a power capable of transcending time. On the stone tablet in God's hand, beside the simple image, starlight began to flow, condensing into strange symbols. They were different from drawings. Each symbol corresponded to a specific meaning. God slightly bent down, his radiant finger lightly tracing across the altar. The first stroke 3 continuous, undulating, interwoven wavy lines. River. God's voice was calm, like the gentle murmur of a stream. Apollo widened his eyes, staring fixedly at that peculiar symbol. He had seen flowing water countless times, crossed streams innumerable times, yet had never imagined that this ever-moving form could be so simply fixed within such a small space. Next, God drew a circle. Sun. Apollo raised his head, looking at the blazing sun in the sky, then lowered his gaze to the simple symbol on the ground. An indescribable shock struck his soul. He thought a simple symbol could actually represent something so concrete and eternal. It was not merely a circle. It represented warmth, daylight, everything required for the growth of all things. God continued drawing. A curved arc-moon. A small triangular point-mountain. A simple human outline, arms spread wide-great. And upon the form of great, a light dot placed above the head, God said. This is heaven, where the stars reside. Each symbol corresponded to things Apollo knew intimately, yet stripped of their concrete forms. God wrote many more characters. And these characters opened an entirely new world for Apollo. A world where symbols could record and transmit. When dozens of such primitive characters covered the ground, God stopped. He looked at Apollo, that gaze seeming to pierce through time and see the distant future. Apollo. Language fades with the wind. Memory blurs with time. But writing can transcend time and space. With a gentle motion, he pushed the stone tablet bearing the origin of divine grace before Apollo. Take what you believe to be most important, your expectations and admonitions for the tribe. And record them with these characters. Apollo extended both hands and received the stone tablet. It was not heavy, yet it seemed to carry the weight of an entire civilization. He lowered his head, looking at the faintly glowing characters on the ground. When he raised it again, God had already departed. He tightly gripped the stone tablet. Even though his body trembled with emotion. His eyes were as firm and bright as in his youth. He would use these earliest characters to carve the history of the tribe, to carve the grace of God, to carve all his instructions and warnings for future generations. This would be the tribe's. No, the world's first historical record. The first classic, written by one chosen by God, using words bestowed by God, upon a tablet granted by God. The dawn of civilization pierced through the long night of ignorance, illuminating the path for thousands of years to come. Another ordinary day. Huang Xing returned. At this moment, they were full of vigor. They brought back unique products from their respective territories. These rare items drew gasps and admiration from the tribespeople, and even their gazes toward Huang Xing were filled with respect. However, when the two brothers entered Apollo's dwelling, the vigor on their faces was instantly replaced by shock. In the corner of the room, stone tablets leaned one against another. They were covered with things they had never seen before. But what truly alarmed them was Apollo. The father who had always appeared young in their eyes was now aging like a mortal. Father! Huang Xing called out in unison, their voices filled with concern. Seeing his returning sons, Apollo's eyes revealed genuine joy. He put down the carving knife in his hand and beckoned them. Huang Xing, you've returned. Come, look, God has granted us new grace. He pointed at the stone tablets scattered across the ground. Look, this is writing. From now on, everything that happens in the tribe can be recorded with writing. And then passed down from generation to generation. He picked up 2 stone tablets he had already prepared and handed them respectively to Huang Xing. Apollo pointed at the symbols, briefly explaining the meanings they corresponded to. Something wondrous happened. As Apollo spoke, those originally unfamiliar symbols seemed to be infused with life. Huang Xing almost instantly understood the content on the tablets. The tablet in Huang's hands recorded that brilliant starlit night over 50 years ago. When God had chosen Apollo among 3 youths, granting him the divine grace of Leo and his name. The tablet in Xing's hands recorded events not long ago. How Apollo had prayed to God upon the altar. And how he had divided his authority, granting it to the 5 siblings. Shock. An overwhelming shock swept through the hearts of Huang Xing. This method of transcending language, directly conveying information, and engraving history. Its significance was no less than the divine grace they had received. It was as if they had personally witnessed those crucial moments that shaped fate. Yet after this immense shock, a trace of unwillingness quietly emerged in their hearts. God was so benevolent and generous. Not only had he granted their father power, he had also bestowed upon him writing, this force of civilization. And they, even though they had obtained divine grace, had never once personally heard a divine oracle, nor had they ever communicated with God even once. God's gaze seemed to have always rested only upon their father. Apollo did not notice the fleeting complexity in his sons' hearts. He was immersed in the joy of sharing. Now, our tribe has 3 cities. We have cultivation, we have animal husbandry, and now we also have writing. Our footprint is expanding, our civilization is advancing. He paused, his face radiating an unprecedented brilliance, his voice suddenly becoming resounding. I have decided to hold a ceremony upon the altar. I, Apollo, will be crowned as king. King. Hua and Zhe looked at each other, confused by this unfamiliar term. They did not understand what king specifically meant. Was it a title more exalted than tribal leader? Yet inexplicably, when they heard this word spoken from their father's mouth, a powerful longing and stirring arose deep within their hearts. As if this word itself represented a supreme order. A declaration of a new era. When everything was prepared. This time, only Apollo stood upon the altar. His children, and all the tribespeople, stood solemnly below, looking up at their leader. Apollo wore a brand new ceremonial robe, sewn from the most supple animal hides and precious feathers. Though his hair was now completely white. When he raised the ritual staff, an indescribable sense of authority and sanctity naturally emanated from him. He took a deep breath. Follow the guidance of the gods. Today, I, Apollo, chieftain and priest of the Star Tribe, hereby proclaim the solar dynasty is hereby established. The wooden staff in his hand pointed toward the sky. And I shall serve as the first ruler of the solar dynasty, the Sun King. King. Sun King. King Apollo. After a brief silence, a tidal wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Although they could not fully understand the meanings of dynasty and king, they could feel that this marked a brand new and greater beginning. With their most fervent cries, they paid tribute to the leader they believed would lead them toward glory. At that moment, the blazing sunlight perfectly enveloped Apollo. His white hair seemed to transform into a golden crown within the radiant light. Sacred and majestic. At this moment, he was no longer merely the chieftain of a tribe or one chosen by the gods. But, in the truest sense, a monarch ordained by the gods. Everyone could not help but deeply kneel toward the altar, toward their Sun King, expressing the utmost reverence and submission. At this moment, beside them, Ye carefully recorded this historic scene. The first year of the solar dynasty, Sun King Apollo was crowned before the temple of the star deity Apollo's ascension to kingship was not merely a change in title. It formally declared the end of the tribal era. A brand new age centered on royal authority, possessing writing, cities, and a more complex social structure had arrived. After the coronation ceremony ended, Apollo, now the Sun King, did not rest. Instead, he became even busier. Having mastered writing, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. He clearly saw that as the population grew, cities emerged, and affairs became increasingly complex. Relying solely on oral tradition was no longer sufficient to effectively govern this emerging dynasty. Thus, he spent a full 3 years engraving onto a stone tablet everything he had comprehended in his life rules, tribal traditions, and his understanding of order. Using written language, he named it Solar Code. Though crude, this body of law encompassed many aspects. It even became the origin of all later laws. To establish the supreme authority of the law, Apollo performed a highly symbolic act. He placed the stone tablet that recorded the law inside the temple, to the left of the divine statue. This signified that the authority of the law stemmed directly from the will of the gods, unchallengeable and unquestionable. However, human nature was a composite of desires. With the birth of law came inevitable violations. There were always those who harbored luck, believing that the law was merely a stone tablet. What could it possibly do to them? But when their violations were discovered, no matter how they pleaded, Apollo showed no mercy, for sparing them would mean shaking the authority of the law. In the future, the tribespeople would only treat the law as nothing. Thus, he personally took action. Blazing flames emerged from his hands, burning the offenders. For he hoped that this sacred fire could incinerate the filth within the souls of the criminals. As the offenders wailed within the flames, everyone finally realized that the once majestic yet faintly gentle chieftain had completely disappeared. He was no longer merely one chosen by the gods. He was a ruler who held supreme authority, beneath whose law no defiance was tolerated. A king. The tribespeople began to fear him. That fear replaced the closeness and reverence they once felt. Even though they had once fervently shouted his name time and time again. Now, in their eyes, Apollo was no longer the divine servant who brought hope, but a cold ruler. Seeing the unmistakable fear in their eyes, Apollo fell silent, a bitter sorrow rising in his heart. Yet he still carried out the law with unwavering determination. Because he clearly saw that although the enforcement of the law was harsh, it effectively curbed chaos and made the operation of the dynasty more orderly. In the long run, it protected the interests of more people and guided the dynasty toward a better future. Unfortunately, his tribespeople could not see that far ahead. They only saw that Apollo had personally punished their loved ones. To be half a step ahead of one's era is genius. To be a full step ahead may make one an outcast or even a tyrant in the eyes of others. The laws and royal authority implemented by Apollo were far too advanced for this era, whose thinking had not yet fully awakened. People's minds were not yet prepared to embrace a new age ruled by law and monarchy. But no matter what, the tide of the new era had already arrived with unstoppable force. At the same time, Lei, who had been traveling afar, arrived in a region the tribe had never set foot in before. Here existed a large tribe living by a great river, with a vast population, its scale nearly comparable to the Star tribe in its later stages. Curious, Lei hid within the forest to observe, but was discovered by the other side's vigilant patrol. When Lei stepped out, attempting to express goodwill. His golden hair shimmering under the sunlight and his pair of golden eyes caused immense fear and hostility among the warriors of this large tribe. They had never seen someone with such an appearance. A monster. A spirit from the mountains. Someone shouted in terror. Lei had long left his tribe to travel. But with the power granted by divine favor, he feared neither wild beasts nor harsh environments. Thus, facing a large tribe comparable to his own, he felt no fear. He tried to use gestures to express friendliness. However, his approach only intensified their fear. No one knew who threw the first stone spear, but soon, more attacks rained down upon Lei like a storm. Being attacked without cause, anger surged within Lei. He no longer attempted to explain. With a low shout, blazing flames instantly surrounded his body, making him appear like a god of fire. With a wave of his hand, roaring flames surged toward the nearest attackers, instantly melting their weapons and scorching them to the ground, their miserable screams echoing out. This miraculous ability to control fire instantly shattered the will of all attackers. A god. It's a heavenly god. The heavenly god is angry. Spare us. Heavenly god, spare us. The warriors who had been fierce just moments ago now dropped their weapons, trembling as they knelt on the ground, begging for Lei's mercy. Lei looked at this dramatic scene before him and sighed helplessly. He withdrew the flames and, in a calm voice, combined with gestures, explained. I am not a god. I merely received the blessing of the gods. He pointed at his golden hair and eyes, then pointed to the sky, trying to explain the source of his power. However, in the eyes of those kneeling tribespeople, Lei, who could control flames and spoke words they could not understand, was no different from the gods of legend. In the end, Lei still chose to remain in this tribe known as Great River for the time being. On one hand, he was curious about this tribe. On the other, he also wanted to know whether the gods had ever descended upon this tribe. After spending a week, Lei successfully mastered the language of the Great River tribe. Divine Envoy. These are freshly picked fruits from today, very sweet. The Zhuang respectfully presented bright red fruits. In the Great River tribe, having a two-character name was a symbol of strength and status. Thank you. Lei accepted the fruit and expressed his thanks politely. Having just arrived, the primitiveness of this tribe truly shocked him. A population of over 3,000 people relied entirely on the river's fish, periodic hunting, and gathering wild fruits for survival, yet they had absolutely no understanding of what farming or animal husbandry were. This resulted in most of the tribe appearing sallow and emaciated. It made Lei feel that even his body before receiving divine favor could easily handle several people here. Previously, due to the language barrier, he could not communicate. So now, he decided to visit the tribe's priest to inquire about the doubts in his heart. Because he did not understand why they did not engage in farming and animal husbandry. These could provide abundant food and prevent the tribe from suffering hunger. De Zhuang, where is the priest now? Divine envoy, you wish to see the priest? I'll take you there. De Zhuang was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to lead the way. Along the way, when the tribespeople saw Lei, they all fell to their knees in fear, shouting, "Heavenly God!" This left Lei helpless. He had already explained many times that he was not a god. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. Only people like De Zhuang, who were bold and had more contact with him, reluctantly changed to calling him Divine Envoy. However, Lei found this title somewhat fitting, since he indeed carried divine favor and could be considered a messenger of the gods. The only thing that puzzled him was that in this large tribe of more than 3,000 people, he had not sensed the presence of any other divine-favored individuals. This caused a faint sense of superiority to arise within him. Perhaps the gaze of the gods truly favored only their star tribe. They were special. Priest, the divine envoy has arrived. Arriving before a dwelling. De Zhuang respectfully announced at the door. The wooden door was pushed open from within. An old man with a hunched figure, draped in worn feather ornaments, and a face covered in deep wrinkles stepped out. Lei's first impression of him was old. Even older than the late priest of the Star Tribe. Upon seeing Lei, a trace of complexity flashed through the old man's cloudy eyes, before he slowly knelt and paid his respects. Aru greets the envoy of the heavenly god. Lei accepted the gesture calmly. In this era, there was no emphasis on respecting the elderly. Thus, as one favored by the gods, his status was naturally above that of any mortal priest. I wonder what instructions the divine envoy has for me. Priest Aru's voice was hoarse and humble. As a priest, he had spent his entire life praying for a response from the gods, yet had never truly witnessed a miracle nor heard a divine oracle. When Lei, this divine envoy who could control flames, appeared, he felt both excited and terrified. He believed that the gods had finally taken notice of the great river tribe and sent a messenger to deliver their will. It was only before that, due to the language barrier, they could not communicate. Priest Aru, please rise. I am not here to convey a divine oracle. Lei spoke in a calm tone. I simply wish to speak with you, about the gods. He wanted to know whether the gods had ever revealed themselves to this tribe. In his understanding, that great existence who resided above the stars should be the creator of this world and ought to be worshipped by all living beings. Priest Aru was momentarily stunned, confused. Should not the divine envoy understand the heavenly god better than he did? Perhaps, this was a test from the heavenly god to see whether their tribe's faith was devout. He respectfully invited Lei into the house. Then he began recounting the stories about the gods that had been passed down orally through generations of priests. At first, Lei listened attentively, even with a hint of envy in his eyes. Because he himself had never seen the true form of the gods and could only imagine them through his father's descriptions. However, as Priest Aru continued speaking, Lei's brows gradually furrowed. When he heard the priest describe in an extremely devout tone that the god possessed massive wings that could blot out the sky, and would send floods upon mortals for their disrespect, Lei could not help but interrupt. Priest Aru, are you certain that the gods look like this? As Apollo's child, what he had heard since childhood was a different version. The gods had no fixed form. Or rather, their true form far surpassed mortal comprehension. They resided at the center of countless stars, and their world, in the eyes of the gods, was nothing more than an insignificant speck within the boundless sea of stars. Priest Aru was about to instinctively refute. This was the image of the gods passed down through generations of priests beyond question. But the words halted at his lips when he saw the doubt in Lei's golden eyes and recalled his identity. This was a divine envoy who could command fire. A being who had truly seen the heavenly god. Priest Ero faltered, a trace of panic flashing across his face. After a moment of hesitation, he forced himself to explain. Divine Envoy, I heard from the previous priest that the heavenly God is omnipotent and possesses many forms. Perhaps when the heavenly God descends into the mortal world, it uses a different form. In this ignorant age, tribespeople often attributed various incomprehensible natural phenomena, such as floods, droughts, lightning, and forest fires, to the emotions of the gods, assigning them all kinds of concrete forms. But this explanation only made the sense of discord in Lei's heart grow stronger. The heavenly God, described by Priest Ero, would become angry if dissatisfied with sacrifices and grant blessings for devout prayers. And this was completely different from the God described by his father. The God his father spoke of its grandeur and vastness, had already transcended the concept of power itself, closer to a law of the world, a cold order. How could it possibly be the being Ero described, one that quibbled over mortal offerings and displayed emotions so plainly? This was clearly a mistaken understanding. An inexplicable irritation rose within Lei, making him feel uncomfortable. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart, but his voice unconsciously grew colder. Priest Ero, I believe you are mistaken. The one I worship is the ruler who governs the stars. Its greatness far surpasses your imagination. That being you speak of, one that requires offerings from mortals and punishes over trivial matters is not even worthy of being called a god. Because a god does not care whether mortals worship or make offerings to it. You. Priest Ero's face instantly turned deathly pale, then flushed with a surge of anger at being blasphemed. The existence their tribe had revered and feared for generations was actually belittled by the other party as unworthy of being called a god. This was a denial of their entire tribal history and the foundation of their faith. However, when he looked at Lei's cold golden eyes and thought of his ability to control fire, Priest Ero forcibly swallowed the reprimand that had nearly burst from his lips. He was afraid of death. He did not dare to provoke this unknown existence before him. In the end, this meeting ended in an unpleasant atmosphere. Lei left Ero's dwelling with a trace of displeasure at being offended. Behind him, Priest Ero watched his departing figure, his gaze turning incomparably cold and gloomy. He trembled as he stood up, immediately calling for de Zhuang, who stood guard outside, and issued urgent instructions. Go inform the chieftain at once. A heretic who blasphemes the heavenly God has appeared. Lei returned to his small hut. The unpleasant conversation with Priest Ero left his heart filled with irritation and a sense of disgust at being profaned. He could not tolerate these ignorant people comparing some unknown being to the boundless ruler of the stars he worshipped. Out of sight, out of mind. Very quickly, Lei packed his belongings. He only wanted to leave this place that irritated him, and had no intention of using slaughter to correct their beliefs. That was not his original intention, nor did it align with his purpose of traveling the world to explore. However, just as he slung his pack over his shoulder and stepped out of the great river tribe, dense and chaotic footsteps accompanied by hostile shouts sounded from behind him. He turned around. He saw Priest Ero and the chieftain of the great river tribe leading over 100 warriors. Holding stone spears, they quickly spread out and surrounded Lei. The way they looked at him was no longer filled with reverence and fear, but with anger and a nearly frenzied hostility. Heretic. A heretic who blasphemes the heavenly God. Kill him. Burn him to death. Thunderous shouts rang out. Lei's face instantly darkened. He had never expected that his choice to leave would not be met with relief but instead provoke them to gather forces to kill him. Priest Ero. Lei's voice carried suppressed anger. He looked toward Priest Ero, who was surrounded by the crowd. Have you gone mad? I spared your lives, yet you come seeking death yourselves. At this moment, Priest Ero no longer had the previous humility or fear on his face. Instead, it was replaced by a twisted expression blending fanaticism and coldness. He raised the bone staff in his hand and pointed it at Lei. One who blasphemes the glory of the heavenly God, a heretic who falsely claims the name of a divine envoy, deserves death. Your very existence is the greatest disrespect to the heavenly God. Today, I will use your blood to cleanse the defilement you have brought. The development of the Great River tribe was completely different from that of the Star tribe. They had no divine favor, no stable agriculture or animal husbandry. To reach their current scale of over 3,000 people, they relied entirely on generations of warfare and the annexation of surrounding small and medium tribes. The Sun tribe that had once been subdued by Apollo. Its ancestors were a branch that had fled from the conquests of the Great River tribe. And during the long process of annexation, how could they make conquered tribes truly submit? Destroying their original beliefs was one of the most effective methods. Anyone who insisted on their original faith and refused to convert to their heavenly God would be branded as heretics and subjected to the cruelest fire punishment, burned alive. Over time, the notion that heretics must die had been branded into the very blood of every member of the Great River tribe. I would like to see what kind of power that so-called heavenly God of yours can grant you today to judge me, this heretic. Lei was completely enraged. He had originally only wanted to leave quietly, but at this moment, he changed his mind. Killing intent rose within his heart. He would let these ignorant, stubborn blasphemers of the true God be completely purified in sacred flames. Heretic. Lei felt that the word spoken by Priest Duru fit these people who did not believe in the ruler of the stars perfectly. Those who did not believe in the true God were all heretics. And heretics deserved death. Boom dash. Blazing flames instantly surged from Lei's hands, making him appear like a god of fire. He spoke no more. His body moved, charging directly toward the densest part of the crowd. With a wave of his hands, 2 fire serpents roared forth. Ah! Fire! It's evil fire! Screams instantly erupted. The warriors at the front were immediately licked by the flames. Their animal hide garments ignited as they screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire. Seeing this, the chieftain of the Great River tribe flashed a ruthless look in his eyes and shouted loudly. Loose arrows! At his command, dozens of warriors took out a kind of weapon from their backs that Lei had never seen before. They drew their bowstrings to the fullest, and with a chorus of whistling sounds, dozens of wooden arrows shot toward Lei in a dense barrage. What is this? Lei was startled. Having traveled many places, this was his first time seeing a weapon capable of attacking from a distance. Caught off guard, although he tried his best to dodge, 2 arrows still pierced his body. Pfft! One arrow sank deeply into his left shoulder, while another grazed along his ribs, tearing open a wound. The intense pain made Lei grunt. His movement stalled for a moment. He's injured. He can be injured. Seeing this, the warriors of the Great River tribe were instantly invigorated. Lei clenched his teeth, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He reached out with his right hand and violently pulled the arrow out of his left shoulder, bringing out a spray of blood. But he did not fall. Instead, he suddenly withdrew the flames in his hand. The flames instantly transformed into gentle starlight, covering the wounds on his shoulder and ribs. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, the deep, bone-exposing wounds rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, aside from the torn clothing and traces of blood, there was no longer any sign of injury on Lei's body. How is this possible? He's not human. He's a monster. Even arrow wounds can heal instantly. Shock and fear spread through the crowd. Even Priest Duru widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. This ability to instantly heal wounds was simply a miracle. But Priest Duru's faith was already deeply rooted. After the brief shock, it was replaced by even deeper wariness and killing intent. He shouted hoarsely, waving his bone staff, trying to steady morale. Do not be afraid. What he uses is the power of an evil god. It is an evil technique that bewitches the mind. The great heavenly God is watching us from above. For the heavenly God. Kill this monster. Warriors, your souls will ascend to the divine kingdom of the heavenly God after death. There, you will have endless food to enjoy, free from hunger and sickness forever. Divine kingdom. Divine kingdom. For the heavenly God. The promise of the divine kingdom. For these people who had long lived in hardship and danger, held incomparable allure. Under Priest Aro's incitement, the warriors who had begun to hesitate once again reddened their eyes. They launched an even fiercer assault toward Lei. Some even tried to rush forward and grab him directly, attempting to restrain his movements with their bodies. Facing these enemies who had suddenly become fearless of death and filled with fanaticism, Lei controlled the flames to force back or burn to charcoal those who approached, while loudly rebuking them. Absurd. After death, the soul only returns to heaven and earth. What divine kingdom could there possibly be? That is all a lie meant to deceive you. The so-called heavenly God you worship cannot even bestow true divine favor. How could it promise you a world after death? But faith was ignorance, and the ignorant were incapable of understanding. Thus, faced with Lei's words, they neither understood nor sought to understand. In their perception, death was the ticket to the divine kingdom, a promise of escape from the suffering of this world. However, when over 300 warriors charging at the front turned into charred corpses, their longing for the divine kingdom ultimately could not overcome their fear of death. Run! He's a real demon. No one knew who shouted first. The warriors of the Great River tribe completely collapsed. They dropped their stone spears and bows, scattering in all directions, disappearing into the forest in an instant, leaving behind devastation and burning corpses. In the blink of an eye, only Lei remained here. And Priest Aro, who had been mercilessly abandoned. Priest Aro struggled to crawl away. But his aged body had long lost the ability to move independently, leaving him stuck in place. He looked at Lei, who was approaching step by step, and pointed at him with trembling, bony fingers, shrieking with hollow bravado. You cannot kill me. I am a priest of the heavenly God. If you kill me, the heavenly God will never let you go. You will suffer the curse of the heavenly God. Lei's eyes held only indifference. I will be waiting. Before the words had even fully fallen, a flame flicked from his fingertips, instantly engulfing Priest Aro. Priest Aro convulsed violently within the flames. Very quickly, he turned into a pile of charred remains, along with his stubborn beliefs, reduced to dust. Lei stood in place for a long time without moving. The wind of the forest blew past, lifting ashes and carrying the scent of blood and char. He looked at this vast yet ignorant tribe. A thought began to grow within his heart. He would not leave. He would stay here. Stay in this great river tribe that worshipped a false god. He would personally change this place. He would spread the radiance of the ruler of the stars across this ignorant land, like sunlight piercing through dark clouds. He would make these ignorant people personally experience and ultimately bow before the true and great deity. Huang Xing returned to the royal city. But this time, upon their return, there was no longer the high-spirited vigor on their faces. Instead, it was replaced by a heavy sorrow. Hua looked at Ye, who had come to receive them. Looking at the same sorrow in her eyes as his own, he opened his mouth, his voice dry. Father, But the words that followed could not come out. Just a few days ago, a messenger from their father had arrived at his city, bringing the sorrowful news. Sun King Apollo did not have much time left. How could this be possible? In his heart, his father was like the sun in the sky that never set, possessing the youth and strength granted by the gods, destined to shine over his dynasty forever. How could he reach an end like a mortal? That day would come sooner or later, wouldn't it? Ye's voice was soft. Ever since, the day An launched his rebellion, we should have known. At the mention of An, Ye's emotions became extremely complicated. In the beginning, An had been just like their father Apollo, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the growth of the tribe. When their father was busy planning the tribe's future, it was An, as the eldest brother, who cared for the young Ye and Hua like a father, leading the hunting team through life and death situations. Until that day, their father entrusted the authority of farming, which represented the tribe's future, to Hua, and handed the responsibility of animal husbandry to her. From that moment on, when N led the hunting team back with full harvests, what greeted them was no longer the enthusiastic cheers of the entire tribe. The tribespeople's attention shifted more toward the vast fertile farmlands and the ever-growing herds. Even within the hunting team, some began to long for the safer and more stable work of farming and herding. Gradually, En became silent, withdrawn, and eventually walked down a path of no return. A tear slid from the corner of Ye's eye. En's death did not only bring pain to Apollo, it tormented Ye as well. She often regretted that she had clearly seen En's lonely and desolate figure when he was alone many times. Yet because she was immersed in the joy of gaining power and her own busyness, she chose to ignore it. Wah! Ye voiced the regret buried deep in her heart. En's death, we are both at fault. She had always believed that it was she and Wah who had driven En onto a path of no return, ultimately leading to the tragedy of father and son turning against each other, and forcing their father to divide his divine favor, accelerating the arrival of old age. But Wah did not think so. He looked at the weeping Ye calmly, without any trace of emotion on his face, and merely dropped a cold sentence. Then, together with the ever-silent Zhe, he walked straight toward the palace where their father was. If En had not rebelled back then, you would already be dead, Ye. These words exploded in Ye's ears. She suddenly raised her head, staring in disbelief at Wah's departing figure. Wah, he actually thought this way. Wah's feelings toward En's death were indeed complicated. He acknowledged En's past care. But he also knew that it was precisely because of En's rebellion that their father, who had been immersed in the illusion of eternity, was awakened and forced to face the reality of his children aging. It was also because of En's sacrifice that their father later shared his divine favor, allowing them to enjoy divine grace and obtain new life. Therefore, Wah held little regret in his heart. Only the cold clarity of, the victor is king, the loser is nothing, and a clear understanding of the transition of power. Apollo leaned against a stone seat covered with animal hides, looking at Wah and Zhe as they arrived together. His gaze lingered for a moment on their youthful faces, a trace of emotion flashing in his eyes. As he looked at them, it was as if he saw a long time ago his younger self, who had just received divine favor, full of drive and only wishing for the tribe to have enough food and clothing. Back then, he only needed to lead the tribe out hunting every day, without needing to think about so much. Carefree, and truly happy. But people, inevitably change. At this thought, Apollo unconsciously recalled En's final words. People will change. Father, sooner or later, your other children, even you, will change. In this world, aside from the eternally unchanging gods, nothing remains the same. Yes. Only the gods were eternal and unchanging. And they were merely human. Humans with desires. In the past, the tribespeople were trapped by hunger, so filling their stomachs was their only wish. But when farming and animal husbandry brought stable food, when the tribe developed into a dynasty, when the population expanded and cities were established, desire began to grow along with it. Like wild grass, impossible to burn away completely. Power, status, wealth, immortality. More and more things were pursued by people, bringing with them ever more conflict and suffering. Apollo, desire is the root of human suffering, because it can never be satisfied. The gods' calm and profound words traveled across decades and once again echoed clearly in his mind. Apollo smiled. His smile was filled with exhaustion and relief. Yet a tear slipped uncontrollably from the corner of his eye, rolling down his wrinkled cheek. So, the god had already seen all of this long ago. Had seen that the flame of civilization he ignited with his own hands would inevitably bring tangled desires and endless suffering. He recalled his own answer back then. God. No matter what the final outcome may be, Apollo can accept it. Yes, he could accept it. Accept the changes of the era, accept the ambitions of his children, accept his own aging, and accept the future filled with desire and conflict that he himself had set in motion. Wah and Zhe did not linger long. They keenly sensed the complex emotions hidden beneath their father's calmness. After respectfully bowing, they withdrew and returned to their former residence in the royal city. silently waiting. Waiting for the fall of the Sun King, and the ascension of the new king. Apollo dismissed all attendants. Leaning on the wooden staff that had accompanied him his entire life. Step by step, slowly yet firmly, he ascended the altar and entered the grand temple he had built with his own hands. The temple was vast and silent. Only the statue of the god, under the starlight and moonlight filtering through the cracks in the roof, emitted an eternal and indifferent glow. He walked before the statue and knelt down. He did not know why he had come here. Was it to bid a final farewell to the god who had given him everything? Or deep in his heart, did he still harbor a faint hope, hoping for guidance from the god, or simply yearning to feel that gaze once more? He opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. What could he say to a god? Gratitude? Repentance? Or recount the magnificent 60 years and its final helplessness? But none of it seemed meaningful anymore. He simply knelt in silence for a long time, like a weathering statue. In the end, he took one deep look at the seemingly eternal statue, then silently turned around and, step by step, left the temple, merging into the night outside. After he left, within the empty temple, upon the statue, strands of brilliant starlight gathered, forming a vague and transcendent figure. It watched Apollo's lonely figure disappear into the darkness beyond the temple gates, and within its heart arose a faint sorrow, almost human in nature. This dream, it had experienced for 60 years. Perhaps this was not merely a dream. That tangible reality, the evolution of civilization, the vivid emotions, all indicated that this was a real world. But no matter what, to it, this still felt more like a long and immersive dream. It should awaken. The starlight began to flicker, gradually dimming, until it completely dissipated, as if it had never appeared. The god had departed. Apollo, who was walking along the stone steps of the altar, suddenly halted. An indescribable sense of emptiness instantly swept through his soul. As if realizing something, he abruptly turned and ran back into the empty temple. Facing the silent statue, he let out a cry filled with despair, longing, and a final farewell. God! However, within the temple, only the echo of his voice reverberated. That gentle voice no longer sounded within the depths of his soul. Apollo froze in place. He understood. The god had already returned to that vast sea of stars. And he, Apollo the one chosen by the gods, had exhausted the last of his lifespan and fate, and could no longer wait for the next descent of the god, whenever it might be. He looked at the statue. At last, a sigh as light as dust, yet carrying his entire life's faith and complexity, escaped his lips. God! Huang Xing awakened. Though only a single night had passed, it felt to him as if an entire lifetime had gone by. Everything around him felt both familiar and unfamiliar. He could hardly distinguish whether he was Huang Xing, or the ruler of the stars. Huang Xing looked at his right hand. At once, a strand of starlight flickered within his palm. He smiled. The dream was not a dream, it was real. He looked at the rented room he lived in and wondered. Was this place also real? He recalled a line from a comic he had once read, which perfectly matched his current thoughts. A human lives 100 years as one lifetime. A dragon lives 100 years as 1 year. But for it, 100 years was merely an instant. If next time, a single dream spanned 1,000 years. When he awoke, would he still remember everything of this present world? Huang Xing knew that he needed to make a choice. The departure of the god caused Apollo to lose the last of his vitality. He no longer handled state affairs, no longer instructed the tribespeople, and rarely even left his residence. He had completely aged. Not in appearance, but in soul. He began to immerse himself in memories of the past. In those memories, he was still that seemingly omnipotent Apollo. Able to free his people from hunger. Able to heal all injuries. Able to lead the tribe from ignorance to glory. Apollo. He thought of his wife. That gentle yet resolute woman. Finally, he thought of his eldest son. Looking back on his long life, He knew that he had been a qualified leader, but by no means a good father. He had devoted his entire life to the tribe, yet neglected his children. The end had ultimately arrived, unavoidable. Apollo seemed to sense something. He summoned the 3 children who remained in the royal city. Wa, Ya, Zay. He looked at them. Looked at their youthful appearances granted by divine favor. On their faces at this moment were written heavy solemnity. And a desire for power. With a trace of irreparable regret, Apollo softly asked. Lay. Has not returned. Yet tightly grasped Apollo's hand. Father. Please hold on a little longer. I'll send someone. No, I'll go myself to bring Lay back. He must already be on his way. Apollo shook his head with difficulty. No need. His gaze swept over his children one by one. As if he wanted to carve their appearances into his soul. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and left his final words. After I die. The throne, the 3 of you. Decide, among yourselves, who will inherit it. Before his words even finished. The hand that held Ya's completely loosened. However, his body did not grow cold and stiff like that of an ordinary corpse. Instead, under the shocked gaze of everyone present, it began to emit a gentle starlight. Specks of light drifted out from his body. Like countless meteors flying in reverse, they gathered into a faint stream of light and flew toward the boundless sky. God dash. Apollo's final voice rang out. That voice was filled with attachment and release. Then, together with that starlight, it dissipated between heaven and earth. Father. Ya cried out in grief, unable to control herself. Wa recovered from his immense shock and brief daze. Taking a deep breath, he shouted with all his strength toward the direction where the starlight vanished. Farewell to the Sun King Dash. His voice awakened the stunned crowd. Everyone present knelt on the ground, filled with utmost reverence and sorrow, and shouted in unison. Farewell to the Sun King Dash. In the 13th year of the Sun Dynasty, the founding ruler, the first Sun King, Apollo, passed away. The news of Apollo's death spread to every corner of the dynasty, bringing immense grief and emptiness. Perhaps, during these 13 years since the dynasty's founding, Apollo, who enforced laws and was cold and merciless, had made many tribesmen feel fear and distance. But at this moment, with his passing, it was as if people suddenly awoke from confusion. They clearly saw the order, prosperity, and territorial expansion of the dynasty over these 13 years. They finally realized how heavy the responsibility and loneliness that king had borne alone. In his own way, he had been guiding the dynasty toward a better future. People began to recall Apollo's achievements, speak of his kindness, and repent for their own faults. The entire dynasty fell into mourning. However, beneath the mourning, a vacuum of power had already appeared. At this moment, in a side hall of the royal palace, 3 people gathered together, each with a different expression. Wa was the first to break the silence. Father has returned to the Sea of Stars. The dynasty cannot be without a new king. We must decide on a successor as soon as possible. Ya suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with anger. Wa. Father has only just left. His soul may not have gone far yet. And you're already so eager to sit on that throne. Do you have even the slightest respect for father in your heart? Yeah. Wa's voice also rose slightly. I am just as grieved as you are. But can grief keep the dynasty running? Can it soothe the unrest of the people? The dynasty father devoted his life to cannot fall into chaos in our hands. We need a new leader now. His words were realistic and cold. If you want to fight, then go ahead. Ya's eyes were filled with disappointment and pain. She suddenly stood up and slammed the door as she left. I have no interest in that throne. Only Wa and Zay remained in the hall. Wa cast his gaze toward the silent Zay, hoping that this younger brother would understand the situation and withdraw on his own. Zay, you know my capabilities. It is best for the dynasty if I inherit the throne. Wa, I understand your thoughts, and your abilities are indeed outstanding. However, I will not give up. He paused, his voice low yet firm. The throne itself, I do not care about it. What I care about is, after Father's departure, who can still communicate with God? Who can still represent God's will? You and I both know that everything we have comes from God's grace. Without God, we are nothing. This throne must be inherited by the one closest to God. Looked at the unwavering conviction in Zay's eyes and knew that words could no longer persuade him. He fell silent for a moment and said nothing more. But he understood clearly that neither side was willing to yield. There was no longer any possibility of a peaceful succession. A struggle centered around the throne. And even more around divine authority. Was about to unfold upon this land. Perhaps he would die, like N in those past years. Perhaps he would win and become the new Sun King. No matter the outcome, he would never regret it. For power, and also to prove that he was the one capable of leading the dynasty toward a stronger future. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the royal city grew increasingly tense. Although Hua and Zhe had not yet clashed with weapons, open and hidden conflicts had already begun. The grief that had once united them after Apollo's death gradually gave way to a restless unease. Faced with this situation, the tribesmen felt confused and at a loss. Both Hua and Zhe were God-blessed, and in the eyes of the people, they carried a divine aura. More importantly, although Apollo had established the dynasty, there had never been a concept of primogeniture, or hereditary succession. The tradition carried over from the tribal era was abdication, or, in other words, the capable shall take the position. The position of tribal leader had always been held by the most prestigious and capable person within the tribe, rather than necessarily being inherited by the previous leader's offspring. Thus, the tribesmen hesitated between Hua and Zhe. Not because they were Apollo's sons, but because they were God-blessed. But as the throne remained vacant for longer and longer, the debate over who was more suitable to become the new king grew increasingly intense. If one spoke of past achievements, Hua's advantage was obvious. Before receiving God's grace, he had been the leader of the tribe's planting team, bringing a stable food supply to the tribe, with outstanding contributions. As for Zhe, before receiving God's grace, he had not held any important position. However, after both became God-blessed, their achievements seemed to even out. Both had successfully expanded outward and established new cities. Not only did they open up broader territories for the dynasty, but they also effectively diverted the ever-growing population, allowing the dynasty to continue developing. This caused their supporters to argue endlessly, unable to reach a conclusion. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, someone unexpected returned. Lei, who had been missing for more than a decade. Not only did he return safely, but behind him followed a large, well-disciplined force. He had successfully subdued the Great River tribe, and developed it into a powerful tribe with a population of 5,000 and unified faith. Even more shocking, every single person in this tribe had eyes filled with devotion to God. This kind of devotion even surpassed that of the current citizens of the Sun dynasty. Back then, after experiencing the doubts of the old priest and N, Apollo had already come to an understanding. God did not require faith, because faith held no meaning for God. Therefore, he had not forcibly promoted belief. Thus, the tribe's people's faith in God stemmed more from awe of divine grace, a natural sense of gratitude and reverence. But in the eyes of the people brought back by Lei, faith was fanatical, exclusive, and something for which they were willing to sacrifice everything. The way they looked at anyone who did not share their belief carried a scrutinizing intent, a determination to eliminate all heretics. Faced with such a group of fanatics, even Zhe, who considered himself devout and longed for divine revelation, felt deep shock and a trace of fear. He could not help but ask himself his own faith. Could it truly compare to this kind of fanaticism that would burn everything for God? But fortunately, Lei had no interest in the throne. What he brought back was something more practical. A long-range weapon called the Fabao, along with its method of manufacture. This tool, capable of killing prey from a distance, felt incredibly novel to the dynasty's people, who were accustomed to close combat and using stone spears. After all, with God-blessed individuals leading hunts, the risk of injury and death was extremely low. Thus, there had been little motivation for innovation in weapons. Lei, now that you've returned this time, will you leave again? Ye found Lei, her eyes filled with reluctance. Like her father Apollo, she longed deep down for family unity, hoping that her brothers would all remain in the royal city and maintain the foundation their father had left behind. I'm sorry, Ye. Lei ultimately chose to leave again. Before departing, he ascended the altar alone and stepped into the grand yet empty temple. He knelt where his father had knelt countless times. Looking up at the divine statue, he prayed. However, God did not cast a gaze upon him. Even though he had brought 5,000 people of fanatical faith, even though he cared more than anyone about God's glory. Ye watched Lei leave and could not help but shout. Lei! Will you come back again? Lei did not turn back. His voice drifted on the wind. When God descends once more, I will return. Lei left. To him. Without God's gaze, without his father, the royal city was nothing more than a land that had lost its soul, unworthy of his attachment. Lei's departure did not ease the tension between Hua and Zhe. Instead, with one less potential mediator, their conflict intensified, almost moving from the shadows into the open. Even Ye, who had always avoided involvement, could no longer stand it. When another clash broke out between the two sides, Ye rushed out and stood between Hua and Zhe. Have you both gone mad? You are brothers bound by blood. Are you really going to fight to the death over a single position? Is the throne really that important? More important than our family bonds? Hua looked at the agitated Ye, his gaze cold. Ye, since you've already given up the throne, then go manage your breeding grounds properly. This is between me and Zhe. With that, he left with his followers. Zhe let out a sigh. Looking at Ye, he revealed the essence of their conflict. Ye, in your eyes, what we're fighting for is the stone seat father left behind, the empty title of king. But in truth, Hua and I do not care about that position as much as you think. He raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the palace dome toward the boundless starry sky. What we care about is God. Ye was utterly confused. But God has already left. Yes, God has already left. Zhe's voice carried a deep longing. But one day, God will descend again. And becoming king, inheriting father's position, means gaining the qualification to communicate with God in the temple, and perhaps, like father, to hear God's will. In this primitive era, just emerging from ignorance, the power of God was the pinnacle of their understanding, the source of all miracles. How much they had once envied their father for alone enjoying God's gaze and guidance. Now was how much they longed to take his place and become the one chosen by God. But God doesn't care at all. Ye almost shouted. As the one who had stayed with Apollo the longest, she clearly knew that God did not care about these things. God had chosen their father. Simply because he could. Zhe fell silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice carried an almost obsessive firmness. God doesn't care. But I do. Even if the hope was slim. Even if it required paying a tremendous price. As long as there was a single possibility, he would never give up. He yearned to be like his father, to hear God's will. And this desire for divine revelation had long surpassed the pursuit of power itself, becoming the sole force driving him forward. Ye fell silent. She looked at the burning longing in Zhe's eyes. All words of persuasion were stuck in her throat. She understood that if the root of the conflict between Hua and Zhe lay in their desire for divine grace, then this struggle would never end. Because that desire, how could she not have it? Or rather, throughout the entire Sun dynasty. Who had not dreamed of that favor? For everyone had grown up listening to the legendary story of Sun King Apollo. For every child, the most captivating part was always that opening chapter that began it all. Beneath the ancient totem pole, the great god chose the child in the middle. Thus, starlight shone upon that child. God bestowed divine grace and granted a name. Thus, Apollo was born. Under God's guidance, he led a small tribe of just over 30 people, cutting through thorns and obstacles, and ultimately established the Sun dynasty that dominated a region. No one did not long to become the next Apollo. No one did not hope that the vast starlight would shine for them. In the end, Ye said nothing. She silently turned and left. The confrontation within the royal city grew increasingly intense. The supporters of Hua and Zhe clashed repeatedly. From initial verbal conflicts, it gradually escalated into small-scale pushing and armed skirmishes. The tense atmosphere was like a bowstring drawn tighter and tighter, permeating every corner of the dynasty. During another confrontation, both sides were fully present, facing off beneath the altar. Hua and Zhe stood at the very front of their respective groups, glaring at each other, as if sparks were flying in the air. At this critical moment, no one noticed. Within the crowd, a young warrior, out of nervousness, had his fingers tremble uncontrollably. He had originally just been nervously drawing his bowstring, aiming at the empty ground in front of Hua as a show of intimidation. But at the exact moment Hua, in agitation, suddenly stepped forward. The arrow knocked on the string slipped free, letting out a faint tearing sound as it shot uncontrollably forward. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. That arrow pierced precisely into Hua's chest. The position of the heart. Ugh! Hua's body stiffened abruptly. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at his chest. The arrow had already sunk in more than halfway. Only the fletching remained outside, trembling slightly. Hua! Zhe cried out in shock, his mind going blank. The entire square fell into a deathly silence in an instant, everyone stunned by this sudden turn of events. Zhe rushed forward and caught Hua. He tried to touch the arrow, yet did not dare to. Despite their prolonged struggle, no matter what methods he had used, he had never intended to take Hua's life. Deep within their hearts, there had always been a fear. To be stained with the blood of one's kin was the greatest blasphemy. Even God would despise it. All divine favor would be lost. The scene they feared the most, the one they least wished to see, had ultimately descended upon them in this accidental manner. Who was it? Who shot the arrow? Zhe raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. The young warrior had long been frightened senseless. He collapsed onto the ground, his face drained of all color. Why? Why did you do this? The warrior cried incoherently. I didn't mean to. But if this kept going, sooner or later, you too. Sooner or later, it would have. I just. And, Lord Zhe, you. Aren't you able to? His words were utterly chaotic, yet they revealed that Zhe had become the only beneficiary of this accident. Bastard! Zhe erupted in fury. He did not care about the throne. What he cared about was God's gaze. Now Hua was dead. Killed by an arrow from someone at his side. With such monstrous sin, with the blood of kin. Would God still show him favor? Rage and fear intertwined. Zhe suddenly raised his hand, and flames surged into existence. In an instant, they engulfed the terrified, pleading warrior. The shrill screams abruptly ceased, leaving behind only a charred corpse. Yet killing could not restore anything. Zhe, along with Ye who had rushed over upon hearing the news, frantically activated the divine grace within their bodies. Gentle starlight enveloped Hua's chest, attempting to heal the fatal wound. But the shattering of the heart seemed to touch upon the fundamental laws of life. The warm radiance flowed over him. Yet the wound would not close, and Hua's life continued to slip away like sand through fingers. Hua looked at the two of them, tears streaming down their faces. The complex emotions in his eyes finally turned into calm relief. He struggled to move the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint, almost illusory smile. His voice was so light it seemed it could dissipate at any moment. That's enough. Zhe, yeah. Don't waste your strength. I am about to go see father. His gaze gradually lost focus. As if crossing through time and space. He saw that brilliant sea of stars, saw that figure standing at its center. In the end, the light in his eyes completely faded, and his head drooped weakly to one side. Hua, the second son of Sun King Apollo, the pioneer who had opened the eastern cities, had his life forever frozen in this struggle born of an endless yearning for divine grace. Ye looked at Hua's body, her expression filled with grief. Back then, and died like this. And now, Hua has fallen before us the same way. Zay, what you are fighting for, is it truly God's grace, or your own desire? Zay's body trembled violently. After so long of open and hidden conflict. He could no longer tell. He truly could no longer tell. What drove him to disregard everything? Was it faith in God, or desire that had already twisted and corrupted within power? Hua's body did not turn into starlight and return to the heavens like their father Apollo. He was, in the end, still mortal, returning to dust. Ye and Zay buried him beside In's grave. These brothers who had once walked different paths, yet ended in tragedy, were finally able to accompany each other in death. Deep into the night, all was silent. Only the cold moonlight poured down. Zay, alone, stepped into the vast, empty temple. He knelt upon the cold ground, gazing up at the divine statue, which under the moonlight appeared even more mysterious and distant. He did not pray, nor did he beg. He simply knelt there quietly, like a stone sculpture. In his mind flashed scenes of childhood play with Hua, with En, with Ye. His father's stern gaze. The ecstasy of receiving divine grace. The anger and suspicion during their conflicts. And finally, it froze upon the moment Hua fell with the arrow in his chest, that look of shock, and ultimate relief. He remained kneeling like this. Letting time pass, letting guilt, confusion, and pain wash over his soul. Until the eastern horizon began to pale. The first ray of dawn pierced through the temple's cracks, illuminating the base of the statue. Only then did Zay struggle to his feet. He walked beneath the statue. His gaze fell upon the stone tablet on the left side of the statue, the one bearing his father's life's work, the Sun Laws. He reached out and gently brushed over the text. He seemed to feel the expectations for the future and the heavy sense of responsibility his father had when carving those words. Carefully, he removed the stone tablet that recorded the laws and began to read it word by word. Those provisions that once seemed somewhat harsh and unfeeling to him now appeared to carry a different meaning. He seemed to see his father beneath the starlight, repeatedly deliberating over the fairness of each law. He saw him enforcing the laws with an iron hand. And beneath that coldness, a desperate gamble for the dynasty's long-term future. I will inherit the throne. Zay, facing the stone tablet, facing the divine statue, made a vow. With my entire life, I will atone for my sin and carry out your path, Father. He decided to bear the throne. Not as glory, but as shackles, as a vow of redemption. Just as he was about to return the stone tablet to its place, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of something. Behind the statue, there seemed to be another inconspicuous stone tablet. If not for the sunlight falling at a particular angle, revealing its shadow, he would never have noticed it. Zay walked over and took out that stone tablet. And the content carved upon it instantly left him frozen in place. God said, Apollo. Desire is the root of human suffering, because desire can never be satisfied. The inscription was ancient yet clear, carrying a calmness and profundity that transcended time. Zay stood stunned. Even his breathing seemed to stop at that moment. This was what God had once said to Father. Unconsciously, in a trembling voice, he read the words on the tablet one by one. Desire is the root of human suffering, because desire can never be satisfied. In that instant, all obsessions, all conflict, all suffering, found their ultimate answer before this simple yet profoundly deep truth. Tears burst forth immediately. Zay thought. If he and Hua had seen this tablet earlier, received God's revelation, could they have avoided this tragedy of brothers turning against each other, of kin slaughtering one another? God was great, he had already foreseen everything that happened today, long ago. But sadly, they had been blinded by their own desires and missed this most important warning. He turned the tablet over. On the other side was a simple carving. It depicted the scene from that year. Their father, beneath the enveloping starlight, dividing his divine grace, turning it into countless specks of light that flew toward the four siblings. Zay brushed his hand over the patterns depicting radiance and bestowed grace. The earliest desire had stemmed from An's unwillingness, from An's fear of death. The desire now stemmed from him and Hua from their longing for divine grace. And what about the future? Would there be new desires that would burn him to ashes? He did not know. This stone tablet seemed like a mirror. It reflected the past, and also revealed the unfathomable fog of the future. In the end, Zay carried the stone tablet and walked out of the temple step by step. He did not return to his residence, but instead came to Ya's door. Yeah. His voice was hoarse. I am going to be crowned. Inside, there was silence for a long time, so long that Zay thought Ya would not respond. Finally, the wooden door was slowly pushed open. When he saw Ya behind the door, Zay stood frozen in place. In just one night, Ya's brilliant golden hair, once like sunlight, had turned completely silver. Her once lively and gentle eyes now held only a depthless, near-dead indifference. The immense grief seemed to have drained all color and emotion from her. She merely glanced at Zay faintly, her gaze hollow, as if looking at a stranger. Zay's throat tightened. He handed the stone tablet from his arms to her. Ya's gaze fell upon the tablet. When she saw the line, desire is the root of human suffering, because desire can never be satisfied. She did not take the tablet. She simply stared at those words. Zay did not insist. He placed the tablet aside, then turned and walked toward the throne that was destined to be lonely. Behind him, Ya no longer maintained that numb expression. She clutched the cold stone tablet tightly with both hands, as if trying to embed it into her very flesh and blood. She collapsed to her knees. The grief, regret, and the accusation against the cruelty of fate that she had suppressed for so long, at this moment burst forth into heart-wrenching sobs that echoed through the quiet morning air. Several days later, the Sun dynasty held the coronation ceremony for its second Sun king. The ceremony was still held before the temple. But the atmosphere was completely different from the jubilant celebration during Apollo's coronation. A suppressed sorrow filled the air. The people gathered below, their faces still carrying lingering grief and confusion about the future. Zay wore ceremonial robes similar to those his father had worn. Step by step, he ascended the altar. His pace was slow yet steady, his back carrying a sense of weariness and solitude far beyond his age. There were no cheers, no praises. Only the sound of wind whipping through the banners. He faced the rising sun, yet felt no warmth at all. He took the wooden staff stained with An's blood and raised it high. I, Zay, son of Apollo, hereby declare that I inherit the throne of the Sun King. His voice was loud. I will follow the Sun laws, protect the territory of the dynasty, and continue my father's will. He did not say, lead the dynasty to prosperity, nor did he mention divine grace. He knew that in the eyes of God, all of this held no meaning. He was merely fulfilling a responsibility, a vow of atonement. Sun King. King Zay. After a brief silence, the people below let out uneven shouts. Within those cries, there was little heartfelt reverence. What remained was more an acknowledgement of a settled fact, and a longing for stable order. Ye did not appear at the coronation. Some said they saw her holding that stone tablet, leaving the royal city, her destination unknown. Zay stood atop the altar, overlooking his kingdom. He had gained the throne, yet his heart was barren. He raised his head and looked toward the clear blue sky. There was no longer his father's starlight, nor the gaze of God. Only endless solitude. And the warning carved upon that stone tablet, accompanying him through his long life. A new era of the dynasty had begun, yet it was shrouded in a shadow that would never disperse. Year 1. God did not descend. Zay sat upon the throne, his appearance unchanged. He was not anxious. He had time to repent, to prove himself, to wait for that starlight to descend once more. He governed diligently, managing the dynasty in an orderly manner. Year 5. Prayers received no response, the temple remained empty. Zay began to feel uneasy. In the dead of night, he would always think alone. Was it because of the sin of fratricide that had tainted divine grace, causing God to completely abandon him? Unwilling to cast his gaze upon this land, ruled by a sinner. Year 10. Zay felt his body beginning to age. He began to panic. For the first time, he clearly realized his lifespan was not infinite. He might spend his entire life in endless waiting and repentance, only to die without ever attaining redemption. Year 20. Silver had appeared at Zay's temples. He spent almost all his time outside of governance within the cold temple. He knelt before the divine statue, repeatedly recounting his sins, repenting for the ambition and blindness of the past. He became taciturn, his brows shrouded in an unrelenting gloom and obsession. Under his rule, the dynasty even developed further. But his heart was trapped within that temple. Trapped within the endless longing for God's shadow and the endless condemnation of himself. Just as Zay was about to be crushed by the long wait, an urgent message from the distant frontier left everyone in disbelief. On the eastern border of the dynasty, there had appeared others who possessed divine grace. And not just one. This news jolted Zay awake from repentance, followed by immense fear and even deeper confusion. Divine grace. Was it not exclusive to them? Could it be that God had already descended, yet refused to see him? That God had bestowed grace elsewhere, deliberately avoiding the land ruled by him, a sinner? A sense of abandonment enveloped him. Zay led soldiers from the royal city along with a group of ministers, traveling day and night to the eastern frontier. There, he met those 5 people. They were very young, dressed in leather armor unlike the dynasty's standard attire, their eyes clear and full of vitality. A faint power flowed around them of the same origin as Zay's. They looked at Zay's well-equipped and imposing group without fear, only pure curiosity. The leading young man stepped forward. His gaze fell upon Zay as he spoke. "You are Zay." Addressing him so directly caused the loyal chief attendant beside Zay to erupt in anger, shouting sharply. "How dare you? You should address our leader as King." "King." The 5 youths looked at one another. Genuine confusion appeared on their faces, clearly having no understanding of this title or what it represented. Zay raised his hand to stop the attendant. Titles meant nothing to him at this moment. All his attention was fixed on that familiar fluctuation of divine grace. He looked at the leading youth, his voice trembling slightly with excitement and a certain fear. "Your power. Your divine grace, where did it come from?" "It was bestowed upon us by Lord Divine Envoy." Divine Envoy? Zay's mind instantly flashed with Lei's figure. He remembered that long ago, when Lei had returned, the people of the Great River tribe had referred to Lei as a divine envoy. An uncontrollable surge of anger rose in his heart. Lei had actually bestowed the grace granted by God upon these unknown mortals. Has Lei gone mad? Zay almost growled. He actually shared divine grace with you. However, the young man revealed a confused expression. He shook his head and corrected him. Lei. Who is that? The one who bestowed this sacred grace upon us is the divine envoy Lordia. What? That's impossible. This time, not only Zay, but everyone behind him from the royal city cried out in shock. Especially Ya's direct descendants. At this moment, their faces were filled with disbelief and the shock of betrayal. Xing Ya, the current head of the Ya family, suddenly rushed out from the crowd, extremely agitated. Nonsense. How could our ancestor bestow divine grace upon outsiders like you? We are her bloodline. Her descendants. He could not understand it, nor could he accept it. Their ancestor Ya, the eldest daughter of Apollo. She possessed sacred blood and great divine grace. Why would she rather grant divine grace to these strangers than bless her own children and grandchildren? One must know. Ye and her husband had 3 sons and 3 daughters. Now most of these descendants had already entered old age, yet not a single one had ever received the favor of divine grace. It's you. You must have deceived our ancestor with sweet words. You tricked her into giving away what rightfully belongs to us. I demand that you return divine grace immediately. That is not something you deserve to possess. Faced with these sudden accusations and demands, the leading young man frowned tightly. His gaze became vigilant and firm as he refused without hesitation. I don't know you, nor do I understand what you're talking about. This power was personally bestowed by Lord Divine Envoy Ya after witnessing our devotion and character. It has nothing to do with you. Although Zay was angered that Ye had granted what belonged to God to people of another tribe, he still could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At least, it had not been directly bestowed by God himself. How is Ye? Zay wanted to know. How Ye had lived during these 20 years after leaving. The young man's expression dimmed, revealing sorrow, as he answered in a low voice. Lord Divine Envoy has already returned to the Sea of Stars. Boom! Zay stood frozen in place, his mind blank. Now even Ye was gone. At this moment, the young man carefully removed a bundle from his back and took out the item wrapped in soft animal hide, presenting it with both hands to Zay. They were 2 stone tablets. Zay recognized them at a glance. One of them was the very tablet he had given to Ye back then, the one that recorded God's maxim and the original granting of authority. His gaze first fell upon the side with the carving. The scene of their father sharing divine grace remained unchanged, as if time had left no mark. However, when he flipped it over, his pupils suddenly contracted. The upper half of the tablet still bore that divine maxim. Desire is the root of human suffering, because desire can never be satisfied. The middle section of the tablet recorded the original divine art bestowal of authority. And the lower half of the tablet, the previously blank space, had been filled with new content. As he read carefully, the shock on Zay's face grew more intense. Because the content in the lower half was clearly another, divine art. He had never imagined that within these 20 years, Ye had, by her own strength, created the second divine art in this world. Seeing this, the young man handed over the other stone tablet. Zay took it. On it were words left behind by Ye. Through what was recorded on it, Zay finally understood the origin of this second divine art. Back then, Ye had left the royal city in utter despair. She traveled eastward. Eventually, she was blocked by a continuous mountain range and stopped at a small tribe at the foot of the mountains. By chance, she revealed the power of divine grace, and was revered by the people of that tribe as a divine envoy. That stay lasted 20 years. During those 20 years, the figures of En, Wa, and their father constantly lingered in her dreams. The tragedy of siblings killing one another clung to her like a nightmare. She always felt that things should not have ended this way. So, in order to prevent the next generation from being driven by endless desire again, she conceived an idea. She wanted to change all of this. Thus, she began to study day and night the first divine art bestowed by God bestowal of authority. After countless attempts, she succeeded. She named this brand new divine art Divine Grace Art. Through the tablet, Ye clearly explained the fundamental difference between divine grace art and bestowal of authority. Bestowal of authority granted the authority itself. Just as their father Apollo had done. He had divided and bestowed the authority of Leo that he possessed. Those who obtained a portion of that authority drew their power directly from the Leo constellation in the starry sky. As long as the stars did not perish, their power would never be exhausted. This was why their father could, by himself, develop an entire tribe into a dynasty. And why Lei could, by himself, confront nearly 1,000 warriors of the Great River tribe. They were the embodiment of the Leo constellation in the mortal world. On the other hand, divine grace art granted divine grace. It was power, not authority. Through divine grace art, the caster could pray to the stars and receive divine power in return. This power allowed the caster to possess a physique beyond mortals and to unleash flames or starlight. However, its strength was limited, and its connection to the stars was far inferior to those who possessed authority. It was more like a bestowed gift rather than true possession. After reading all of this, Zay let out a long breath. At this moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He was astonished by Ya's extraordinary talent, yet also felt a sense of relief. He had always worried that after their generation of authority-bearers died, the dynasty would completely lose its connection to God, losing the protection of divine grace. Because the authority they possessed was itself divided authority. This also meant that they could not, like their father, use bestowal of authority on others again. For they themselves were products of that bestowal and could not become its source. And now, the emergence of divine grace art provided a solution. Although the divine grace users created through it were far weaker than authority bearers, at least divine grace could be passed on. Zay looked at the young man, his tone softening considerably. Yeah. Did she leave anything else for you to give to me? The young man shook his head, his attitude respectful. Reporting to the divine envoy, Envoy Ya only instructed me to deliver these 2 stone tablets to you. Just now, when he gazed at Zay, in a fleeting daze, it felt as if he had seen a star just like the divine envoy. So his tone became even more respectful, because the person before him was also a divine envoy. Very good. Zay nodded. What do the 5 of you plan to do next? The young man respectfully requested leave. Divine envoy. We came under Envoy Ya's orders. Now that our mission is complete, we plan to return to our tribe. Very well. Zay did not try to keep them. After the 5 left, the gentleness on Zay's face vanished instantly. He turned to look at Xing Ya, whose expression was still unpleasant, and gave a low command. Send a few clever people to quietly follow them and locate their tribe. Yes, King. Xing Ya immediately accepted the order. A trace of cold sharpness flashed through his eyes. Carrying the 2 stone tablets, Zay returned to the royal city. At this moment, he had already made his decision. He would never allow the divine grace technique created by Ya to fall into other tribes and be mastered by outsiders. In his eyes, only the descendants of Apollo were qualified to pray to the Leo constellation for blessings. This was originally a power bestowed by the gods upon his father, belonging to their family. He could not tolerate his father's glory being tainted by those of lowly bloodlines. 1 month later, the young man and his group safely returned to the tribe at the foot of the mountain range. After 20 years of development, this small tribe that once had only a little over 100 people had grown to nearly 1,000 under Ya's protection and guidance. The power of ability users was clearly evident in accelerating the development of primitive tribes. Shan, you're back. A little girl named Mo ran happily to the young man. Shan crouched halfway and patted her head. Mo, I'm back. Shan, are you hungry? Mother made flatbread. Not yet, I'll eat later. Shan did not return home immediately. Instead, he led the other 4 to the waterfall outside the tribe. Then, the 5 of them knelt toward the river beneath the waterfall. Divine Envoy. Shan spoke loudly. His voice carried devotion and solemnity. I have followed your instructions and delivered the stone tablets to another divine envoy. May you rest in peace within the sea of stars. After Ya's death, she had not chosen burial in the earth, but instead had her body sunk into the river beneath this waterfall. She had hoped that after death, she could follow the current to different places, to see the sights she had never witnessed in life. Just as Shan and the others knelt in worship. Not far away, faint rustling sounds came from the grass, then quickly returned to silence. The soldiers who had been ordered to follow them quietly withdrew after confirming the tribe's location, setting off back to the royal city to report. Let's go back. Shan stood and said to his companions. Completely unaware that they had brought danger upon their tribe. After returning to the royal city, Zay immediately summoned all the descendants of the 3 lineages Wa, Ya, and his own. 100 years had passed. Their children's generation had long since died. Those now standing before him were mostly grandchildren and even great-grandchildren, many already showing signs of age. The three lineages together had grown to 1,000 people, forming a vast family. Zhe did not immediately make the divine grace technique public. He understood deeply the temptation and danger of power. Thus, he implemented strict control measures. First, he selected only the most senior grandchildren from each lineage to be taught. This ensured that the first group to learn the divine grace technique were relatively mature and steady. Second, he established strict rules. In the future, the teaching of the divine grace technique would be determined based on one's contributions to the dynasty. Only those with outstanding merit, approved by him or a designated member, could be granted it. Most importantly, to prevent anyone from selfishly passing the technique to their own descendants without authorization. Zhe required every person who learned the divine grace technique to swear an oath before the divine statue. I swear in the name of the Lord of the Stars that I will never privately pass the divine grace technique to any unapproved individual. Those who violate this oath shall have their souls fall into eternal darkness, never to bask in starlight for all eternity. In this era, where faith was ingrained into the bones, an oath made before the gods held binding force beyond worldly law. No one dared to touch this taboo. It would be regarded as an unforgivable sin. Thus, Zhe firmly held the divine grace technique in his own hands and bound it to his family. Through this, he constructed a controllable system of power to maintain the rule of Apollo's descendants over the solar dynasty. When the soldiers who had followed Shan's group returned, Zhe also learned the location of Shan's tribe. He assembled 3,000 well-equipped soldiers. These soldiers had grown up listening to the legends of Apollo and were filled with reverence and awe toward Zhe, a descendant of Apollo. Though they did not know the purpose of the campaign, they knew to obey the king's orders unconditionally. The army set out, silent and murderous, toward the eastern frontier, toward the tribe at the foot of the mountains. Shan's tribe lived a peaceful life. The roar of the waterfall was their daily accompaniment. Smoke curled gently from cooking fires as children played in the open ground. Women processed animal hides and grains, while the men prepared for the next hunt. They were grateful to and remembered the late envoy. They also felt pride and reassurance that 5 recipients of divine grace had appeared in their tribe. They were full of hope for the tribe's future. But disaster was approaching from the west. By the time they saw the army of the solar dynasty, it was already too late. The vast, dark mass of troops swiftly surrounded the entire tribe without leaving a single gap. Zhe rode atop a tall warhorse, positioned at the very front of the army. He wore magnificent armor symbolizing the Solar King. His cold gaze swept across this place where Ye had stayed for 20 years and poured her efforts. Looking at the panicked, fearful, and bewildered tribespeople, not a ripple stirred in his heart. King, the encirclement has been completed as ordered. A general reported respectfully. Zhe gave a slight nod. His voice was not loud, yet it carried unquestionable authority, clearly spreading across the battlefield. This tribe has desecrated divine grace and harbored forbidden power. Their crime warrants execution. By the solar law and the will of the gods, they are to be eradicated. Leave none alive. Eradicate. Leave none alive. 3,000 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Why? What have we done wrong? The old tribal chief staggered forward. He cried out in grief and fury. Envoy, you protected us. We too believe in the great Lord of the Stars. But the answer he received was the charge of the soldiers. For the Solar King. Kill. Battle, or rather, slaughter, erupted in an instant. The well-trained soldiers brandished their sharp blades and charged straight at the tribespeople. In an instant, screams and cries echoed across the sky. Shan and the other 4 immediately felt their eyes split with fury. They unleashed their full-strength starlight and flames surged around their bodies. Fight them to the death. One young man roared. He thrust both hands forward, sending out a wave of blazing fire that burned the soldiers at the front into charred corpses. Another drew upon starlight to form a shield, barely blocking a rain of arrows. Their power indeed surpassed that of ordinary people. On certain parts of the battlefield, they even caused considerable chaos and casualties. Zhe stood at a high point, observing everything. He saw Shan weaving swiftly through the crowd. With every wave of his hand, soldiers fell, flames in his grasp as obedient as pets. But he also noticed that Shan's power was limited. His flames could only be sustained within a small range. Divine grace, in the end, is merely a gift, not authority. Zhe murmured softly, a trace of mockery and loneliness hidden in his tone. He slowly raised his hand. In an instant, centered on him, a far more brilliant starlight spread outward. Shan, locked in fierce combat, suddenly felt a jolt of dread. He looked up to see a dazzling sphere of light condensing in Zhe's hand. "Watch out!" Shan could only shout a warning. With a flick of Zhe's hand, the sphere shot out like a meteor toward a young man blessed with divine grace. Boom dash! A deafening explosion resounded. When the blinding light faded, a deep crater had been blasted into the ground. The young man, along with several tribespeople around him, had vanished into nothingness. Only a scorched pit remained. Absolute silence enveloped that small part of the battlefield, and it was replaced by even greater panic. The gap between an ability wielder and a recipient of divine grace was displayed in full. Soon, the remaining 3 divine grace users were also pierced through by spears of starlight conjured by Zhe. Even as they resisted with all their might. Before absolute power, they were like fireflies beneath the bright moon, utterly powerless. 5 reduced to 1. Only Shan remained, barely holding on with agile movements and sheer willpower. He watched familiar tribespeople fall one by one into pools of blood. He watched former companions die tragically. He watched the old tribal chief pierced through by a spear. He watched Imo trampled mercilessly in the chaos. Endless fury and despair nearly devoured him whole. Why? Why? Envoy was your sister. Shan roared at Zhe, his voice drenched in grief. Zhe's gaze remained cold. He guided his warhorse forward slowly, and wherever he passed, soldiers parted to make way. He looked at Shan, as if looking at a struggling ant. Precisely because she was my sister, I must personally correct her mistake. Divine grace is not something lowly bloodlines like yours are allowed to touch. The radiance of the Leo constellation must not be defiled. His words, like a final judgment, extinguished the last hope in Shan's heart. Shan knew he was no match for Zhe. If he stayed, there was only death. The flames of vengeance burned wildly within him. But he understood he had to live. He had to survive. Only by living could he remember today's hatred, and perhaps one day repay the destruction of his tribe. He unleashed the last of his remaining power. Blazing flames burst outward in a ring, forcing back the surrounding soldiers. Using that brief opening, he dashed toward the forest outside the tribe. He needed the dense forest to hinder those who would pursue him. Trying to escape. Zhe let out a cold snort and raised a hand. A spear of starlight formed instantly, tearing through the air with a sharp screech as it shot toward Shan's back. Sensing the fatal threat behind him, Shan reacted on instinct, throwing himself forward. Pfft! The spear grazed his back, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The power of starlight even scorched his bones. The pain nearly made him faint on the spot. Yet he clenched his teeth, using the momentum to roll into the dense underbrush, his figure instantly swallowed by layers of foliage. Pursue! Alive or dead, bring him back. At Zhe's command, a squad of soldiers rushed into the forest to search. Zhe did not pursue personally. He looked over the tribe, now transformed into a living hell. Flames burned, the stench of blood was overwhelming, children cried, and the wounded groaned. But soon, under the soldiers' finishing blows, everything fell silent. There was no expression on Zhe's face, no joy of victory, no discomfort from slaughter. As if he had merely completed a necessary and insignificant task. "Clean it up," he ordered calmly. Then, surrounded by his generals, he left the land he had personally reduced to scorched earth. Behind him rose thick smoke and a lifeless tribe. In the forest, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, Shan struggled through the depths of the dense woods. He did not dare stop, nor look back. The pain in his body and the searing hatred in his heart were the only forces driving him forward. He evaded several search parties, drank murky pond water, and gnawed on bitter roots and wild fruits. His wounds festered in the harsh conditions, and fever began to take hold. At times, he thought he would die in some unknown corner. But whenever his consciousness blurred, the images of his tribe's slaughter, Zay's cold words, and the calm yet faintly sorrowful gaze of Envoya before her death, would flash through his mind. "I can't die. I can't die. Mother is waiting for me to go back. Big brother will definitely return. Chief." He muttered over and over, like a man possessed. Who knew how much time passed? He climbed onto a cliff, finally shaking off his pursuers. Collapsed at the top, he looked toward the distant land that had once been his home, now reduced to drifting smoke. Tears mixed with blood and dirt, streaking across his face. He had survived. Only him. Facing the slowly rising moon. He let out a howl like a lone wolf. That cry was filled with endless grief and undying hatred. Zay. Looking at the brilliant starry sky, Shan swore an oath to the gods. "I, Shan, swear here. O great gods! I will make Zay pay the price. I will make the solar dynasty disappear from this world. Even if Zay was a divine envoy. Even if he himself was only a mortal blessed with divine grace. One day, he would return, carrying the flames of vengeance. Under Lay's decades-long management, the former Great River tribe had long since been transformed. Relying on his power as an ability wielder, as well as his fervent promotion of faith in the Lord of the Stars, the tribe's population continued to expand, now reaching the scale of 10,000. It had become a super-large tribe where every single person believed in the Lord of the Stars. All those born in the Great River tribe grew up listening to the greatness of the Lord of the Stars. And their faith in the deity was etched deep into their souls. For the great God, they were willing to devote everything they had. Now, Lay overlooked this land. A thought began to take root in his heart. He turned his gaze westward, thinking of the solar dynasty established by his father. That was a nation built upon bloodline and royal authority. He had come to deeply realize. Pure royal power would inevitably breed endless desire and conflict, ultimately leading to destruction. In that case, why not establish an entirely new order? A nation no longer ruled by the bloodline of a king, but governed by the supreme, divine will. Here, power would not come from inheritance or struggle, but from devotion to and service of the gods. He would establish a divine kingdom upon the earth, using the grandeur of divine authority to eliminate the corruption of mortal desires. Once this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, impossible to suppress. Thus, Lay summoned all devout believers before the newly constructed Temple of the Stars. A grand ceremony was held. Standing atop a towering altar, clad in a white robe embroidered with dazzling stars, holding a staff symbolizing divine authority, he proclaimed to the people. What we believe in is the sovereign who governs the stars. His will stands above all worldly things. From this day forth, the Great River tribe shall become history. We shall establish a new nation, the theocratic state of the stars. Here, there is no king, only supreme divine authority. And I shall devote my life to serving the gods, conveying divine will, as the spokesperson of the gods in the mortal world, the Pope. Long live the Pope! Long live the theocratic state of the stars! May the gods bless the state! Thunderous cheers surged into the heavens. For these people, whose faith had already sunk deep into their souls under Lay's guidance, this was undoubtedly a further manifestation of divine grace. A step toward a sacred kingdom. Thus, the theocratic state of the stars was born. A nation where divine authority stood above all, where the church controlled everything, and where the pope held absolute power. After initially establishing a hierarchical system centered on cardinals and regional bishops, Lei made a decision. He would formally inform the solar dynasty in the West, inform his brother, Zhe. He did not intend to provoke, but to declare a new possibility, a mode of governance that he believed to be superior and more aligned with divine will. He even faintly hoped that Zhe might understand, or even, agree. Thus, a messenger dressed in the white robes of the theocratic state crossed vast lands and arrived at the royal city of the solar dynasty, presenting Lei's handwritten letter to Zhe. In the letter, Lei spoke in the voice of the Pope, describing the founding of the theocratic state of the stars, explaining the doctrine of divine supremacy. He also informed Zhe that when the new moon rose, he would hold his coronation ceremony as Pope in the capital, Holy Star City. After reading everything, Zhe was first in disbelief, then a surge of anger ignited by a sense of betrayal and absurdity shot straight to his head. Pope. Theocratic state of the stars. Divine supremacy. Zhe slammed the letter onto the stone table. What exactly is Lei trying to do? Has he established a second dynasty out there? Is he abandoning the legacy our father built, abandoning the bloodline of Apollo? He could not understand Lei's actions. In his eyes, the solar dynasty was the crystallization of their father's life's work. A symbol of their family's glory. Proof of divine blessing. Lei's actions were nothing short of naked betrayal. But after the anger, a deeper worry rose in Zhe's heart. Lei possessed power not inferior to his own. Now he had established a new nation centered on divine authority. This was a threat to the solar dynasty. He could not ignore it. Make preparations. Zhe took a deep breath and made his decision. I will personally visit this so-called theocratic state of the stars, and see what my dear brother is truly trying to do. Not only would he question Lei face to face, he would also show Lei, and the entire state, the power and legitimacy still held by the solar dynasty and the bloodline of Apollo. When Zhe's party was about to depart, he did something that shocked everyone. He took with him all those in the royal city who had received the blessing of the Leo constellation through the divine grace technique, including the descendants of Ye and Hua, as well as the most outstanding members of his own lineage, nearly 100 in total. This group had no banners, no military escort. Yet when they left the royal city, the shock they caused surpassed any army. Because every single member of this group had golden hair and golden eyes. Under the sunlight, these nearly 100 divine grace recipients walking together looked like a flowing river of gold, a moving, dazzling starry sky. The aura naturally emanating from them gathered into an invisible yet overwhelming pressure, causing every tribe and traveler along the way to feel awe and fear deep within their souls. Golden hair and golden eyes, once the exclusive symbol of the solar king Apollo and his children. Now, they appeared in batches. This news spread rapidly. Even more shocking than Zhe's departure itself. When this group arrived at the border of the theocratic state of the stars, the border soldiers could hardly believe their eyes. Looking at the nearly 100 golden-haired, golden-eyed, recipients of divine grace, their minds went blank. In their understanding, only Pope Lei possessed such sacred features. But now, this completely overturned their beliefs. The news was sent back to Holy Star City at the fastest speed. Upon hearing it, even the usually calm Lei could not hide his astonishment. Nearly 100 golden-haired, golden-eyed divine grace recipients. He repeated, confusion filling his eyes. How is this possible? He knew how precious and rare divine grace was. He himself could not grant blessings through his power. Divine grace could only come from the gods. Now that the gods had departed, how had Zhe managed to grant it to so many? Though puzzled, Lei did not panic. He understood his brother Zhe. This visit was certainly not merely to offer congratulations. He calmly gave his orders. With the highest honors. Receive the Solar King and his entourage. Escort them to the temple. He wanted to see what kind of surprise Zhe had brought. And what kind of conversation he intended to have. The plaza before the Temple of the Stars. This temple was extremely grand, constructed entirely of massive white stones, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. At this moment, priests and believers stood solemnly on both sides of the plaza, the atmosphere dignified and austere. Zhe led his golden, radiant group into the plaza. He still wore the attire of the Solar King, forming a stark contrast with Lei's white papal robe. He swept his gaze across this structure filled with sacred style and the fervent believers. His brow furrowed ever so slightly. As for the people of the theocratic state, they were completely shaken by the massive group of divine grace recipients behind Zhe. That converging golden radiance almost burned their eyes. Those who had once taken pride in their faith now could not help but feel doubt and unease arise within them. Why did the Solar Dynasty possess so many divine grace recipients? Was it because their own faith was not devout enough to receive the gods' blessings? Lei slowly walked out from the temple, standing atop the high steps, facing Zhe across the plaza. The two brothers, one the Pope of divine authority, the other a secular king, met each other's gaze in midair, their expressions complex and unreadable. Zhe, my brother. Lei spoke first, his voice calm. Welcome to the theocratic state of the stars. What you've brought. This gift is truly astonishing. Zhe looked at Lei, whose temperament had completely changed, and let out a cold snort, getting straight to the point. Lei, I did not come here to tour your so-called state. I only want to ask you, why did you betray our father's will and establish your own faction? Lei did not grow angry at Zhe's questioning. He slowly descended the steps and walked to stand before Zhe. His gaze swept over the golden-haired, golden-eyed divine grace recipients, then returned to Zhe. Betrayal? No, Zhe. I am pursuing the path revealed by our father and even by the gods. Have you ever seen our father obsessed with royal power? He spent more time praying in the temple. The gods do not need kings. They only need devout believers. I established the state to better convey divine will, to prevent tragedies born from selfish desires of royal power from happening again. He paused, then looked at the divine grace recipients behind Zhe and voiced the question in his heart. Compared to that, I am more curious, how did you achieve this? The gods have returned to the Sea of Stars. Neither of us can use authority to grant blessings. Where did these nearly 100 divine grace recipients come from? A trace of complexity appeared on Zhe's face. You think you're the only one seeking change? You've been gone too long. You know nothing of what has happened in the royal city. It was you. In the final 20 years of her life, she devoted herself to research and ultimately created the second divine art in this world. The second divine art? Lei was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that Ye had created a second divine art. He had always believed that divine arts could only be granted by the gods. Yet Ye had already reached this step. Perhaps her understanding of the gods far surpassed theirs. That's right. Zhe's voice carried weight. She named it the Divine Grace Technique. Zhe explained to Lei the principles of the Divine Grace Technique, as well as its difference from authority bestowal. He recounted how Ye, in order to prevent future generations from once again being driven by desire, had devoted immense effort to research. In the end, she successfully created this divine art, allowing mortals to obtain blessings by praying to the Leo constellation. Authority bestowal grants authority. But the Divine Grace Technique grants only power, a blessing, a borrowing of starlight. Zhe concluded, his tone tinged with an indescribable emotion. Ye had already foreseen much. Lei listened quietly. The expression on his face shifted from shock to realization. And finally turned into a deep, complex emotion mixed with admiration, sorrow, and understanding. For a long time, he said nothing. His gaze seemed to pass through time, seeing Ye. There she was, beneath the mountains, alone, contemplating the stars, dedicating her final years to future generations. She had hoped that through the Divine Grace Technique, they could escape a future driven by desire. So, that's how it is. Lei sighed softly and looked at Zhe. So, relying on the divine grace technique you left behind, you cultivated this force of divine grace recipients. Yes. Zay straightened his back, his tone growing firm. This proves that the bloodline of Apollo, the legitimacy of the solar dynasty, still possesses the favor of the gods. Lei, abandon this so-called state. Return to the dynasty our father built. That is the correct path. However, Lei slowly shook his head. His gaze became even more resolute. No, Zay. This instead proves that we need an order to restrain and guide power. The emergence of the divine grace technique only makes me more certain that establishing a nation centered on divine authority, using faith to restrain desire, is the correct path. In the state, power will serve faith, not desire. At this moment, in their locked gazes, all warmth had vanished, leaving only the fundamental opposition of ideologies. Zay believed in the legitimacy of bloodline and royal authority. Lei upheld the supremacy of divine authority and faith. Both believed that the gods would approve of their choices, that they were walking the path the gods desired. Yet they had long forgotten. The gods did not care about any of this. A state without divine grace, is it? Zay stared at Lei. His gaze revealed stubbornness. Lei, as long as you are willing to abandon this so-called state and return to the solar dynasty the divine grace technique, I can give it to you. He paused, his tone unquestionable. Of course, the divine grace technique can only be passed down to those who carry the bloodline of Apollo. As long as you return, I can arrange the finest women for you to continue our noble bloodline. Lei smiled. He understood Zay's meaning clearly. If he insisted on remaining in the state, then the divine grace technique would be forever out of reach for him and his nation. This was Zay's bottom line and also his bargaining chip to pull Lei back onto the right path. But Lei was not in a hurry. Because as long as he lived, the theocratic state of the stars would stand unshaken. So what if the solar dynasty possessed nearly 100 divine grace recipients? Before true authority, those borrowed powers were nothing more than the faint glow of fireflies. Likewise, if Zay were to return to the Sea of Stars first, with his strength, obtaining the divine grace technique from the solar dynasty would not be difficult. This was the confidence of an ability wielder. Yet beneath these cold thoughts, a deep emotion stirred within Lei. He looked at Zay, who had become unfamiliar to him. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. Zay, you've changed. The moment those words were spoken, both of them froze. Time seemed to reverse in an instant. Returning to that night when N fell in a pool of blood. Back then, their father had spoken similar words to N in the same disappointed tone. And N's reply, mixed with despair and prophecy, now echoed with absolute clarity in their minds. Yes, I changed. People do change. Father, one day, your other children, even you, will change. In this world, aside from the eternal and unchanging gods, nothing remains the same. A smile appeared on Zay's face. But that smile held only bitterness and self-mockery. So, N had already seen everything that is happening now. He murmured, as if speaking to Lei, and also as if admitting it to himself. Yes. I changed. Zay's voice suddenly rose. I became a king. A cold and selfish king, using every means to maintain the dynasty and the bloodline of Apollo. A heartless king. His gaze snapped toward Lei. But what about you, Lei? You keep talking about building a divine nation, abandoning selfish desire. Have you not changed at all? Do you truly have no desires of your own? Lei fell silent, offering no answer. He could not deny it. Establishing the state and promoting divine authority was itself a manifestation of desire. It was merely cloaked in sanctity. Zay did not expect an answer. He only wanted to vent the emotions buried within him. And after the heated exchange, their emotions strangely calmed. Father, those once vivid faces had long since returned to the Sea of Stars. Now, in this vast and lonely world, they were each other's only remaining kin bound by blood. And yet, they stood on opposing sides, confronting each other for the sake of different beliefs and paths. In the end, Zhe looked deeply at Lei. Then he turned and left with the divine grace recipients behind him. At the moment he was about to step out of the temple plaza, he stopped. Without turning back, he spoke the words buried deepest within his heart, filled with loneliness and fragility. Lei, in this world, only the two of us remain. Lei looked at Zhe's back, which suddenly seemed desolate. His mind wavered. And he responded softly, almost like a murmur in a dream. Yes. Only the two of us remain. Zhe left with the divine grace recipients. Holy Star City returned to its usual order. But an invisible rift had already been planted. Lei remained alone in the vast temple of the stars. He knelt devoutly before the statue, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart through prayer. He recited the doctrines again and again, praying to that distant, unreachable God for guidance. Your Holiness. After an unknown amount of time, a voice broke the silence of the temple. Lei came back to his senses from prayer. He noticed the visitor. It was his eldest disciple, You. You, what is it? Lei's tone carried a hint of surprise at being interrupted. You understood his habits during prayer well. Unless it was something important, he would never enter lightly. You lowered his head respectfully and reminded him. Your Holiness, it is already late. Lei was slightly startled. He looked up through the high windows of the temple at the deep night sky, where countless stars were clearly visible. Only then did he realize that this prayer had lasted an entire afternoon until late at night. Something that had never happened before. In the past, 1 hour had always been enough. It's already night? He murmured, a trace of confusion in his voice. Yes, Your Holiness. Yu's voice remained respectful. Lei and Yu walked out of the temple together, looking up at the eternal, brilliant, yet indifferent starry sky. The night wind brushed against Lei's white papal robe. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. You, do you wish to possess divine grace? Yu's body trembled violently. Then joy surged across his face. He immediately knelt, his voice filled with excitement. Yes. Your Holiness. I long to bathe in divine grace, to better serve our Lord and assist you. As Lei's eldest disciple, designated as the next pope, Yu held a highly respected position within the state. But deep in his heart, there was an unease. He was merely a mortal. He could not display miracles like Lei. He could not possess the golden hair and golden eyes that symbolized divine favor. What he relied on was his administrative ability and loyalty to Lei. Once Lei returned to the Sea of Stars, how could he, a mortal pope, make believers who had witnessed true divine grace sincerely submit? The shock brought by the nearly 100 divine grace recipients from the solar dynasty today had magnified this unease infinitely. He had once believed he had already devoted body and soul to the gods, able to resist worldly temptations. But when he witnessed that golden radiance with his own eyes, his desire for divine grace deep within his heart surged forth uncontrollably. As if divine grace itself were desire, drawing people in, making them long to possess it. With the support of the divine grace system, the solar dynasty entered a phase of rapid expansion. Relying on the advantages and conveniences brought by divine grace recipients, the dynasty's territory expanded drastically within 3 years, reaching nearly 1 million square kilometers. To effectively govern this vast land, Zhe formally established a noble title system. From lowest to highest, Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke, and at the very top the one and only Solar King. Through the granting of titles and the allocation of lands, Zhe successfully bound this million-square-kilometer territory to the emerging class of divine grace nobles. He constructed a system of rule centered on royal authority, with divine grace recipients as its branches. However, rapid territorial expansion also brought new problems. The vast land combined with underdeveloped transportation and communication, made the royal city's control over remote regions extremely weak. This also meant that events occurring in distant areas were difficult to detect. Within a convoy heading toward a remote territory, inside a luxurious carriage, a young noble tapped impatiently against the window frame. "How much longer until we reach my barony?" Roland Zay, a newly appointed baron of the kingdom. At this moment, his tone was filled with impatience toward the long journey and dissatisfaction with the remoteness of his future domain. The steward beside him immediately bowed and replied, "My lord Roland, according to the kingdom's map, we still have about 3 days of travel." "Fine, you may leave." Roland waved his hand impatiently. The steward respectfully withdrew to the corner of the carriage. At this moment, Roland looked out at the barren scenery passing by, his thoughts unsettled. He was a 9th-generation descendant of the Zay family. After generations of dilution, his blood relation to the great solar king Zay had already become extremely faint. But fortunately, his father had accumulated enough contributions and successfully exchanged them for his qualification to cultivate the divine grace technique. After arduous cultivation and devout prayers, he had finally received the blessing of the Leo constellation, becoming a noble recipient of divine grace. According to the newly revised Sun laws, all recipients of divine grace were qualified to obtain a piece of land that belonged to themselves. It was just a pity that the prosperous and flourishing regions around the royal city had long since been completely divided up by the great nobles who had either obtained divine grace earlier or possessed bloodlines closer to King Zay. With his distant bloodline and shallow qualifications, he could only be assigned to this remote land far from the center of power. At the thought that he might spend the rest of his life on this unfamiliar land, a sense of loss welled up in Roland's heart. Perhaps, in this lifetime, it would be difficult for him to ever return to that royal city which symbolized power and glory. However, he quickly pulled himself together again. Aside from land, recipients of divine grace had another extremely important privilege. That was, possessing a 2-character name. It should be known that before he obtained divine grace, his name had only been the single character Lon. And now, he could add another character before his name. He chose Luo, becoming Roland. This was not merely a change in form of address. It was a leap in identity and class. A symbol of honor that distinguished him from commoners and even ordinary nobles. Thinking of this, Roland's mood improved considerably. For recipients of divine grace like them, a resounding and unique 2-character name held even greater symbolic significance than the remote territory itself. Because, throughout the entire solar dynasty, the only one qualified to possess a 3-character name was that legendary and great Leo constellation, the one chosen by the gods, the first solar king, His Majesty Apollo. This was one of the great clauses solemnly engraved into the Sun laws. An unbreakable rule and belief in the hearts of all citizens of the solar dynasty. Roland stroked the badge on his chest that symbolized his status as a baron, and ambition and expectation reignited in his eyes. Even if the territory was remote, he would still establish his own city here. He would make the name Roland resound across this new land. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, a gaze was fixed firmly on Roland's convoy. It was Shan, who had been lying in wait for many years. There was a fundamental difference between recipients of divine grace and authority holders. Not only was there a vast disparity in power, but also when they received the blessing of the Leo constellation, they would only obtain either the ability of flame or starlight, unable to possess both like authority holders. This also led recipients of divine grace down different paths of development depending on their abilities. For someone like Roland, who had obtained the starlight ability, his healing power made him more likely to win the support of his people. Because as long as Roland was willing, it would be impossible for anyone in his territory to die from injury or illness. In contrast, those like Shan who had obtained the flame ability, they held greater advantages in combat and destruction. But in governing territory and winning people's hearts, they were far inferior to starlight recipients. Back then, when Shan had been severely injured, he had relied on the extraordinary vitality and self-healing ability of a recipient of divine grace. Struggling in the wilderness for several years before finally recovering. As night deepened, Roland's convoy set up camp on a flat open ground. The servants lit bonfires and prepared dinner. They became busy. Meanwhile, Roland sat leisurely on a cushioned chair, enjoying the service of his personal maid. At that very moment of relaxation, a sudden change erupted. A blazing fireball shot out from the dark forest without warning, rushing straight toward Roland. Boom! Roland had no time to react. He was instantly blasted away by the violent explosion. As for the innocent maid beside him, she did not even have time to scream. Before being swallowed by flames and reduced to charred remains. Enemy attack. Protect Lord Baron. The camp immediately fell into chaos. Screams and shouts rose one after another. Roland endured the pain and struggled to his feet. A gentle starlight immediately surged in his hand. He began healing the burns on his body. At the same time, his other hand raised a starlight barrier. At this moment, his pale face was filled with shock, anger, and vigilance as his gaze swept the surrounding darkness. In this world, night did not become completely dark due to the existence of the stars. The hazy starlight was enough for people to distinguish nearby objects. But anything slightly farther away became a blur of shadow. Who is it? Roland forced himself to remain calm and shouted loudly. The Sun laws clearly state that recipients of divine grace must not kill one another. If I have unknowingly offended you in the royal city, I, Roland, am willing to offer a solemn apology. And I am willing to make compensation. Moreover, if you truly kill me, you will also face judgment from the royal city guard. There's no need to throw your life away for a bit of selfish desire. Because when Shan and his group had arrived, only a small number of people knew about it, and later those records had been erased by Zay. Thus, Roland did not know that besides those of Apollo's bloodline, there were others who possessed the power of divine grace. He assumed that he had accidentally offended another recipient of divine grace. But this was normal, because among the residents of the royal city, nearly all carried Apollo's bloodline. As for those who were not descendants of Apollo, they had long since been relocated out of the royal city. This also meant that no one knew whether the person they offended today might become a recipient of divine grace tomorrow. After all, as long as one had sufficient contributions, any descendant of Apollo could exchange for the divine grace technique. Thus, within the royal city, conflicts driven by selfish desires occurred almost every day. But with King Zay suppressing everything, no one dared to truly kill another, as it violated the laws and would result in judgment. And most judgments were life for a life. So Roland tried his best to persuade. After all, that fireball had come too suddenly, leaving him severely injured. And even if he healed his injuries, he would exhaust his strength and then be killed by the flame recipient of divine grace hidden in the shadows. However, Roland was also confused. Because he could not remember offending anyone to such an extent. That they would chase him all the way to such a remote place just to kill him. It should be known that if he failed to take up his post in the territory, the royal city would soon notice something was wrong. And even if someone replaced him to take the position, every recipient of divine grace was registered. Even replacing him would leave another position vacant, which would easily attract the attention of the royal city. At that time, this flame recipient of divine grace would still have to die. However, Shan's existence was precisely a loophole in this noble system. Because within the royal city's registry of recipients of divine grace, there was no record of him. Thus, after killing Roland and impersonating him to assume the post in the territory, no one would be able to detect it. But what answered Roland was another fireball whistling out from the darkness. Bang! The fireball slammed fiercely against the starlight barrier. The radiance of the barrier instantly dimmed. Roland was already severely injured, and with his continuous consumption of power to heal himself and maintain the barrier, he had reached the end of his strength. Shan burst out from the forest. In his hand, a flaming spear condensed. Under Roland's despairing gaze, it easily pierced through the dim barrier and penetrated his heart. Why? The light in Roland's eyes quickly faded, filled with confusion and unwillingness until the very end. Shan did not pause in the slightest. Flames swept across the entire camp. Roland's servants, steward, guards. All witnesses were silenced. The fire devoured every trace, and in the end, only a scorched black patch of land remained. Finally, Shan changed into Roland's clothes, mounted the carriage, and sped toward Roland's territory. "King, it is late at night. You should rest." A respectful voice sounded within the study. The one who spoke was Yula, Zay's youngest grandson, now one of the 3 Grand Dukes of the Solar Dynasty. And also the heir to the throne upon whom Zay placed great expectations. His other brothers had already successively returned to the Sea of Stars, even as recipients of divine grace. Their lifespans had not increased by much. Generally, by the age of 70 or 80, their lives came to an end. Only Zay, this second-generation Solar King who had walked from the tribal era, had forcefully lived for over 100 years. If not for the fact that in recent years his appearance had begun to age. Many would almost have believed that their king would never grow old. Zay slowly rose from the stone table covered with scrolls, and looked out toward the brilliant starry sky he had gazed upon for over 100 years. Once again, he fell into a long memory. After a long while, Zay spoke softly. "Yula, tell me. After I die, will I see the gods?" He and Lei had walked different paths, yet seemed to harbor similar desires. They longed for recognition from the gods. Lei chose faith, establishing a nation through divine authority, while he followed his father's path, ruling the dynasty through royal authority. He worked hard to maintain the foundation his father had left behind. Yet the great gods had still not descended. Was it because his hands were stained with the blood of his brothers that he had been abandoned by the gods? Yula respectfully lowered his head. "King, the gods are within the Sea of Stars." Upon hearing this, a relieved smile appeared on Zay's face. "Yes, the gods are in the Sea of Stars. When I die and return to the Sea of Stars, I will be able to meet my father, and Ya, and together, we shall face the great gods." He turned his head and looked at Yula. "Yula, you are very intelligent and sufficiently steady. You will become a very good king." Yula hurriedly knelt down. "King." Zay waved his hand, interrupting him, his tone calm. "After I return to the Sea of Stars, bury me beside Wa." A look of sorrow appeared on Yula's face. "King. You will not die. You. All people will die." Zay's tone was peaceful, even carrying a trace of anticipation. "I have already lived long enough. My father and the others must be waiting anxiously." Zay did not fear death. To him at this moment, death was not an end, but a release. It was the journey home to reunite with his loved ones. Having said that, a light suddenly blossomed in Zay's eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through the dome of the palace, seeing the scene he had long yearned for. In a daze, he saw his father standing within that Sea of Stars. A gentle smile on his face as he watched him. Behind his father, Wa and Ya were all there as well. They reached out their hands toward him. "Zay! Zay!" They called out to him. Zay unconsciously reached out his hand. A clean, unshadowed smile like that of his youth appeared on his face as he softly responded. "Father. I'm coming." As his words fell, the final light in Zay's eyes quietly dissipated. His outstretched hand fell weakly. Yula looked at his grandfather's peaceful remains. Overwhelming grief instantly drowned him. He wept on the ground for a moment, then forcibly suppressed his sorrow. Facing the guards outside the palace, he shouted loudly. "The king has returned to the Sea of Stars. Year 63 of the Solar Dynasty." The second solar king, Zhe, peacefully passed away within the royal palace and returned to the Sea of Stars. The next day, before the Temple of the Stars, Zhe's young grandson Yula, under the witness of numerous nobles and ministers, was crowned king, becoming the third ruler of the solar dynasty. Zhe's passing was like Apollo's passing back then, plunging the entire dynasty into grief. This king who had ruled the dynasty for decades, regardless of his methods, he had successfully made the solar dynasty grow increasingly powerful. He was like a stabilizing pillar in the hearts of countless people. When the news of Zhe's return to the Sea of Stars, after many twists and turns, reached Roland's territory, Shan, who had already become the Lord, was instantly stunned on the spot. He collapsed weakly onto his seat. His face was filled with absurdity and unwillingness. No. How could he just die? I haven't avenged the chief, my mother, and Mo yet. How could he just die like this? After the anger, came an even deeper sense of powerlessness. Shan did not know how he was supposed to take revenge on someone who was already dead. At this moment, his hatred lost its target, becoming hollow and almost laughable. The news of Zhe's return to the Sea of Stars soon reached the theocratic state of the stars. When Lei learned of this news, he also fell silent for a long time. He had not expected that even Zhe had already returned to the Sea of Stars. Suddenly, Lei felt a wave of panic. It was a kind of loneliness, as if he were the only person left in this world. They're all gone. Father, N, Hua, Ya, and now even Zhe. Am I the only one left now? Even though his ideals had conflicted with Zhe's, and they had once stood at the brink of drawing swords against each other, Zhe's existence had been like an anchor, letting him know that he was not alone in this world. Now, that anchor had also disappeared. In the end, Lei made a decision. He would go to the Solar Dynasty to see Zhe off one last time. As if only by doing so could he ease the loneliness in his heart. And when he, alone, entered the borders of the Solar Dynasty, a group had already been waiting there for a long time. At their head was a young, valiant man with golden hair and golden eyes. He was Yula's eldest son, Ilo. When Ilo saw that lone figure approaching, he immediately led everyone behind him forward, and they all knelt in unison, respectfully, their voices perfectly synchronized. Greetings, Great Uncle Lei. Looking at these juniors before him, who shared the same golden hair and golden eyes as himself, Lei, for the first time, felt a warmth surging within his heart. He began to somewhat understand Zhe's stubbornness back then. To understand why Zhe would rather break with his own brother than share the divine grace technique with him. He looked at Ilo, who stood at the front. Before he could even ask, Ilo had already respectfully taken the initiative to declare his identity. Great Uncle Lei, I am Ilo. My father is Yula, the youngest grandson of ancestor Zhe. Lei gave a slight nod, a ripple stirring in his heart. Then, under Ilo's escort, Lei headed toward the royal city. Along the way, recipients of divine grace stationed within their respective territories continuously rushed over upon hearing the news. Without exception, the moment they saw Lei, they respectfully knelt and paid their respects, addressing him as, Great Uncle Lei. These repeated calls, filled with the bonds of blood, caused waves to surge within Lei's heart, stirring countless emotions. He had not expected that the descendants of his brothers and sisters would be scattered across every corner of the dynasty like stars, forming such a vast family. When he arrived at the royal city, the scene reached its peak. On both sides of the road leading to the royal palace, recipients of divine grace from every branch of the royal family knelt in rows. That expanse of dazzling gold, those sincere cries of, Great Uncle Lei, converged into an invisible yet immense force that struck deeply at Lei's heart. When he stepped into the solemn great hall of the palace, the newly crowned Solar King, Yula, personally led a group of great nobles and ministers, kneeling deeply before him. Their bloodline was closer to Lei. They were essentially the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of Hua, Ya, and Zhe. Faced with such an incomparably grand and solemn scene, Lei completely understood. He understood why Zay had never worried. That if he were to pass first, Lei would come to seize the divine grace technique. Because this bond of blood and the ties between them far exceeded his imagination. Even though he had never met them before. When these descendants who shared the same bloodline knelt so sincerely before him, his heart, hardened by faith, ultimately softened, unable to resist. You are Eula, correct? Lei's gaze fell upon Eula, who held the inherited priest wooden staff, his voice gentle. Eula raised his head, his expression respectful, even carrying a trace of barely noticeable tension. Eula greets great-uncle Lei. He knew very well. As the last authority holder in this world, if great-uncle Lei wished to forcibly take the divine grace technique, no one in the entire solar dynasty could stop him. This was the absolute authority of an authority holder. But before his grandfather passed, he had told him. Only by moving him with familial affection would there be a sliver of possibility. Thus, what Eula gambled on was this attachment to family and bloodline. Something even Lei himself had not fully realized. He believed that this web woven by blood would be enough to hold this great-uncle Lei back and successfully preserve the foundation of the solar dynasty. Rise, children. Lei looked at the crowd, his tone gentle. Following his words, everyone in the hall finally stood up. But they still lowered their heads respectfully, not daring to meet the gaze of this legendary great-uncle. Take me to see Zay. Great-uncle, please follow me. Eula immediately stepped aside to lead the way. Accompanied by Eula and several great nobles, Lei arrived at a newly built memorial hall. Zay's body had not yet been buried and was currently placed within a coffin carved from crystal. Around the coffin were countless glittering gemstones, simulating the appearance of a starry sky. Lei stood before the coffin, gazing at Zay's remains. Zay's expression was peaceful, as if he were merely asleep. Decades of estrangement and conflict. At this moment, all turned into a silent sigh. It was as if he once again heard, when Zay had left, that lonely murmur. Lei, in this world, only the two of us remain. And now, even Zay was gone, leaving him alone to walk this world. Zay. Lei called softly. So softly that only he himself could hear it. You won. He stood there, as if turned into a statue. In that instant, memories surged forth. From the struggle for survival in the tribal era, to the high spirits after obtaining divine grace, to the later divisions and confrontations. The experiences of the past flowed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Eula and the others stood quietly to the side, not daring to disturb him. After an unknown amount of time, Lei turned around and looked at Eula. And at the descendants of Apollo behind him, whose eyes carried both unease and hope. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd. Eula. Great-uncle. Eula immediately stepped forward, bowing slightly, waiting for Lei's instruction. He knew clearly that this last authority holder had already seen through their carefully arranged, welcome ceremony, woven with blood ties. Yet strangely, faced with their calculations, Lei felt no disgust at all. Perhaps, this was the power of blood. Let's go. I will send Zay off on his final journey. As you command, great-uncle. Eula responded respectfully. He directed several high-ranking great nobles to lift the coffin carrying Zay's body. The solemn and sorrowful funeral procession began to move toward the family burial grounds outside the royal city. At this moment, the recipients of divine grace kneeling along the roadside looked at the coffin that symbolized the end of an era, their faces filled with genuine grief. Many even burst into tears on the spot. Immersed in this thick atmosphere of sorrow, even someone as strong-willed as Lei could not help but appear downcast. Fragments of his past with Zay, whether good or bad, all surged into his heart at this moment. Just then, a particularly burning gaze, entirely different from the others filled with grief, caught Lei's attention. He turned his head to look. Among the crowd, there was a recipient of divine grace. At this moment, he was staring fixedly at Zay's coffin. There was no sorrow in his eyes. Only hatred that seemed about to overflow. However, the moment that person's gaze met Lei's, he quickly lowered his head, blending back into the kneeling crowd, and disappeared from sight. Lei frowned slightly but did not pursue it further. That conspicuous golden hair and golden eyes made him assume this was a descendant of one of his brothers or sisters, who simply harbored resentment toward Zay due to some personal grievance. As for the reason behind that hatred, he guessed it was likely because some of Zay's iron-handed methods during his reign had affected that person's interests. I'll have Eula handle it after the funeral, Lei thought to himself. He then set aside this minor incident and refocused his attention on the funeral before him. At this moment, Shan could still feel his heart pounding wildly. That brief exchange of gazes with Lei just now, that invisible pressure had nearly suffocated him. He had never expected that besides the deceased Zay, the Solar Dynasty still had another authority holder as terrifying as this. Fearing his identity would be exposed, Shan did not dare to remain. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on the funeral, he quietly withdrew from the crowd. He prepared to leave the royal city as soon as possible, and return to his territory to make further plans. Soon, the procession arrived at that hillside, where generations of ancestors, along with En and Hua, were buried. According to Zay's final wish, Eula buried him beside Hua, watching as Zay's coffin was slowly lowered into the earth. At this moment, Lei's heart surged with uncontrollable emotion. An era seemed to come to an end along with Zay's burial. After the funeral, Lei had already made up his mind to leave. In the end, he still could not harden his heart to forcibly seize the divine grace technique that bound together this vast family. He chose to let this power forever belong to the descendants of Apollo's bloodline. However, before leaving, Lei still informed Eula about that gaze filled with hatred he had encountered along the way. When Eula first heard it, his face was filled with disbelief. In his understanding, his grandfather had devoted his entire life to the dynasty. Though his methods were strict, they were all for the continuation of the family and the strength of the dynasty. How could he have incurred hatred? But he knew well that great-uncle Lei would never speak falsely on such a matter. Since he said it, then it must be true. And yet, someone had dared to harbor hatred during King Zay's funeral. This was a grave disrespect to the deceased, and a provocation against the authority of the Solar royal family. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Eula's eyes, but his face still maintained respect toward Lei. Great-uncle, please rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and give my grandfather an explanation. Lei nodded slightly and said no more. After all, this was an internal matter of the Solar Dynasty. It was not convenient for him to interfere too much. Soon after, under the respectful send-off of Eula and the others, he left the royal city and returned to the theocratic state of the stars. Eula's first order upon returning to the palace was to thoroughly investigate that disrespectful gaze at the funeral. The guards from that day, as well as the recipients of divine grace along the route, were all questioned one by one in isolation. Very quickly, a suspicious target was identified. Roland, who had entered the city under the registered identity of Baron Roland, and then hurriedly left before the funeral. According to entry records and the descriptions of a few recipients of divine grace who had encountered him, this person's behavior had indeed been somewhat hurried and suspicious. Thus, Eula's most capable guard captain, He, personally led a team of guards, and successfully intercepted Roland outside the royal city. Baron Roland. He stood in front of Shan, blocking his path, and said coldly, "Please stop and return to the royal city with us." Shan's heart sank violently. He had not expected the other side to act so quickly. He forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, raised his head, and forced a trace of appropriate panic and confusion onto his face. "My lord, may I ask what crime I have committed? Why are you blocking my path?" He let out a cold snort, anger burning in his eyes. "What crime? At the former king's funeral, you harbored resentment and cast a disrespectful gaze. This is a grave offense of disrespect. Roland, as a descendant of ancestors you would act in such a way truly a disgrace to your bloodline." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He himself held extreme reverence for ancestors He simply could not tolerate any blasphemy towards especially when that blasphemy came from one of their own. At that moment, Shan's mind churned violently. He knew that once he was taken back to the royal city, if his disguise were exposed, his only outcome would be death. His mind spun rapidly, and his face instantly shifted into one of remorse. "My lord, please calm your anger. Please see clearly." Shan knelt before his voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. I do not harbor hatred. It is only that, on that day, I recalled certain past matters related to the former king. My heart was overwhelmed with grief and indignation, and I momentarily lost control. I am willing to meet the new king in person, explain the reasons face to face, and accept any punishment. Seeing Shan's sincere attitude, and hearing that he was willing to meet the new king to explain, He's suspicion eased slightly. Perhaps this Roland truly had some unknown entanglement with the former king. Though he was still angry, he thought that since they were of the same clan, if there truly were hidden circumstances, bringing him back to the royal city for the new king's judgment would suffice. There was no need to completely tear things apart immediately. "Humph, I doubt you would dare to play tricks. Come with us." He waved his hand, signaling the guards to step forward. Because Shan had shown compliance, the guards' watch was not particularly strict. Shan followed them toward the royal city. But in his heart, he was waiting for the right moment. When the group passed through a dense forest, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Flames burst forth from his palm, and slammed violently into the ground. Boom! Dust and smoke instantly filled the air. The group fell into chaos. "Careful! He's trying to escape." He was both shocked and furious, shouting sharply. In that moment of confusion, Shan seized the opportunity and rammed aside the guard blocking his path. "Stop him!" He reacted extremely quickly. Starlight gathered into a sphere and shot toward Shan. At the same time, the other guards who had reacted also attacked. Several streaks of starlight and fireballs smashed toward Shan. PFF. Shan took a direct hit from a light sphere, letting out a muffled groan. Using the impact, he plunged headfirst into the dense bushes by the roadside, his figure instantly swallowed by branches and leaves. Damn it! He's face turned ashen with rage. He had actually been played by this man. Chase! After him! He's injured, he won't get far. The news quickly returned to the royal palace. Yula listened to the report, his expression calm. But when he heard that Roland had used flames, his brows immediately furrowed. "Flame ability?" Yula repeated softly, lightly tapping the armrest of the throne. According to the registry, Baron Roland's ability should be Starlight. A trace of suspicion arose in his heart. He immediately ordered an investigation into Roland's recent situation. The results were quickly placed before Yula. The real Baron Roland had already gone missing months ago. And among the registered flame recipients of divine grace in the royal city, none had records of leaving their territories or the city for extended periods. A person with flame ability, impersonating a deceased starlight recipient of divine grace, and harboring deep hatred toward the former king's In an instant, Yula recalled a hidden past. Because a certain tribe had illegally possessed divine grace, his grandfather had ordered its eradication. And during that operation, one flame recipient of divine grace had escaped by chance. All the clues connected at this moment. A flash of realization appeared in Eula's eyes. Immediately replaced by cold killing intent. So, it was that fish that slipped through the net. He understood now this person was not of Apollo's bloodline, but a survivor of that exterminated tribe, returning now for revenge. Considering that the origin of the divine grace technique could not be exposed, it was not suitable to make this matter public. Eula did not issue a nationwide manhunt, to avoid alerting the enemy and drawing unnecessary attention and speculation. But he would never allow this hidden danger to remain. Pass down my order. Form an elite squad. He will personally select absolutely reliable individuals to continuously track this person. I want him found dead or alive. This matter must be handled in secrecy. Yes, Your Majesty. He accepted the order and silently withdrew. Eula looked out the window at the brilliant starry sky. He had to completely eliminate this survivor. The honor of Apollo's bloodline would not tolerate anyone defiling or destroying it. Your Majesty. Lei had returned. Yet he remained within the temple. And you, ever since the desire for divine grace had arisen in his heart, had become increasingly unable to restrain himself. But Lei had never summoned him. In the end, you could no longer endure it and took the initiative to request an audience with Lei. Lei looked at his eldest disciple kneeling before him. And sighed inwardly. He had watched you grow up. How could he not see the longing for divine grace in his eyes? However, he had ultimately broken his promise. He had not brought back the divine grace technique. Lei opened his mouth, yet did not know how to explain. And when you saw that Lei remained silent, a wave of panic immediately rose in his heart. He knew. The Pope and the previous solar king of the solar dynasty were brothers, and both were children of the first solar king, Apollo. Because even within the theocratic state of the stars, the legends of Apollo still flowed. After all, for this world, Apollo was the first being to possess true divine grace. He was not merely the one chosen by the gods. He was also the beginning of divine grace. His existence symbolized that the gods had cast their gaze upon the world. Thus, the people of the theocratic state understood the solar dynasty as a nation that shared the same faith in the gods. Sorry. Lei's voice carried deep guilt. He wanted to explain the bond born of blood, yet found his words so pale and powerless. Unfortunately, this was not what you wanted to hear. All his expectations, all his fantasies, collapsed in this instant. He did not need an apology, he needed divine grace. He only wanted, like Lei and those nobles of the solar dynasty, to possess the power that symbolized the favor of the gods. He resented why Lei had given him hope, only to personally destroy it. If it could not be given, then why had he ever been allowed to hope? However, years of devout faith and the bond between master and disciple forced him to suppress the questions in his heart. He merely lowered his head even further, using all his strength to maintain a facade of respect. Then, he bowed deeply. Afterward, without saying a word, he left the temple. That silent departing figure hurt Lei more than any fierce words could have. Lei watched as you disappeared beyond the temple gates. The guilt in his heart surged like a tide. He could not be like Zhe, able to sever all emotions and desires for the sake of a goal. He had stirred desire within you, yet was unable to fulfill it. Desire is the root of human suffering, because desire can never be satisfied. At this moment, the divine proverb spoken to his father echoed in his mind, unusually clear. It was a pity that Apollo had not carved the continuation of this proverb onto that stone tablet. That was an even more cruel truth. And hatred is the beginning of dissatisfaction. At the very moment desire appeared, hatred followed. Just as desire could never be satisfied, once hatred began, it would never end. This was the divine proverb left behind, speaking of the unchanging truth of this world. After leaving the temple, you wandered alone, aimlessly. At this moment, his heart felt empty. As if he had suddenly lost the purpose of his life. He could not muster the slightest interest in anything around him, everything seeming dull and meaningless. He came to the riverbank, watching the flowing water. At this moment, his heart was like the river itself, drifting with the current, unable to feel any sense of stability. Confusion and emptiness nearly swallowed him whole. Just then, a faint scent of blood drifted into his nose with the wind. He instinctively looked up. In the upstream waters, something seemed to be floating down along the current. It was a person. A person with golden hair and golden eyes. A recipient of divine grace. You exclaimed inwardly. Judging by the way the person was drifting in the water, he was clearly severely injured, perhaps even already dead. After a brief moment of thought, you leapt into the river. And pulled that recipient of divine grace ashore. Looking at the unconscious recipient of divine grace before him. Yu's first thought was to immediately seek Lei. With Lei's authority, perhaps this person could be saved. However, just as he was about to move, the unconscious recipient of divine grace seemed trapped in a nightmare. Muttering several hate-filled words. Zay. I want revenge. Revenge. Those dreamlike murmurs filled with hatred. Exploded in Yu's ears. Freezing him in place. Shock appeared on his face. But that shock lasted for less than a single breath. Before being swallowed by the darkness rising within his heart. He looked at the dying recipient of divine grace on the ground. A bold and mad thought emerged in his mind. Since Lei was unwilling to give him the divine grace technique, why could he not take it himself? Perhaps this severely injured and unconscious recipient of divine grace before him was the guidance and opportunity granted by the gods. He no longer hesitated. Under the cover of night, he secretly hid this recipient of divine grace within his residence near the temple. Several days later, after the routine prayers ended, the priests exited the grand temple one after another. At that moment, Lei called out, stopping Yu, who was walking last. You, stay behind. Your Holiness. Yu turned around and bowed respectfully. There was not the slightest trace of abnormality on his face, as if yesterday's unpleasant parting had never happened. Lei looked at Yu, at that unchanged respect. And felt slightly relieved. Perhaps this child had merely been unable to think it through for a moment. After a brief silence, he spoke of his decision. Yu, I intend to pass the position of Pope to you ahead of time. He thought that while he was still alive, he would help you ascend to the position of Pope as early as possible, using his own prestige to stabilize his foundation. That way, even after he returned to the Sea of Stars, even if you did not possess divine grace, with the identity of the Pope and years of management, he would still be able to control the theocratic state, without fear of being questioned by the people. Ao Beta. However, upon hearing this decision, Yu raised his head and looked at Lei. Yet there was no expected joy or gratitude in his eyes. Only a deep indifference. A Pope without divine grace? He asked softly, his tone calm. Lei was stunned, momentarily speechless. But you did not give him a chance to respond. He merely bowed slightly. Then left the temple. To you, although the position of Pope was important, without divine grace to legitimize its sacredness, the position of Pope was ultimately nothing more than a castle in the air. Now that he had hope of obtaining the divine grace technique, he could not allow himself to be distracted by such matters. As for whether Lei would pass the position of Pope to someone else because of this, he did not care. Because as long as he possessed divine grace, then he would be the unquestionable Pope. A Pope that no one could challenge. After returning to his residence, looking at that still, unconscious, recipient of divine grace, Yu was not anxious. As usual, he sat to one side. He began to brew medicinal herbs for healing injuries. However, Shan had actually already awakened. He opened his eyes and looked at Yu's back. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. These past few years, he had been living in pursuit and flight. To be so carefully tended to like this was a first. When he had been gravely wounded by He and fallen from the cliff, he had thought he was certain to die. At that time, he had only hated himself for being too careless, for being easily discovered as abnormal, which led him onto the path of being hunted once again. But perhaps it was the mercy of the gods that allowed him to survive again. Yet years of fleeing had made him not dare to trust anyone easily. So, over the past few days, whenever Yu was in the room, he had kept pretending to be unconscious, only intending to wait until his injuries improved before quietly leaving. As for this life-saving benefactor, Shan pondered in his heart that before leaving, perhaps he could help him do one thing in return for this kindness. Soon, Yu poured the brewed medicinal liquid into a bowl. Shan immediately closed his eyes, pretending to remain unconscious. Even when the bitter medicine was fed into his mouth, not a single twitch appeared on his facial muscles, as if he were truly still in a state of unconsciousness. After feeding the medicine, Yu did not leave immediately as he usually did. He sat by the bedside, calmly looking at Shan. Since childhood, he had followed Lei in studying herbal medicine. Over the past 20 years, he had treated thousands of injured patients, giving him complete mastery over the condition of the wounded. So the moment Shan woke, he already knew. It was just that he understood that the newly awakened Shan must be filled with vigilance. That was why he pretended not to know and continued taking care of him. But now, based on his judgment, Shan's injuries had already healed for the most part. Yet this man still pretended to be unconscious. He feared that once Shan fully recovered, he would leave without a word. At that time, all his plans would fall apart. Your injuries should already be of no great concern. Yu's voice sounded calm and steady. Will you continue, sleeping? Since the other party had already exposed him, Shan knew he could no longer keep up the act. He opened his eyes and said with a trace of apology. Sorry. Being hunted all this time, I could not help but remain cautious. Thank you for saving my life these past days. I will remember it in my heart and repay it in the future. Yu revealed a gentle smile. Although Shan's words were vague, he could still guess there must be hidden circumstances. He was also somewhat familiar with the Solar Dynasty's Sun laws. He knew that the previous Solar King had strictly forbidden conflicts among recipients of divine grace. Yet this man had been injured to such an extent, and harbored deep resentment toward Zhe, the king. This must mean he had violated some kind of taboo. But this was exactly what you wanted. If he had not committed a grave mistake and been driven to desperation, how could he possibly have the chance to obtain that long-coveted divine grace technique? New BS. This is the theocratic state of the stars, not the Solar Dynasty. At this moment, Yu's tone carried a soothing power. You need not be so wary. I am the next pope of the theocratic state of the stars. My body and soul have long been devoted to the great Lord of the stars. Could it be that you do not even trust a servant of God? As he said this, his face radiated a pure and devout light. Anyone who saw it would believe he was a devout believer of the Lord of the stars. Shan was stunned upon hearing this. He had not expected that he had arrived in the theocratic state of the stars, which stood alongside the Solar Dynasty. He had also heard of this nation before. It was said that everyone here believed in the Lord of the stars. Looking at Yu's devout gaze, the vigilance in Shan's heart could not help but dissipate by more than half. Since he was a high-ranking figure of a theocratic state that believed in the same God, perhaps he truly was different from those people of the Solar Dynasty. Thus, in the days that followed, the exchanges between the two gradually increased. With his vast knowledge, deep understanding of doctrine, and deliberately created resonance, Yu made Shan feel as though he had found a kindred spirit. They spoke of faith, spoke of their respective beliefs. For the first time, Shan felt that someone could understand the pain and anger in his heart. A thought gradually became clear in his mind. If he could gain the support of the theocratic state of the stars and borrow their power, would he have a chance to overthrow the solar dynasty and avenge his fallen clansmen? But he did not rush to reveal this idea. Instead, he patiently waited for the right moment. When his injuries had fully healed, and he felt he had the confidence to protect himself and leave, he decided to make a bold gamble. He took the initiative to reveal the truth to you. About the origin of the divine grace technique. About the bloody past in which Zhe, the king, had ordered the massacre of his tribe in order to monopolize the divine grace technique. When you heard this shocking truth with his own ears, he could not help but reveal a look of horror. He had never imagined that behind that King Zhe, there was such a cruel side hidden. You told me all this. Aren't you afraid I might turn around and sell you to the new king of the solar dynasty? You suppressed the turmoil in his heart and probed. I am afraid. Shan admitted frankly, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. But I believe that compared to the rewards the new king can offer based on bloodline and law the compensation I can give you will be far richer, and better satisfy your true desire. He was gambling. Gambling that used desire for divine grace. Surpassed his adherence to the rules of the church. Gambling that you was willing to make this transaction with him. He would not give you too much time to weigh his options. If he did not receive a definite answer tonight, he would immediately flee far away. He would not give you the chance to notify Eula. And you fell silent for a moment. Then, he looked deeply at Shan. Afterward, he asked the most crucial question. What compensation? Shan took a deep breath and, word by word, spoke the term that could change many people's fate. Divine grace technique. Even though you had already anticipated it. His heart still surged like stormy waves. Divine grace technique. The divine grace technique he had waited for over a decade. At this moment, no matter how deep his thoughts were, he could not help but redden his eyes. The deeper the faith, the more one understood how great the gods were. Even if it meant throwing himself into the flames like a moth, you wished to get just a little closer to the divine. I agree. Without hesitation, you agreed immediately. And upon hearing Yu's answer, Shan also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the temptation of the divine grace technique toward a believer like you was immense. He brought over a stone slab, and then carved the divine grace technique onto it before handing it to you. Do not forget what you promised. Shan looked at you, whose gaze was now extremely fanatical, and reminded him. Don't worry. You should know that once I obtain divine grace, there will be no turning back for me. You understood clearly. A recipient of divine grace who was not of Apollo's bloodline would inevitably face suppression from the solar dynasty. But he had no regrets. Inside the Temple of the Stars, the solemn and dignified morning prayer had just ended. Lei stood upright before the divine statue, his gaze sweeping over the devout clergy below, yet his brows were slightly furrowed. Yu's position had been empty for several consecutive days. Where is Yu? Why has he not come to pray these past few days? The eyes of a nearby cleric flickered for an instant. He immediately stepped forward and respectfully lowered his head. Reporting to your eminence, Yu has been troubled lately. He said he wished to cultivate in solitude for a period of time, to sort out his thoughts. Lei's expression shifted uncertainly. And in the end, it turned into a helpless sigh. He understood Yu, that child had lofty ambitions. His desire for divine grace bordering on obsession. Having broken his promise himself had likely dealt him a heavy blow. He waved his hand, his tone weary. Forget it, I understand. Let him have some peace for a while. The cleric bowed respectfully and slowly withdrew from the Temple of the Stars. At the moment he turned and closed the temple doors behind him. He instinctively raised his eyes, glancing at Lei, who still stood before the divine statue. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, stretching Lei's shadow long across the ground. That once upright figure now revealed an indescribable loneliness. As though, like this increasingly magnificent temple though radiant on the outside, its interior was hollow and desolate. Afterward, the cleric arrived before an inconspicuous low house. He bent his fingers and knocked rhythmically on the wooden door. The door silently opened a crack. And the cleric quickly slipped inside. Inside, candlelight flickered, illuminating two figures. One was Sean. The other was unmistakably you, who was supposed to be in seclusion. And at this moment, Yu's dark hair had now turned into a brilliant golden color, and even his eyes had become golden pupils flowing with starlight. The cleric looked at Yu's current appearance. And a deep longing flashed in his eyes. He reported in a low voice. Your Eminence, asked about you again today. Hearing this, Yu merely gave a slight nod. I understand. Next, I will have to trouble you to continue keeping watch over the movements within the temple. It is my honor to serve you. The cleric replied respectfully. His gaze subconsciously swept over Yu's dazzling golden hair. Before he bowed and withdrew from the room. After the cleric left, Yu and Sean exchanged a glance, then in tacit understanding took out black cloaks and covered themselves completely. Under the cover of night, the two left the theocratic state of the stars and then slipped into the vast primitive forest outside the city. They moved through the dense forest for a long time. Finally, they arrived at an extremely concealed cave entrance. Inside the cave was pitch black, unfathomably deep. Praise the great Lord of the Stars. Standing at the cave entrance, Yu spoke slowly. After a moment of silence, a response came from the depths of the cave. Praise the great Lord of the Stars. Immediately after, a point of fire lit up within the darkness. A recipient of divine grace holding a flame in his palm appeared at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Yu, he immediately knelt down. Leader. Yu gave a slight nod. Enter. Yes. The three of them went deeper into the cave, twisting and turning through its passages. The leading recipient of divine grace stopped before a stone wall and knocked on it rhythmically several times. With a faint sound, the stone wall slowly shifted aside, revealing behind it a massive cavern brightly lit with flames. Looking out, there were actually over 100 people gathered inside the cavern. They were all cloaked, and when they saw you enter, they lifted their hoods, revealing their true appearances. Without exception, all of them were golden-haired and golden-eyed recipients of divine grace. We pay our respects to the leader. At once, the crowd knelt down, shouting in unison. Ambition surged within Yu's eyes as he slightly raised his hand. Rise. Ever since obtaining the divine grace technique provided by Shan, Yu had begun to lay out his plans in secret. Using the divine grace technique as bait, he promised a future where divine grace would be bestowed upon all. He pulled a group of devout believers who longed for divine grace onto his chariot. And he established the Stars Church, proclaiming himself its leader. Each time he successfully recruited a new member, Yu would fully reveal the origin of the divine grace technique, as well as the attitude of the solar dynasty toward this matter. This was both honesty and an excellent method of binding them together. The newly initiated recipients of divine grace understood that they no longer had a way out. Once the matter was exposed, not only would the solar dynasty refuse to spare them, even the Pope they had always revered, in order to maintain the so-called bloodline of the solar dynasty, might personally take action to purge them. Because many people knew. Lei had once promised you that he would grant him divine grace. But after making a trip to the solar dynasty, he regretted it. It could be said that those who harbored resentment toward Lei were not only you alone. Even though Lei had never promised to grant them divine grace. But if you could obtain divine grace, then in a certain sense, it meant they also had a chance to obtain it. Unfortunately, Lei had destroyed their hope. One must know, this was the theocratic state of the stars. Everyone here devoutly believed in the great Lord of the Stars. Naturally, their desire for divine grace far exceeded that of those without faith. When the divine grace technique had not yet appeared, they could only suppress the longing in their hearts. Because divine grace could indeed only be bestowed by a god. But then, Zay had brought nearly 100 recipients of divine grace. This made them realize that divine grace, aside from being granted by a god, could actually be obtained by other means. Yet in the end, Lei had abandoned bringing divine grace back to the theocratic state of the stars. How could they possibly accept that? Thus, when you came to them with the divine grace technique, they chose to abandon Lei and follow you. Since Lei was unwilling to grant them divine grace, then they would obtain divine grace themselves. Unfortunately, after obtaining divine grace, they also learned that the origin of the divine grace technique could not be exposed to light. And they understood clearly. The solar dynasty would never allow them to live. Thus, in order to survive, in order to have a future where they could walk beneath the sunlight, they chose to follow you, walking a path of no return. As long as the solar dynasty was erased from existence, they would no longer need to fear for their lives, and could truly walk under the sunlight, instead of hiding within this cave. Let us go to the solar dynasty to make that sun fall. Divine grace is a gift bestowed by the God upon all beings. They have no right to monopolize the God's grace. Yu raised his hand and shouted, fanaticism flashing in his eyes. Divine grace is a gift bestowed by the God upon all beings. They have no right to monopolize the God's grace. Inside the cavern, the fervent echoes were deafening. Confirmed dead. Eula looked at Hei, who knelt below to report. His tone calm. Reporting to your majesty. Hei answered respectfully. Yes, I personally saw him fall off the cliff. Eula nodded. It was good that he was dead. This way, no one would ever know the secret of the divine grace technique. From this moment on, the world would only know that the divine grace technique belonged to the bloodline of Apollo. You may withdraw. Yes. After Hei withdrew, only Eula remained in the study. He stood by the window, like Zay once did, gazing at the brilliant starry sky above. T was unknown since when. Within the royal city, and even among the noble territories across the land, the conflicts among the recipients of divine grace had suddenly increased. Both the frequency and intensity far exceeded the past. On this day, Eula once again had to meet two great nobles arguing red-faced in the council hall. One was Duke Starshimmer. The other was Duke Spiritwind. And between them, one was a descendant of Ya, and the other was a descendant of Wa. Although, in terms of seniority, they were of Eula's junior generation. Yet as dukes holding real power, their influence was immense. Two dukes. Why resort to such conflict over trivial matters? Eula attempted to mediate. We are all of the bloodline of our progenitor, Apollo. Harmony should be our priority. Why not sit down and talk this through properly? Trivial matter. Duke Starshimmer snorted coldly, his anger still unspent. Your Majesty, do you still think this is trivial? Eula was puzzled. According to the guard's report, this was merely a brawl between the heirs of the two dukes over a maid. It had only spread to some recipients of divine grace from both sides. Though there were injuries on both sides, he had already sent a number of Star Radiance recipients of divine grace to treat them. There should have been no issue. Are a Nigerian Nairo Epsilon S. Please elaborate, Duke. Duke Starshimmer glared fiercely at Duke Spiritwind. My eldest son had only just recovered from his injuries. Today, he went out for less than half a day, and was ambushed again, severely wounded. I have already questioned the attendants who followed him. They identified the attackers as people under Duke Spiritwind. And they were the very ones who participated in the last brawl. Spiritwind. I haven't even settled the previous score with you, and you've gone even further. What? Your son is precious, and mine is nothing but roadside grass. Duke Spiritwind's face turned ashen as he roared. I've already said it. I didn't arrange this. Moreover, every single one who participated in that brawl was brought before you for confrontation. Those attendants also admitted it wasn't them. Starshimmer. Stop slandering me. Duke Starshimmer refused to yield an inch. Slandering you? Humph. Who knows if you've hidden the real culprit? You say everyone was present, and that makes it true. Spirit Wind, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will not let this go. Then don't let it go. You think I'm afraid of you? Duke Spirit Wind was completely enraged as well. For a moment, the two dukes began pushing and shouting at each other in the council hall. The scene became extremely unsightly. In the end, Eula exhausted himself persuading them before barely suppressing their anger and sending them back to their respective estates. Watching their furious departing figures, Eula felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He was not his grandfather, Zay, who possessed the strength and prestige to suppress everything. He was merely an ordinary recipient of divine grace. Faced with the tangled internal struggles of these great families, he found himself unable to cope. Moreover, according to the Sun laws revised by Zay, recipients of divine grace enjoyed numerous privileges. As long as they did not commit grave crimes such as killing kin. Even as king, he found it difficult to impose substantial punishment. At most, he could fine them or confiscate their noble territories, yet this only fostered arrogance among some nobles. These were rights granted to them by Zay. And as Zay's youngest grandson, he could not possibly refute the laws Zay had established. Ah! Eula let out a long sigh and sat back on the throne in exhaustion. After Duke Starshimmer and Duke Spirit Wind left the palace, they each snorted coldly and went their separate ways. Outside the palace, Shan withdrew his gaze. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotion. He had not expected Yu's scheme to be so effective. With just a few insignificant acts of provocation, making use of the mutual suspicion between both sides and the recklessness of their younger heirs, it had been enough to easily ignite conflict between two powerful dukes. Clan leader, Mother, Fu. Your revenge, I will surely take it. The foundation of the solar dynasty shall begin to collapse from within. Shan muttered in a low voice. A flame of vengeance burned within his eyes. Beside him, Yu remained calm and composed, as if everything before him was under control. This is only the beginning. He spoke lightly, his gaze profound. The outcome of today had long been destined in the past. Perhaps it was the moment when Wa died beneath that arrow. Or perhaps it was the moment when Lei brought back the bow and arrows. Or perhaps even earlier. And these original sins had never disappeared. They had merely been temporarily concealed beneath the radiance of divine grace. And his purpose was to completely tear away that veil of shame. To bring those original sins, buried beneath the dust of history, back into the light. Yu let out a soft laugh. In a tone almost like chanting, he began to recite the opening legend of the Sun King Apollo, widely spread between two nations. Beneath the ancient totem pole, the great god chose the child in the middle. And thus starlight shone upon that child. The god bestowed divine grace and granted a name. And thus, Apollo was born. Yu paused, ambition surging in his eyes. But Apollo's story has long since ended. This is a brand new era. A new epic. Will be written by me. The night grew deep. Duke Spirit Wind remained alone in his study, deep in thought. After the anger subsided, reason returned. For some reason. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. That fellow Starshimmer, though hot-tempered and straightforward, was not someone who would falsely accuse others without cause. Since he dared to bring people directly to the palace, he must have possessed some degree of evidence. But the problem was, he had indeed gathered every recipient of divine grace under his command who had participated in the previous brawl. And in front of Starshimmer's attendants, they had been confronted one by one. Yet the result showed that person was not among them. This meant that the one who severely injured Starshimmer's eldest son was either someone impersonating his subordinates, or there was a hidden force lurking in the shadows. deliberately stirring discord. Who could it be? What benefit would they gain from this? Duke Spiritwind frowned deeply, murmuring to himself. Disrupting his relationship with Starshimmer, inciting conflict between the descendants of Hua and Ye, who would profit from this? At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter. The study door was gently pushed open. The old steward of the estate walked in respectfully. Duke, it is late. You should rest. There are many matters to attend to tomorrow. Duke Spiritwind had just reached a critical point in his thoughts when he was interrupted, and irritation immediately surged. He waved his hand impatiently. I know. I have my own sense of measure. When I'm tired, I'll rest. There's no need for you to remind me constantly. The old steward quickly bowed. Yes, this old servant has spoken out of turn. But the old steward did not immediately withdraw. Duke, you have eaten little at dinner. Shall this old servant have the kitchen prepare some late-night snacks? A nameless fire suddenly surged in Duke Spiritwind's heart. He slammed the table fiercely. I said it's not needed. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Do not make me repeat myself a third time. The old steward trembled all over in fright and immediately knelt down. This old servant knows his mistake. This old servant will withdraw at once. Duke Spiritwind took a deep breath, wanting to continue thinking about the truth of the matter. Unfortunately, once his train of thought was broken, it was difficult to resume. Irritated, he stood up and walked to the window. The night wind brushed past, carrying away the heat from his body. Spiritwind looked up at the starry sky, silently praying in his heart for guidance from the divine. At that moment, the old steward seemed to recall something unintentionally. He stopped again and, in an extremely natural tone as if merely reporting trivial routine matters, reminded. Duke, there is one more matter. When the former king returned to the Sea of Stars and the funeral was held, Duke Ilo once sent someone to inquire whether, according to the former king's regulations, the remains of ancestor Hua should also be invited out and placed within a crystal coffin. But at the time, you were occupied with military affairs and could not spare the time, so you replied, we shall discuss it later. This morning, Duke Ilo's side sent someone again to urge an answer on this matter. What do you think? But at this moment, Duke Spiritwind was in a state of agitation, so he responded absent-mindedly. Since Ancestor Zay enjoys such honor, our ancestor Hua should naturally also, wait. Spiritwind's words abruptly stopped. Ancestor Hua. Ancestor Zay. Boom. In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck Spiritwind's mind. He felt as though he had discovered the truth. If he and Duke Starshimmer were to completely fall out, and even erupt into large-scale conflict, then who would ultimately benefit? It would be the newly enthroned king whose foundation was not yet stable, Eula. It would be the lineage of Ancestor Zay. Back then, how did King Zay ascend the throne? Was it not, because the two ancestors fought over the throne, ultimately leading to the death of Ancestor Hua? Perhaps, from that very moment, the lineage of Ancestor Zay had always been wary of them. And now, King Zay had just passed, and Eula had only just taken power. This was precisely when royal authority was at its most fragile. And now, the descendants of the Hua, Ye, and Zay lineages jointly held the inheritance of the divine grace technique. Each possessed formidable strength, with deeply entangled networks of power. Eula feared that the descendants of the two lineages would threaten his throne. He had every motive to employ such insidious methods. First, provoke internal strife between the Hua and Ye lineages, using the opportunity to weaken both sides. And if both sides suffered losses, then Eula could sit back and reap the benefits, successfully stabilizing the royal authority of the Zay lineage. Therefore, that divine grace recipient who stirred up trouble was not some unaffiliated individual at all. He was a confidant secretly cultivated by Eula. His purpose was to muddy the waters. Good. Good, very good. Duke Spiritwind laughed in extreme anger. All his previous confusion and irritation were swept away. replaced instead by fury at being schemed against. This duke has not even gone to settle old accounts with you yet. And your Zhe family actually struck first, setting your sights on me. He had completely figured it all out. This was not some accident at all, but a long-planned conspiracy targeting the Hua and Yi lineages. Men! Duke Spirit Wind shouted in a deep voice. A personal guard immediately entered upon hearing the call. Take my token and secretly invite Duke Starshimmer for a private discussion. Spirit Wind's tone was cold and grim. Remember, it must be discreet. Absolutely do not let anyone notice. Yes. The guard accepted the order and quickly departed. Afterward, Duke Spirit Wind sat back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, a cold smile appearing on his face. Eula, Ilo. Since you want to play, then this duke will play with you to the end. Trying to use such despicable methods to divide and dismantle us. Dream on. He would not let Eula have his way. Moreover, he would unite with Starshimmer to reclaim the throne that should have belonged to their Hua lineage. After the old steward left, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he slipped out through a side gate of the ducal mansion, weaving through several turns until he arrived at a remote corner within the royal city. He cautiously looked around. Seeing no one, he stopped before a house and knocked on the door. Lowering his voice, he said, "Praise the great Lord of the Stars." Soon, a response came from within. "Praise the great Lord of the Stars." But the door did not open. The old steward did not mind and continued in a low voice. "I have done what you asked me to do. Where is what I want?" As soon as his words fell, a stone slab was thrown out. A flash of wild joy appeared in the old steward's eyes. He quickly picked it up, tucked it into his robe, then cautiously glanced around before swiftly disappearing into the alley. Inside the house, Sean looked at you. A complex and uneasy expression appearing on his face. "You, is this, really okay? To spread the divine grace technique so casually?" You casually wiped the arrow in his hand, not even raising his head. "What? You don't want revenge anymore?" "Revenge is another matter." Shan's tone became somewhat agitated. "I just feel that the divine grace technique is sacred. We should grant it cautiously. It's best to examine one's character and morality. How can it be used as a bargaining chip in transactions?" "Sacred?" You stopped what he was doing, raised his head, and looked at Shan's conflicted expression, then smiled. "Shan, you're too naive. If not for the divine grace technique, why would they risk everything to cooperate with us? And what would we use to overthrow the solar dynasty? But this is divine grace. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of divine wrath?" Shan's voice carried a trace of fear. You fell silent. He looked deeply at Shan. "Shan, do you think? Does the divine really care?" Shan was stunned. What do you mean?" You looked at the eternally unchanging starry sky above, his eyes surging with longing and madness. "Have you ever thought why Yi was able to create the divine grace technique? Why anyone can use the divine grace technique? Why it isn't only those of Apollo's bloodline who can use the divine grace technique?" Shan was at a loss for words. "Why?" You raised his right hand, as if trying to touch that starry sky. "Because the divine does not care. It simply does not care what this world becomes. It does not care who is using its power, or even, about this world itself. What it cares about, perhaps from beginning to end, is only that Apollo upon whom it once cast its very first glance." Shan's expression changed drastically as he shouted sternly. "You do not recklessly discuss the divine. Nor show disrespect to the divine." You withdrew his hand, his gaze falling upon Shan. "I once thought that when I obtained divine grace, the divine's gaze would fall upon me, even if only for a single instant." His voice sank low, carrying a trace of loss and obsession. "Unfortunately, there was nothing. Nothing at all. So, Shan, tell me, aside from the first Solar King, Apollo. Who else has ever received the gaze of the god? Shan fell silent, he could not answer. In history and legend, there had only ever been Apollo. Yes, none. Only Apollo received the gaze of the god. Even, he received the guidance of the god. And so humanity mastered farming and animal husbandry, forever escaping hunger. How great was the god's favor toward Apollo! The god even bestowed writing. From then on, humanity gave birth to civilization. Dynasties were established because of it. History began to be passed down. Divine grace spread throughout the world. The people sang praises of his name. This is true divine grace. But I want it too. I also want to receive the gaze of the god. To receive the god's guidance. Yu questioned and answered himself. The suppressed madness in his eyes surged forth once again. So, I will turn the heavens and earth upside down. I will set this continent ablaze with towering flames and make the very foundation of order collapse completely. Only in this way, perhaps, can that God, seated high above the sea of stars and gazing down in indifference, be forced to cast its eyes upon us once more. You muttered like a madman. Even if that gaze is disgust, or wrath, it is still better than this eternal silence and neglect. Shan stared at the seemingly deranged Yu in shock, as if seeing him for the first time. You've gone mad. The madness on Yu's face gradually faded, returning to his usual devout expression. There was even a faint, compassionate smile at the corner of his lips. No, everything I have done is for the sake of the god. To prove that this world is still worthy of receiving even a single glance from him. Several months later. If there are no other important matters, let us end here for today. Yula waved his hand, looking somewhat fatigued. Recently, things within the dynasty had seemed much calmer. Especially Duke Starshimmer and Duke Spiritwind. They were no longer arguing endlessly as they had some time ago, granting him a rare period of peace. We obey your majesty's command. The nobles and ministers below bowed. Then exited the great hall one by one. Yula looked toward Hei, who stood beside him in attendance. His tone softening slightly. Hei, the order in the royal city has been well maintained during this period, and Starshimmer and Spiritwind have also behaved themselves considerably with circumflex nes. This is largely your merit. I shall reward you with a slot for a recipient of divine grace, allowing you to select one junior to cultivate the divine grace technique. Upon hearing this, he immediately knelt, his voice filled with excitement. Thank you, your majesty, for the reward. Yula nodded slightly, somewhat comforted. He then turned to handle the administrative reports submitted from various regions, working until nightfall before preparing to leave the study. However, just as he stood up, a palace attendant came scrambling in, stumbling and crawling, his face filled with terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Why your majesty. This is terrible. Duke Starshimmer and Duke Spiritwind, they have rebelled. They've led a large force and broken through the palace gates. The guards can't hold them back, they're already charging this way. Yula was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Absurd. This is utter nonsense. Do you know the severity of falsely accusing a duke? He simply did not believe what the attendant said. Although those two were not of the same lineage as him. They were all descendants of Apollo. How could they possibly commit such treasonous acts? Yet before his reprimand could finish, from outside the hall came the dense, heavy sound of footsteps, along with the shouts and screams of the guards. In an instant, the entrance of the hall was blocked by soldiers. At their head stood two figures. Duke Starshimmer and Duke Spiritwind. Meanwhile, the guards quickly formed a tight protective circle around Yula. Starshimmer. Spiritwind. Yula's face turned ashen as he pointed at the two of them. His voice trembling with fury. Have you both lost your minds? You dare lead troops into the royal palace and openly rebel? Do you have any regard for the law? For our ancestors? Duke Spiritwind let out a cold laugh. Yula. If not for your excessive oppression and constant scheming, why would we have launched this rebellion? Eula was utterly bewildered, both shocked and enraged. My oppression? My scheming against you? Spirit Wind. Speak clearly. When have I ever done such things? And even now, you still try to deny it? Duke Spiritwind's face was full of disdain. Eula, let me tell you. I saw through your schemes long ago. And now you still want to deny it. Schemes? What schemes? Spirit Wind, you must explain yourself clearly today. Eula demanded sharply, completely unable to understand where these sudden accusations had come from. Seeing Eula's continued denial, Duke Spirit Wind spoke with smug satisfaction. Fine. Since you refuse to face reality until death, I'll let you die understanding. Some time ago, Starshimmer and I were in constant conflict, and our subordinates were repeatedly attacked. Do you dare say this wasn't your doing behind the scenes, trying to sow discord between us and reap the benefits? Eula found it utterly ridiculous. When have I ever tried to divide you? What do those conflicts have to do with me? Have nothing to do with you. Duke Spirit Wind sneered. Eula, all the recipients of divine grace in the entire solar dynasty come from the three lineages of Hua, Ya, and Zhe. If those troublemakers belonged neither to my Hua lineage nor to Starshimmer's Ya lineage then tell me, whose people could they possibly be? Other than your Zhe lineage, who else could it be? Eula was not a fool. He had only been stunned by the sudden rebellion earlier. But now, with Spirit Wind's explanation, he instantly understood. All suspicion pointed directly at his Zhe lineage. Yet he was absolutely certain he had never done such a thing. It wasn't me. I swear it upon the stars. Eula urgently tried to defend himself, attempting to salvage the situation. There must be some misunderstanding. There must be some villain dash. Before he could finish speaking. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot out swiftly from within the crowd behind Spirit Wind. Then, before everyone's horrified eyes, it pierced straight through Eula's heart. Time seemed to freeze in that very moment. Eula lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the arrow lodged in his chest as blood rapidly stained his royal robes. His lips moved, but no sound came out. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed. This scene, how familiar it was. As if history were repeating itself. Back then, Hua had also died beneath such a cold arrow. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this act of regicide. It wasn't me. I didn't fire that arrow. Duke Spirit Wind was the first to react. His face turned deathly pale as he shouted in panic. He had only intended to force the palace, to make Eula compromise or abdicate. He had never intended to commit regicide on the spot. Let alone kill him with an arrow. He suddenly turned his head. His gaze sweeping fiercely toward the personal guards he had brought. Who was it? Who shot that arrow just now? Get out here, this duke commands you. Yet deep down, he was filled with confusion. Those he had brought were the core members of Hua's lineage. Logically, there was absolutely no way they would do such a thing. And yet it had happened. With Eula dead, the Hua and Zhe lineages would inevitably split apart. That was an unavoidable outcome. Duke Starshimmer was also stunned. He had never intended to take Eula's life either. But at this moment, he looked at the enraged Duke Spirit Wind and his bewildered subordinates. Then he looked at Eula, lying in a pool of blood. A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to his head. He suddenly realized that they might have all fallen into an extremely terrifying trap. And worse, they did not even know when they had fallen into it. The mastermind behind this, their calculation of the human heart, was simply terrifying. Spirit Wind, calm down. Duke Starshimmer tried to regain control of the situation. Secure our men first and find the traitor. However, it was already too late. Duke Spirit Wind has murdered the king. The Hua lineage has rebelled. Avenge his majesty. The guards loyal to Eula and the Zhe lineage, along with the palace soldiers who had rushed over, refused to listen to any explanation at all. All they saw was Eula collapsed in a pool of blood, with an arrow piercing his chest. Amid fury and panic, they launched their attack without hesitation. Protect the Duke. Counterattack. At the brink of life and death, Duke Spiritwind's personal guards instinctively began to resist. Duke Starshimmer's forces were also dragged into the chaos, leaving them unable to disengage. Outside the Grand Hall, it instantly turned into a battlefield. Starlight and flames intertwined. Roars and screams echoed without end. This chaotic battle was no longer merely a forced coup, it had become the fuse that ignited a full-scale civil war within the dynasty. Amid the chaos, no one noticed. Inside a towering structure within the royal palace, two cloaked figures stood silently, overlooking the battle below. Shan watched the intense slaughter below. Watching those who should have been the closest recipients of divine grace killing one another, his body trembled slightly. Do you see it, Shan? Yu's voice was terrifyingly calm. This is the fate of Apollo's bloodline. Desire, suspicion, power. We only need to give a gentle push, and they will walk toward destruction on their own. That arrow. Shan's voice was hoarse. It was one of ours. You admitted it openly. A devout believer, who craved power and whom we promised a future. You see, the divine grace technique is incredibly useful. It can easily draw out the deepest desires in people's hearts and be used for our purposes. But they were innocent. Shan had never imagined sacrificing so many innocent people just to satisfy his own hatred. Oh. Innocent? A strange light flickered in Yu's eyes. But when I was doing all this, were you not watching the entire time? And now you suddenly remember that they are innocent? Shan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Yu laughed. The laughter grew louder and louder, becoming increasingly mocking. He laughed until tears came out. Ha ha ha. Interesting. How very interesting. So this is what a recipient of divine grace is. The same hypocrisy, the same false righteousness, ha ha ha. His laughter grew increasingly piercing. Shan frowned, unable to bear it any longer, just as he was about to retort. You suddenly stopped laughing and looked at Shan coldly. Then tell me, Shan. How did Roland Zhe die? Shan's pupils shrank abruptly. He stared at you in shock. You cut him off, looking at him with ridicule. If one wishes to keep it unknown, one must not act in the first place. Shan, did you really think that by watching me destroy the solar dynasty, your hands would remain clean? Shan stood frozen in place. He did not know how to answer, or how to explain. And you left. The solar dynasty is about to collapse. The transaction between you and me is complete. Watching Yu's departing figure, Shan fell into deep confusion. He had many things he wanted to say, but in the end. Sigh. Your Eminence. An envoy from the Solar Dynasty has arrived and is currently outside the temple requesting an audience, claiming there is an urgent matter to report. Reino. A cleric hurried into the temple and bowed toward Lei, who was praying beneath the divine statue with his eyes closed. Lei slowly opened his eyes, a trace of confusion flashing within them. From their last parting, he could tell. The Solar Dynasty had only grown more prosperous. What matter could possibly require his intervention? Let him in. Lei's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Yes. Soon, a travel-worn envoy with a sorrowful expression was led inside. The moment he saw Lei, he immediately knelt, tears flowing before he could even speak, his voice choked with emotion. Great uncle. I beg you, great uncle, seek justice for my king. Lei's heart sank. An ominous premonition surged within him. He forced himself to remain calm and let out a soft sigh. Rise and speak. What has happened to the dynasty? The envoy lifted his head and cried out through sobs. It's rebellion. Duke Spiritwind and Duke Starshimmer have joined forces to rebel. His Majesty, he. He died by an arrow. Boom dash. In an instant, Lei's mind went blank. You said. The descendants of Hua Enya have rebelled. His voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. Yes, great uncle. You said. Eula died, by an arrow. Lei's voice began to tremble. Yes. His Majesty, was pierced through the heart by an arrow. Faced with such shocking news, Lei stood frozen, like a statue. Only his slightly trembling fingers revealed the turmoil within his heart. How long had it been since Zhe returned to the Star Sea? The successor he had personally chosen, his own grandson, had actually returned to the Star Sea in such a tragic way, one eerily similar to history itself. After a long while, Lei finally recovered from the immense shock. An indescribable grief and rage surged into his heart, reddening his eyes. Let's go. He suddenly stood up, his white robes billowing without wind, an awe-inspiring pressure emanating from his entire body. Take me to the royal city. I will personally ask them what they think they are doing. How long do they intend to let this endless sin continue? He could not understand. Why was it that Apollo's bloodline again and again fell into these sins of fratricide and power struggles? It was as if they were trapped in an endless cycle, generation after generation, slaughtering one another. He quickly entrusted the affairs of the theocratic state to several cardinals, then, together with the envoy, sped toward the solar dynasty. Outside the royal city, the recipients of divine grace from the three bloodlines of Hua, Ye, and Zhe were now gathered together, clearly divided. The recipients of divine grace from the Hua and Zhe bloodlines glared at each other, hatred burning fiercely in their eyes. If not for others holding them back, they would have already torn into each other. As for the Ye bloodline represented by Duke Starshimmer, they were awkwardly positioned in the middle. They tried their best to maintain the fragile balance, persuading both sides to calm down and seek the possibility of negotiation. However, resentment that had built up over decades, once it found an outlet, it could no longer be restrained. If it weren't for that despicable arrow back then, the throne should have belonged to our Hua ancestors. You of the Zhe bloodline are nothing but thieves. Someone from the Hua bloodline shouted angrily. Bullshit. The victor becomes king. How dare you slander the Zhe king? On the contrary, you people now dare to commit regicide. That is the true act of treason. The people of the Zhe bloodline immediately retorted. Duke Ilo, Eula's eldest son. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the opposing Duke Spirit Wind, roaring. Spirit Wind. You traitor who committed regicide. All of us from the Zhe bloodline will never share the same sky with you. Behind Ilo, the recipients of divine grace of the Zhe bloodline immediately shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Regicide. Regicide. Duke Spiritwind's expression darkened. At this point, he knew any explanation would be pale and powerless. So he simply cast everything aside and poured out all the dissatisfaction he had suppressed for years. Eula is worthy of being called king. If Zhe hadn't used underhanded means back then, this throne would have long been in the hands of our Hua bloodline. You are the true usurpers. It was you who first betrayed bloodline and honor. You're talking nonsense. Duke Ilo flew into a rage, raising his hand as a blazing fireball formed and instantly blasted toward Duke Spirit Wind. Humph. A trivial trick. Duke Spirit Wind snorted coldly. A brilliant starlight barrier instantly condensed before him, steadily blocking the fireball. And with Ilo making the first move, the fuse of battle was instantly ignited. The long-suppressed emotions on both sides erupted, and they charged at each other with furious roars. Flames and starlight collided violently. Roars and screams rang out in unison. You thieves! You robbers! Regicide! Regicide! Stop! Stop right now! Duke Starshimmer shouted in vain. Unfortunately, this chaotic battle was no longer something a mere recipient of divine grace like him could stop. Thus, he could only order the bloodline's recipients of divine grace to retreat, to avoid being swept into the chaos. Otherwise, if it turned into a three-way melee, things would become even more troublesome. Just as the battle reached its peak, and casualties on both sides continued to rise, a furious shout filled with authority and sorrow suddenly resounded across the entire battlefield. "Stop this at once!" Immediately after, vast starlight poured down like a river of stars, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Under the bathing starlight, the wounds on both sides began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. That warm yet powerful force forcefully soothed everyone's rage, bringing all movement to a halt. The figure of Lei appeared at the very center of the battlefield, like a deity descending into the mortal world. At this moment, his face was ashen. His gaze swept across every descendant of Apollo present, filled with disappointment and anger. For the sake of a mere throne dash, you disregarded blood ties like this? Even, committing the grave sin of killing your own kin. His voice trembled with emotion. Do you still remember that you are descendants of Apollo? Why must you endlessly pass down the hatred of the previous generation to the next? Under his pressure and questioning, many recipients of divine grace lowered their heads in shame, not daring to meet his gaze. Lei's eyes first fell upon Ilo. "Ilo, you invited me here, was it so I could personally witness how the descendants of Apollo slaughter each other and bring disgrace upon their ancestors, A with ring above B?" Ilo immediately knelt down, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Great uncle, my father died unjustly." A sharp pain struck Lei's heart, and he closed his eyes helplessly. The last time they met had been at Zay's funeral. At that time, Eula had respectfully called him great uncle. Who would have thought that would be their final meeting? He then turned to look at Duke Spirit Wind, his voice heavy with grief. "Spirit Wind, why did you commit such a heinous act? Even, using arrows. Have you forgotten how Wa fell?" Duke Spirit Wind looked at Lei's heartbroken expression. The grievance and fury within him intertwined. There was no longer any respect on his face. Only ridicule and resentment remained. "Great uncle. Ha! You ask me? Have you forgotten that bow and arrow dash? The bow and arrow that took the life of ancestor Wa and changed the fate of the dynasty dash. It was you. You were the one who brought it back to the dynasty with your own hands." His voice was sharp, as if bleeding. "If you hadn't brought back the bow and arrow, ancestor Wa wouldn't have died. Ancestor Ya wouldn't have been disheartened and left, only to die in a foreign land. There wouldn't have been ancestor Zay's guilt and obsession afterward. And there certainly wouldn't have been decades of resentment between our Wa and Zay bloodlines. None of what happened today would have occurred." He stared fixedly at Lei. His eyes filled with undisguised accusation. "Great uncle, anyone here has the right to accuse me. But you dash. You have no such right. Because you are the source of all this tragedy." Boom! Duke Spiritwind's words pierced deeply into the most buried wound in Lei's heart and tore it open, bloodily. Lei staggered back as if struck by lightning. His face instantly turned deathly pale. He stared blankly at Spirit Wind. At the same time, he saw the agreement and resentment in the eyes of those descendants of the Wa bloodline around him. So this was what they had always thought. So in everyone's heart, he was the true culprit. Ha 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 ha. Lei suddenly laughed. The laughter rose from low to high, filled with endless desolation and self-mockery. "So that's how it is. So you all hate me. Ha ha ha. Yes. That's right. If I hadn't brought back the bow and arrow, Wa wouldn't have died. You wouldn't have left. Zay wouldn't have borne sin. None of this would have happened today. So it turns out, I am the one who created all these tragedies, the source. All the guilt he had carried. All the avoidance he had clung to. All the truths he had buried beneath faith, at this moment, were laid bare under the sunlight, with nowhere left to hide. All the pillars of his spirit collapsed completely in that instant. "Great uncle!" Ilo called out in worry. He wanted to step forward to support Lei's figure, which had hunched over in that instant. Duke Starshimmer also revealed a look of anxiety, trying to say something to ease the atmosphere. But Lei only waved his hand weakly. His gaze became hollow, as if all light within it had already been extinguished. He looked around at this land stained with the blood of his kin. At those descendants of Apollo whose faces had twisted because of hatred, ambition, and fear. He knew. The Solar Dynasty, the nation built by his father and his brothers with their own hands, had ended from this day onward. Apollo's bloodline had completely split apart, beyond all redemption. "So be it," he murmured softly. His body and mind were filled with endless exhaustion and despair. Lei ignored Ilo and Duke Starshimmer's attempts to keep him. Nor did he look at Duke Spiritwind's gaze filled with resentment. He simply left. At this moment, atop the distant city wall, Yu had taken in everything that had happened below. He watched as Lei left in a dazed and dispirited state. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Your Holiness, I hope you like the gift I prepared for you." That messenger, who had gone to report to the theocratic state of the stars, had been arranged by him. And his purpose was precisely to let Lei personally witness the Solar Dynasty collapse before his eyes, into total disintegration. As the next pope chosen by Lei, he understood Lei's character too well. Perhaps the Lei of his youth had possessed enough confidence and resolve to change everything happening now. But Lei was already old. His gaze no longer looked toward the future, but remained immersed in memories of the past. He had lost the courage of his youth, leaving behind only an aging body, just like the elders of the theocratic state. As he thought of this, a trace of fear suddenly arose in Yu's heart. When he grew old, would he also become like this? Would he also become so weak and useless? Yu's gaze gradually deepened. Was there a way to not grow old? He thought of Ya. Ya had created the second divine art in this world, divine grace technique. Then, could he also create a divine art, one that would prevent aging? After Lei left, the conflict among the three bloodlines also came to a halt. Ilo looked toward Duke Spiritwind. His eyes filled with undisguised hatred. "Spiritwind, no matter how you try to argue, the new king died by your hand. Yes, just as the death of Ancestor Wa was caused by Ancestor Zhe. But Ancestor Zhe had already paid the price for it. He devoted all his effort to sustaining the dynasty until now. And you? Spiritwind, tell me what price will you pay for assassinating the new king?" But Duke Spiritwind laughed. "Ilo, stop joking. Even if I were willing to pay the price for this, would you truly be willing to return the throne to our Wa bloodline? And even if you did, after I follow the ancestors into the Sea of Stars, who would the throne pass to? Our Wa bloodline? Or your Zhe bloodline? You should understand, there has long been no trust left between us." Ilo fell silent. How could he not understand? That things had already reached a point of no return. But he was unwilling to accept it. He did not wish to see the Solar Dynasty end like this. Apollo's bloodline should have been passed down together with the dynasty for eternity. But he also understood that they could never again sit together as before, discussing the future. A sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. At this moment, Ilo finally understood the deep helplessness Lei felt when he left. It was the pain of watching the descendants of Apollo fight among themselves for selfish desires, yet being powerless to stop it. Unless Lei were willing to use iron-blooded methods to purge all opposition, perhaps the unity of the dynasty could barely be maintained. But that would ultimately be drinking poison to quench thirst. One day, the same conflict would inevitably unfold again. Ilo recalled the divine admonition left behind by the god. Desire is the root of human suffering, because desire can never be satisfied. Yes. They were driven by desire. And yet human desire was endless. So sooner or later, they would once again draw weapons against each other for the desires in their hearts. Perhaps Ancestor Yi had foreseen all of this, which was why she resolutely chose to distance herself from the dynasty. She created the divine grace technique. Her original intention had been to end this endless conflict born of desire. But ironically, the divine grace technique she created had instead become one of the forces driving these struggles of desire. Ilo laughed. His smile filled with bitterness. From Ancestor Apollo onward, the lifelong efforts of successive ancestors had not only failed to pull the bloodline out of the vortex of desire, but their efforts had instead become the very source that nourished this vortex. Was this fate? Ilo did not know. He only knew that he had to make a decision. Even if this decision would turn the solar dynasty into history. But if it could allow Apollo's bloodline to break free from this endless cycle of desire, then it would be worth it. Thinking of this, Ilo looked resolutely at Duke Spiritwind and Duke Starshimmer, and said in a deep voice, "Separate. Divide the solar dynasty into 3. The Hua, Yi, and Zhe bloodlines will each take one part. From this day forward, each will establish its own domain and govern independently." This decision was unprecedented. Even Duke Spiritwind and Duke Starshimmer were momentarily stunned. Good. Then divide. Duke Spiritwind responded first. He understood that the past could not be reclaimed. Separation might be the better path forward. But Duke Starshimmer could not accept it. Since Ancestor Apollo had founded the dynasty, it had only been passed down to him for 5 generations. And now it was to collapse like this? No. I absolutely refuse. We are all descendants of Apollo, how can we separate? Ilo, have you gone mad? Ancestor Apollo endured countless hardships to develop the tribe into a dynasty, and now you want to destroy it with your own hands. Ilo looked at the agitated Duke Starshimmer and calmly asked in return. Starshimmer, if we do not divide, then tell me, where is the path forward? Duke Starshimmer was immediately at a loss for words. He did not know either. From the moment the god bestowed writing and civilization was born, only 100 years had passed. Their history was too short, too shallow. Within the experiences of their predecessors, there was no precedent to resolve such problems. In the end, the 3 bloodlines still moved toward separation. The Zhe bloodline took the royal city and the territories adjacent to the theocratic state of the stars. The Yi bloodline chose the vast lands near the mountain ranges. The remaining lands all went to the Hua bloodline. The solar dynasty thus became history. Replacing it was an era of 3 coexisting duchies. From this moment onward, a new era had descended. And when this news reached the theocratic state of the stars, Lei simply silently gazed at that eternal, unchanging starry sky. En's words, at this moment, crossed time and space. Once again, they echoed in Lei's ears. In this world, aside from the eternal and unchanging God, nothing remains unchanged. Lei murmured in a low voice. Yes. In this world, aside from the great God, nothing is unchanging. But, why must it change? Lei's eyes reddened, tears glimmering within them. At this moment, he felt an incomparable longing for the past. That time, when he had not yet become a recipient of divine grace. Back then, it seemed that no matter what happened, he would always be very happy, very joyful. Because he had been Apollo's youngest son, able to enjoy the care of his father and elder siblings. And now, he was the only one among them still alive. Lei withdrew his gaze from the starry sky. Just as he was about to kneel once more beneath the divine statue and continue his devout prayers, he felt his heart begin to pound violently. He instinctively raised his head and looked toward the starry sky. At the same time, all recipients of divine grace, no matter where they were or what they were doing, froze in that very instant. As if by unspoken agreement, they all lifted their heads. From the depths of their souls surged an indescribable palpitation. Although the starry sky remained the same, they could feel that it had changed. As though a vast and boundless existence had crossed the endless sea of stars, about to descend upon this world. Tears streamed down Lei's face. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable joy. He had finally waited for this. He knelt down excitedly and shouted loudly. God! After 60 years, the God descended upon the world once more. Yu stared blankly at the starry sky. With his mortal vision, he could not see the great God. But he could feel the God's descent. He had succeeded. He had personally brought about the fragmentation of the solar dynasty. And the God had indeed descended, just as he had anticipated. Yet he felt not the slightest joy. He could not see the great God. He did not even have the qualification to glimpse a single ray of the God's brilliance. Why? He muttered to himself. He had rehearsed countless times in his mind. When the God unleashed divine wrath, how he would arrogantly and indifferently state his own thoughts. All for the sake of making the God remember him, this audacious mortal. But the great God had not cast even the slightest glance his way. He did not even have the qualification to bear the God's gaze. No. It shouldn't be like this. He would rather be hated by the God than endure being so completely ignored. As though all his schemes, all his struggles, were utterly meaningless in the eyes of the God. Suddenly, he recalled the words he had once said to Shan. Because the God does not care. He simply does not care what this world becomes. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yu burst into uncontrollable laughter. His laughter was filled with self-mockery and despairing madness. So it turned out, the God truly did not care. But soon, the despair in Yu's eyes was replaced by an even more extreme light. No. It must be that I have not made a big enough disturbance. The God has already descended. He will sooner or later see everything I have done. A mad thought emerged. Yu thought, since a single solar dynasty was not enough to draw the God's attention. Then, what about slaying a wielder of authority? What if he killed Lei? Then, would the great God lower his gaze and notice him, this treasonous mortal? Huang Xing sat upon the divine statue. In but an instant, all the changes of time in heaven and earth were completely clear within his mind. Too fast. He whispered silently. For him, it had been but a single day. For this world, however, 60 years had already passed. Long enough that even Apollo had long since died. And among his descendants, only one remained alive. Apollo. The voice of the God sounded. Yet it carried a trace of regret. Perhaps, he should have left a little later. Afterward, his indifferent gaze swept across this familiar yet unfamiliar world. All the conflicts, love and hatred, ambitions and regrets, were but fleeting shadows in his eyes. Now, the only thing that could stir even a trace of his interest was the divine grace technique created by Ya, and those who had become recipients of divine grace through it. With but a single thought, all the mysteries of the divine grace technique had been completely unraveled. Even he could not help but sigh in admiration at Ya's talent. She had actually managed, through her comprehension of authority bestowal, to reverse engineer such a path. This path allowed mortals to obtain the blessing of the Leo constellation and possess extraordinary power. However, this divine art was far too crude. It could only allow one to become a recipient of divine grace. And being a recipient of divine grace was the end. It could not allow further cultivation, nor grant greater power. But Huang Xing did not casually perfect it. Because the current civilization was still too immature. The existence of wielders of authority was already a massive imbalance. Unlike the minor skirmishes of recipients of divine grace, with the authority controlled by Lei and the others, toppling a dynasty would be as easy as turning one's hand. However, this world at present was ultimately still too dull. Huang Xing's thoughts stirred as he contemplated. Perhaps it was time for the second constellation to step onto this stage. Meanwhile, beneath the Temple of the Stars, Lei called out again and again, prayed again and again, confessed his sins, and begged for the god's guidance. However, the starry sky remained silent, and the divine statue gave no response. The god did not cast his gaze. Nor did he offer any reply. A sense of panic began to rise in Lei's heart. He wondered whether it was because he had failed to maintain the unity of the dynasty, causing his father Apollo's legacy to be destroyed, that the god had abandoned him, unwilling to listen to his voice any longer. At once, Lei knelt even more devoutly, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground, his heart filled with helplessness and fear. At this moment, Shan was traveling toward the direction of his homeland. He and Yu had succeeded. The Solar Dynasty was now history. Zhe's young grandson Yula had died beneath arrows. The Hua bloodline and the Zhe bloodline had completely turned against each other in enmity. He had finally avenged the tribe, the tribal chief, his mother, and Fu. Chief, mother, Fu. He softly recited these deeply engraved names. Yet in his heart, there was no sense of relief or satisfaction. Instead, he was engulfed by a profound emptiness and exhaustion. It was as if he had lost the purpose of his life. Lost the motivation to move forward. He felt the descent of the god. But when he instinctively tried to pray in his heart, he fell into confusion. In the past, what he had spoken to the god day and night was nothing more than Zhe's indifference, the injustices suffered by the tribe, and how they had acted under the command of Ya, the divine envoy, only to be met with catastrophic destruction. But now, the hatred had been resolved. These prayers seemed to have lost their meaning. The god, had he long grown tired of his resentful murmurs? But aside from these, he found that he did not know how to speak to the god at all. Within Shan's heart, a trace of bewilderment arose. God. Shan knelt toward the starry sky, praying devoutly. O great Lord of the stars, please guide your devout believer toward the path forward. The sunlight had been bright. Luo Ye took out several baskets of fresh fish from home. Afterward, she began cleaning them, rubbing coarse salt over their surfaces. Then, she laid the fish out one by one on the stone slab, making it easier for them to dry. Winter was approaching, and they needed to start storing enough food to get through this year's cold season. The Luo River tribe lived nestled alongside the vast Luo River, relying on fishing and hunting for generations. The Luo River originated from distant, continuous mountain ranges, and for hundreds of years, it had nourished the lands and people along its banks. Even the river within the theocratic state of the stars was merely one of its tributaries. For centuries, the Luo River had been gentle and generous, never once flooding, allowing the tribes along its banks to thrive and multiply. 30 years ago, priests from the theocratic state of the stars arrived, bringing with them the concept of farming. The fertile plains beside the Luo River were cultivated into rich fields, yielding abundant harvests year after year, enabling the tribe to develop rapidly. Today, it had grown into a large tribe with more than 2,000 people. Because of this, they were filled with reverence and gratitude toward the theocratic state of the stars that had brought all this, as well as the great deity said to command the stars. Luoya. The divine envoy has arrived. Quick, let's go to the altar. Luo mother hurried back, her face glowing with excitement and devotion. Divine envoy. Luoya's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly set down her work. Following her mother, she ran toward the altar at the center of the tribe. She noticed that nearly the entire tribe was rushing toward the altar. Every face was filled with excitement and reverence. By the time they arrived, the altar was already covered in a dense mass of kneeling figures. Before Luoya could see clearly ahead, her mother pulled her down to kneel. Like the others, she bowed her head devoutly, praying for the deity's protection and blessings. After the prayers ended, Luoya finally dared to raise her head and look toward the altar above. With just one glance, she froze. The divine envoy's golden hair, seemed like flowing molten gold under the sunlight. His golden pupils were like fragments of stars contained within them. Exactly as the missionaries had described. This was the symbol of a recipient of divine grace. Proof of being personally blessed by the deity. An indescribable shock and reverence instantly surged into Luo Ya's heart. He stood on the altar, watching the endless stream of believers gathering below. An indescribable surge stirred within his heart. This feeling of being needed, of being revered, greatly diluted the fear buried deep inside him. Back then, when faced with the divine grace technique that you had presented, he chose to join. Thus, he became a member of the Stars Church, serving you as the leader of the Stars Church. They infiltrated the solar dynasty, exploiting the asymmetry of information and the gaps within human hearts, subtly sowing discord between the Hua, Ya, and Zhe bloodlines. In the end, that vast dynasty collapsed and split into 3 duchies. After the solar dynasty split into 3, their mission had been completed. But they also had to leave the theocratic state of the stars and the 3 great duchies. Because Lei was still alive. If this powerful wielder of authority discovered their existence and what they had done behind the scenes, then they would undoubtedly die. No one would question the power of a wielder of authority, because it was a force that surpassed divine grace. It was called authority. Thus, under Yu's arrangements, they left the theocratic state of the stars under the guise of spreading the faith. This way, it would not arouse unnecessary suspicion within the state, nor would they need to hide. They only had to wait for Lei to naturally return to the Sea of Stars, and they could openly return. Ns. Seeing that no more believers were arriving, he turned his gaze toward the priest beside him, Mo. At this moment, Mo was still in immense shock. The state had indeed informed him that a new priest would come to assist, but they never said it would be a recipient of divine grace. If he remembered correctly, all recipients of divine grace came from the solar dynasty. And although both nations believed in the Lord of the Stars, they had historically had little interaction. So why would a recipient of divine grace from the solar dynasty become a missionary of the theocratic state of the stars? Naturally, he would not reveal the truth to Mo. He merely brushed it off with the reason of desiring to spread the glory of the deity. Although Mo was full of doubts, he could understand. After all, he himself had also chosen, for the sake of his great faith, to give up the comfortable life within the state and remain in this remote tribe for 30 years. And in these 30 years, he had not only made everyone in the Luo River tribe devoutly believe in the great deity, but also taught them farming, allowing the tribe to develop to its current state. Mo. He reminded softly. Mo came back to his senses, faced the believers below the altar, and merely raised his hand slightly. The entire crowd fell silent instantly. This is he, a priest sent by the state to preach alongside me. At the same time, he is also a messenger of the deity, walking among mortals, blessed by divine grace. You must not show him any disrespect. Immediately, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. We greet the divine envoy. He knew. What they worshipped was him. And also the great deity behind him. A gentle yet solemn smile appeared on his face. Thanks to the deity's blessing, I have obtained divine grace. In the future, if anyone in the tribe is injured or falls ill, you may come to me. Divine grace itself had no hierarchy. But in this era of scarce medical resources, the power of starlight was undoubtedly more welcome than the power of flame. Because the power of starlight could not only form protective barriers to block damage, but also heal various injuries and illnesses, while also possessing a certain degree of offensive capability. It could be said to be an extremely versatile ability. The power of flame was different. Although it had extremely high destructive power, it could only deal damage and could do nothing else. And what he possessed was precisely the power of starlight. As soon as his words fell, astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. Soon after, everyone began praising the greatness and benevolence of the deity. He and Mo then took turns explaining the doctrines of the theocratic state of the stars and the deity's grace, before the crowd gradually dispersed in satisfaction and excitement, returning to their respective tasks. The moonlight was bright, and the starlight dazzling. Inside the house, Luoya and Luo mother wore worried expressions. The sun had long since set. Yet Luo father and Luoya's brothers had still not returned. Why haven't father and the others come back yet? Luoya looked again and again at the tightly shut wooden door, the unease in her heart growing heavier. Luo mother frowned deeply. And finally could no longer sit still. I'll go take a look by the river. Perhaps the catch was good today, and they were delayed. Luo father and Luoya's brothers were known in the tribe for their excellent swimming skills. Their daily work was to dive into the Luo River to catch fish. Luo mother hurriedly left. Not long after, a chaotic of voices came from outside. Luoya's heart tightened as she rushed out the door. She saw her father and eldest brother being carried back by others. At this moment, both of them were completely drenched, their faces deathly pale. Luo mother followed beside them, tears streaming down her face. Only after she rushed to the river did she learn that today, the Luo River had suddenly become abnormally swift and turbulent without any warning. Luo father and the eldest son had exhausted their strength beneath the water, and in the end, sank down. Fortunately, the river later calmed somewhat, allowing the others a chance to pull them ashore. Father! Big brother! Luoya threw herself forward, tears falling anxiously. At that moment, he was hurriedly summoned. Without a word, he immediately began directing. Quick, lay them flat on the ground. Everyone followed his instructions. He crouched down, his hands hovering over their chests. A gentle starlight began to glow in his palms, enveloping Luo father and Luo Xing within its radiance. Luoya stared blankly at that sacred light. Her heart was filled with shock. So this was the power of a god. Very soon, under the healing of the starlight, Luo father let out a faint sound in his throat, coughing up several mouthfuls of water before slowly regaining consciousness. Immediately after, Luo Xing also resumed breathing, his complexion gradually returning to a healthy color. They're alive. They're really alive. A miracle. This is a miracle. Praise the great Lord of the Stars. The ecstasy of surviving a calamity, mixed with awe toward the miracle, caused everyone to kneel down in excitement. Toward he, and even more so toward the unseen God, they expressed their deepest gratitude. Luoya and her family also knelt together, weeping uncontrollably as they thanked he for saving their lives. He, however, shook his head, his expression serious and humble. The ones who healed them were the powers bestowed by the God. If you truly wish to give thanks, then thank the great God. Without the God's grace, there would be no us today. Hearing this, everyone became even more convinced, once again praising the greatness and compassion of the God in unison. After handling this incident, he returned to the residence Mo had arranged for him. Pushing open the door, he found Mo already sitting inside. His expression was grave, his brows tightly furrowed. What's wrong, Mo? Sensing something amiss, he asked. Mo raised his head, his eyes filled with concern. I have come to the Luo River tribe to preach for 30 years. In these 30 years, the Luo River has always been gentle and calm. For it to suddenly become so violent and turbulent like today has never happened before. This is far too abnormal. He pondered for a moment. Perhaps, this is just an accident. Mo let out a sigh, his gaze drifting toward the still night outside the window. I hope this is only an accident. From that day onward, the Luo River became increasingly temperamental. It was like a colossal beast gradually awakening, beginning to roar intermittently. The rushing currents carried mud and sand as they surged downstream, turning the water unbearably murky. At first, some still relied on their swimming skills and attempted to enter the water. But after several people were swept away by the river one after another, no one dared to go into the river anymore. Fortunately, thanks to the farming techniques Mo had brought, the crops produced from the fertile lands beside the Luo River became their final reliance. They no longer needed to risk their lives fishing in the river. A with diuresis B. However, misfortune never came alone. The sky began to drizzle with fine rain. At first, it was thought to be an ordinary rainy season. But who could have expected that the rain would continue without end? It poured for half a month straight. The sky remained gloomy all day, and the rain gathered into streams, constantly pouring into the already swelling Luo River. At this moment, Mo and he stood on higher ground, looking down at the Luo River together. They saw the waters surging violently, muddy waves crashing against both banks, the water level rising visibly with the naked eye. The water level keeps getting higher. If this continues, all the tribes along both banks will eventually be submerged. Mo's voice was filled with helplessness. He remained silent for a moment, then sighed. The will of heaven cannot be defied. We can only migrate. Mo closed his eyes in pain. 30 years had passed. He had long since regarded the Luo River tribe as his home, and every person here as his kin. But to persuade these people, who had lived by the river for generations, to abandon their homeland, how difficult would that be? Yet he knew even more clearly that if they did not make a decision soon, once the flood completely overtook the riverbanks, everything would be too late. I will go discuss it with the tribal leader. When Mo opened his eyes again, determination had already settled within them. We must organize everyone to evacuate as soon as possible. While there is still time. He nodded. I will do my best to assist you. Luo father stood beneath the eaves. Watching the unending rain, his brows tightly knit. Father, are you unhappy? Luo Ye walked to his side and asked softly. Luo father rubbed Luo Ye's hair and smiled. I'm fine. Soon, after Mo's persuasion, the tribal leader also made up his mind. He gathered everyone and announced. After discussing with missionary Mo, I have decided, the entire tribe will relocate. I will give you 3 days. Within 3 days, everyone must pack everything that can be taken. At once. The crowd erupted into commotion, voices overlapping. Some complained about the pain of leaving their homeland. Others worried about the uncertain road ahead. But looking at the increasingly violent river, everyone understood that this was the only path to survival. On the day they left, the rain still had not stopped. Luo Ye turned back for one last glance at the home she had lived in for more than 10 years, her eyes filled with reluctance. Suddenly, a thunderclap exploded across the sky. A sense of unease surged in Luo Ye's heart. Faintly, she seemed to hear a low, deep roar. That was not thunder. It was the Luo River roaring. The Luo River is flooding. Someone shouted hoarsely at the top of their lungs. Luo Ye turned back in terror. In the distance, a towering wall stretched across the sky, sweeping toward both banks with overwhelming force. It was the Luo River, breaking free from all restraints. Wherever the Luo River passed, all things were swallowed, vanishing into a vast expanse of water. Run! Hurry and run! Luo father shouted. He grabbed Luo Ye and Luo mother, rushing desperately toward higher ground with the chaotic crowd. But how could human legs outrun towering waves? The first wave caught up to them. In an instant, it swallowed Luo Ye's parents beside her. Father! Mother! Luo Ye's cries were drowned by the floodwaters. She only saw her parents struggle briefly before disappearing without a trace. The second wave surged right after. Little sister Dash. Her brother's cries cut off abruptly. They too were swept into the torrent. In mere moments, her family was destroyed. At last, Luo Ye climbed onto a higher rock, surviving by sheer luck. She collapsed weakly upon it, her spirit shattered, staring at the muddy, boundless waters before her. Even now, she could not believe what had just happened. The others who had survived around her had also lost their loved ones. Grief-stricken cries echoed through the storm. Father! Mother! Brothers! Come back! Luo Ye cried out. She did not know how long she cried, until even her tears had run dry. Suddenly, Luoya thought of the golden-haired divine envoy upon the altar. She thought of the starlight that had healed her father. She thought of that supreme being worshipped by the tribe. She knelt down. With the last of her strength, she raised her head to the sky and cried out. God! Great God! Please, I beg you, save everyone. At this moment, Huang Xing also cast his gaze over. He saw the flooding Luo River, saw the land transformed into a vast marsh, saw the living beings struggling within the flood, and also saw that praying girl. With a slight movement of thought, the veins of the world clearly unfolded before his eyes. At the source of the Luo River, that snow mountain was melting. And the reason for the melting of the snow mountain was precisely the increasingly numerous recipients of divine grace. This was because the Leo constellation was a power that belonged beyond this world. Therefore, when the recipients of divine grace began to continuously draw the power of flames and starlight from the Leo constellation, the balance of this world was broken. Temperatures rose, snow melted. And ultimately, this great flood was triggered. Too fragile. Huang Xing could not help but sigh. At the same time, a trace of daze arose in his heart. He was merely an ordinary person. Yet this world could not even withstand 1/12 of his power. But the power of the Leo constellation was still transforming the world. So, to stop this disaster, a new variable had to be introduced. A kind of power sufficient to balance it. At this moment, he heard it. The pleas from Luoya and countless survivors. His gaze swept across this vast flooded land. Finally, it fell upon that girl kneeling in prayer. In the next moment, endless starlight descended from the void. Luoya felt her body grow light, and the surrounding scene rapidly changed. The flood, the cries, the dark clouds instantly receded. Moments later, when Luoya regained her senses, she found herself within a boundless sea of stars. And all the stars were now surrounding a presence whose full form could not be seen, whose vastness and sacredness could not be described. The stars were his crown. The universe was his cloak. That was the God she and her people had worshipped for generations, the Lord of the Stars. God! Luoya trembled all over in excitement, prostrating herself, unable to stop her tears. Please, I beg you, save everyone. A vast and majestic voice resounded through the sea of stars, devoid of emotion, yet containing the power to decide fate. Granted. As the divine voice fell, boundless stellar power began to pour into Luoya's body. She felt a transformation unlike anything before. Her long hair turned into a deep oceanic blue. Her eyes seemed to contain endless tides and the secrets of the sea. The most significant change was in her lower body. Her legs merged together, covered in layer upon layer of crystalline scales that shimmered with starlight and iridescent hues. In the end, they transformed into a long, powerful, and beautiful fish tail. The tail fin was as thin as a cicada's wing, flowing with dreamlike colors. A mysterious oceanic power flowed around her body. From this day forward, you shall be one of the 12 constellations under my seat, Pisces. From this moment on, she was no longer human. She had become a new being, a merfolk. Go. Lead your people to a new homeland. As the divine voice faded, starlight flowed around Luoya once more. When she regained her senses, she found herself back above that vast flooded land. She was even floating quietly in midair. Looking at the flood below, she gently raised her hand. A soft blue stellar power spread out from her as the center, like ripples, enveloping the entire flooded land. A miracle occurred. Those lives that had been swallowed by the flood reformed amidst rising strands of brilliant starlight. Just like Luoya, they gained new life, transforming into merfolk. They opened their eyes in confusion, looking at their new bodies, then at Luoya floating in the air radiating sacred light, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. And Luoya. Luo father tried to speak, his voice somewhat hoarse. Father. Mother. Brothers. Immediately, Luoya burst into tears of joy. It was the God who saved us. He also granted us new life. She looked around at all the revived members of her tribe. Her voice was clear and resolute. The Luo River is no longer our homeland. The God guides us to a new home, a boundless ocean. From now on, we are the people of the sea. Come. Follow me. Let us go to our new home. Her fish tail traced an elegant arc through the air. Luo Ya lightly leapt into the Luo River. And the once turbulent current could no longer affect her. The tribespeople looked at one another. And once they adapted to their new bodies, they too began to move their tails, gathering into a stream of faint blue light, following Luo Ya as they departed. Mo. He looked at Mo, who had already become a merfolk, and spoke instinctively. Mo emerged from the water, his pair of blue eyes looking directly at he. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the divine grace within Mo was completely different from his own. Will you come back? Even though he had only stayed in the Luo River tribe for 3 months, he had formed a deep friendship with Mo despite their age difference. Mo shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps I will. The survivors of the Luo River tribe will be entrusted to you. He nodded. All right. Afterward, Mo returned to the merfolk group. They followed the main course of the Luo River, heading westward toward the vast ocean spoken of in the divine oracle filled with the unknown and hope. As the only wielder of authority in this world, the moment Pisces appeared, Lei sensed it. That vast and unfamiliar stellar power. He stepped out of the temple, gazing toward the east. A new constellation has appeared. Could it be that Apollo's era is truly coming to an end? The God's grace no longer belongs to us alone. We will no longer be the only ones. A sense of loss and crisis surged into his heart. But soon, this feeling was replaced by intense unwillingness. He clenched his fists, flames igniting in his eyes. No. I am still alive. As long as I live, Apollo's era will never end. Even if a second constellation has appeared, it cannot overshadow the glory of Leo. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Just what kind of existence this newly born constellation was. Lei immediately summoned the 3 cardinals of the theocratic state. Then, the group departed from the theocratic state, heading eastward. Who are you? He looked at Shan, who had suddenly arrived, with a face full of vigilance. His identity must never be exposed. Because once the Pope discovered their existence and uncovered what they had done in the past, what awaited them would be true eternal damnation. At that time, everyone would die because of him. Shan looked at his tense expression. At once, he understood. Within the theocratic state of the stars, to avoid being wiped out in one sweep, members often concealed their identities with code words and cloaks, rarely knowing each other. So his current reaction had practically revealed his identity. Aside from people like them, who else would be so afraid of being recognized? Rest assured, I am not from the 3 great duchies. Shan explained calmly. But he did not immediately lower his guard. And instead continued in a deep voice. Praise the great Lord of the stars. Shan remained composed and unhurried. Praise the great Lord of the stars. After the code matched, he finally let out a long breath of relief. My apologies, brother. You know as well, the Pope has not yet returned to the Sea of Stars. Our existence must not be exposed. Otherwise, all our efforts would be wasted. It's fine, I understand. Shan did not mind at all. Ever since his great vengeance had been fulfilled, he had been overwhelmed by a deep sense of confusion, unsure of what he should do next. If not for the fact that among the 12 constellations under the god, other constellations had begun to manifest in this era, he would not have come here deliberately. Afterward, Shan walked through the rebuilt tribe alongside he. Yet he never saw the person he had been expecting, so he took the initiative to ask. I came this time to pay respects to the newly ascended constellation. Could you take me to meet them? He was not surprised by this. After all, when a constellation manifested, those of them who were recipients of divine grace of the Leo constellation could naturally sense its location. He spread his hands helplessly. "You're late. Luoya has already left." Luoya. Shan repeated the name. "Is this the name of the constellation?" "Of course." He nodded. Shan felt puzzled. But shouldn't a constellation's name have 3 words? Like Leo Apollo. He shook his head and explained. That was her name when she was still mortal. After becoming a constellation, she did not tell us what name the god granted her. Though Shan felt some regret, he understood. He continued asking. "Then which constellation under the god does she belong to?" An awkward expression appeared on his face. "About that. I don't know either." Shan. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Not knowing anything at all. For a moment, he was at a loss. "Then what exactly do you know?" Shan asked patiently. He thought carefully and realized that his understanding of Luoya was indeed pitifully little, so he could only answer stiffly. "Nothing at all." Shan. Shan's expression darkened slightly, he felt that he was toying with him. "I'm serious. I truly came to pay respects to the constellation." He replied helplessly. "I understand. But it's not that I don't want to tell you, I really don't know much about the constellation." Afterward, he briefly recounted the events, the disaster of the Luo River, the tribe's migration, the overwhelming flood, Luoya's prayer to the god. And finally, how she was chosen to become a constellation, revived her people, and led them toward the sea. After hearing this, Shan stood frozen in place. This newly emerged constellation. Her legs had actually turned into a fish tail. However, Shan did not dwell on it too much. After all, merfolk were essentially transformed from humans. Moreover, when the first solar king Apollo became the Leo constellation, his hair and eyes had also turned golden. It was just that Luoya's transformation was more extensive. Her hair and eyes turned azure, and even her legs became a fish tail. Thinking of this, he raised a key question. Can Lady Luoya's fish tail still turn back into legs? He shook his head again. "I don't know." Shan sighed inwardly but did not press further. After all, Luoya had left immediately after becoming a constellation. There had been no communication between them. So it was normal that he did not know. Yet Shan could not suppress the envy in his eyes. To be chosen by the god, to become an eternal constellation and accompany the god, what incomparable glory. Afterward, Shan stayed temporarily in the Luo River tribe. Because his own tribe had long been destroyed by the floodwaters. Now alone, he wandered the world without a home. And the reason he remained was naturally because he had said, perhaps one day, Luoya and the others might return to visit the tribe. Time slowly passed. Lei also arrived at the Luo River tribe. At first glance, he saw he and Shan, who had just returned from hunting. Although they looked somewhat unfamiliar, he did not investigate further. As the Pope of the theocratic state of the stars, there were not many priests qualified to meet him. And he was clearly not among them. He only felt puzzled as to why the bloodline of Apollo would appear here. Moreover, judging from their condition, it seemed they had already been here for some time. Meanwhile, he and Shan also felt Lei's gaze. They subconsciously turned their heads. With just one glance, they froze in place. Fear instantly rose in their hearts. Lei had actually come. Just as he felt uneasy inside, Shan decisively pulled he down to kneel together, respectfully calling out. Shan pays respects to great uncle Lei. His eyes lit up, and he quickly followed. He pays respects to great uncle Lei. Lei gave a slight nod. Seeing their respectful attitude, he assumed they were recipients of divine grace from the Ya bloodline or Zhe bloodline, who had either wandered here or been stationed here. How long have you two been here? He asked in a deep voice. Shan lowered his head and replied. Reporting to great uncle. We have been here for 5 days. The people of the Luo River tribe nearby, though puzzled as to why he and Shan said 5 days, did not speak up to expose them. Lei nodded. It seemed that he and Shan had sensed the emergence of a constellation here and thus came. Moreover, as recipients of divine grace, their physical abilities far surpassed ordinary people, so it was natural that they arrived earlier than him. Where is the constellation now? During these past few days on the road, he had calmed down considerably. A constellation, after all, possessed complete authority. It was not something he could contend against. Thus, it was better to maintain harmony. He and Shan instinctively exchanged a glance. Shan maintained his respectful posture and replied. Great uncle, the constellation has already left. Lei's brows furrowed slightly. Left? Where did they go? The two shook their heads. We don't know. Lei had not expected such an answer. But he assumed that the constellation had already departed before he and Shan arrived. So he did not dwell on it. Afterward, his gaze shifted to the people of the Luo River tribe, who were either working or secretly observing. They are the constellation's people. Yes, great uncle, Shan confirmed. At once. Lei's gaze lingered on those people. A thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. After all, he had personally witnessed how the former star tribe, under his father Apollo's leadership, had grown step by step into the great solar dynasty. A with Dionysus knew B. But now, the situation across the entire continent had already been fully surveyed, whether it was the solar dynasty or the theocratic state of the stars. The solar dynasty, or rather, the current 3 great duchies, occupied the most fertile regions of the continent. To the north lay the theocratic state of the stars. It could be said that nearly half of the entire continent was already controlled by the descendants of Apollo. As for the location of the Luo River tribe, it lay to the east of the theocratic state of the stars, that is, northeast of the 3 great duchies. But further east of the Luo River tribe were only mountains. Clearly unsuitable as a direction for future expansion. Therefore, if the Luo River tribe wished to develop, they would have to expand westward. But to the west was their territory. Night. What should we do now? The Pope actually stayed behind. If he discovers our true identities, we're definitely dead. His mentality was on the verge of collapse. He had only just become a recipient of divine grace, and afterward hid himself in the Luo River tribe. He originally thought he could live safely for a while, and once Lei returned to the Sea of Stars, he would be able to go back to the theocratic state and enjoy life. Yet he still ran into Lei here. This kind of luck could no longer be described as mere misfortune. It could only be said death was imminent. Shan, on the other hand, remained much calmer. He analyzed. Don't worry, we won't fall to that point. The Pope still thinks we are descendants of Apollo. As long as that identity isn't exposed, we are temporarily safe. He thought about it and found it reasonable. His tense nerves easing slightly. That's true. None of the people from the 3 great duchies are here, so no one will expose us. Yu's scheme was not particularly ingenious. But he had made perfect use of the information gap. That was how he successfully split the solar dynasty. Because at the time, within the entire solar dynasty, very few people knew the true origin of the divine grace technique. In addition, Zay's destruction of Shan's tribe had also invisibly misled everyone's thinking. When they reasoned, they would subconsciously associate the divine grace technique with Apollo's bloodline, thus ignoring other possibilities and falling into a blind spot. However, conversely, if they were made aware that there existed recipients of divine grace who were not of Apollo's bloodline, then they would easily deduce who the true mastermind behind sowing discord among the Hua, Ya, and Zay bloodlines was. While he and Shan were filled with worry, Lei had also come alone to the Luo River. He stood quietly by the bank, sensing a kind of stellar power completely different from that of the Leo constellation. This power was gentle and profound, carrying the aura of water. Water. Lei murmured softly, a glint flashing in his eyes. So this is the authority wielded by that constellation. Just as his father Apollo controlled flames and starlight. this newly born constellation must also possess its own exclusive power. The first power manifests as water. Then what would the second be? He walked along the riverbank, carefully sensing, but could not detect any fluctuation of a second power. It seemed that this constellation had only displayed the power of water here. Fire brought warmth. Starlight dispelled pain. Then what about water? What could water bring to this world? Lei fell into deep thought. He needed to analyze what kind of changes this newly born constellation could bring to the world, so that the descendants of Apollo could still preserve the glory of their bloodline amidst those changes. Lei looked toward the starry sky, silently praying in his heart. Father, guide me. May the bloodline of Apollo and the glory of the Leo constellation never perish. This time, he did not seek guidance from the god. Instead, he sought enlightenment from his father who had returned to the Sea of Stars. After a long while, Lei prepared to leave. At that moment, a surprised voice came from the surface of the river. Pope. Lei suddenly turned around. Within the surging current, a blue-haired, blue-eyed man stood atop the waves, the river unusually docile around him. One had to know, even though the flood had long receded. The current Luo River was still not something ordinary people could enter, let alone stand upon it so effortlessly. An unfamiliar stellar power. You are a recipient of divine grace of that constellation. At this moment, even Lei was greatly surprised. If he remembered correctly, to become a recipient of divine grace, one must use the divine grace technique. And the divine grace technique created by Ya. Its source of prayer pointed to the Leo constellation. Theoretically, even if that constellation had taken the divine grace technique from the three great duchies, it should still only produce recipients of divine grace belonging to Leo. Are Nigerian Nairo Epsilon S. So how had this constellation managed to create its own recipients of divine grace? And what Lei could never have imagined was, all merfolk were born as recipients of divine grace of Pisces. This was the grace bestowed upon the new race by the great and benevolent God. Of course, this also had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that all newly born merfolk would naturally possess control over the power of water. The disadvantage was that in this lifetime, they could only ever be recipients of divine grace of Pisces, unable to walk the paths of other constellations. Yes, Your Eminence. I now follow Lady Luoya of Pisces. Mo in the water answered honestly. By Luoya's command, he had returned from the ocean to the Luo River to check on the condition of the surviving tribespeople. Unexpectedly encountering Lei, who should have been far away in the theocratic state of the stars, he had taken the initiative to appear and greet him. Pope. You know me? Lei asked in confusion. Your Eminence, it's me. Mo. With Mo's reminder, Lei finally recalled his identity. He was one of the earliest missionaries. And also an extremely devout believer. That was why he had later chosen to be sent out for missionary work, even remaining in the Luo River tribe for 30 years. Moreover, 30 years had passed, and now that Mo had become a recipient of divine grace, his appearance had changed greatly. That was why Lei had not recognized him. I remember now. Lei sighed with emotion. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, 30 years have already passed? Yes, 30 years. Mo was also filled with emotion. However, Mo, why have you become like this? Lei asked the question in his heart. Mo recounted everything that had happened. After listening, Lei immediately understood. At the same time, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Because this meant that Luoya of Pisces would, in the future, focus on the ocean rather than the land. This greatly reduced the possibility of conflict between her and the descendants of Apollo on land. After all, if a constellation intended to expand its territory, even if the three great duchies possessed thousands of recipients of divine grace, they would not be able to withstand its power. It was no exaggeration to say. In an era where the god did not appear, a constellation was the supreme power walking the world. As for Luoya and her people transforming into merfolk. In Lei's view, this was not a significant issue. Because in this era's way of thinking, the concept of humans and other races had not yet formed. Thus, in their eyes, merfolk were still human. Then can you still come onto land? Lei curiously asked whether, after turning into a fish tail, it could revert. It's possible. It's just a bit troublesome. As Mo spoke, he manipulated the surrounding water into forming a column, lifting himself from the river. After reaching the shore, the water gathered into a large sphere that enveloped him. From then on, his movement on land relied entirely on controlling this sphere of water to roll forward. Indeed inconvenient. Lei nodded, then pressed further. Your legs can they no longer return? Mo shook his head. I've tried many times. For now, it doesn't work. Perhaps, in the future, it might. They had settled near the coast and would occasionally go ashore. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried, they could not revert back to legs. However, when Luoya, as a constellation, stepped onto land, her fish tail could actively transform back into legs. So now, Luoya was also researching a way to restore legs. As the two conversed, they returned together to the Luo River tribe. At that very moment, he and Shan, who had decided to temporarily avoid Lei, had just lied to the three cardinals, claiming they needed to return to the duchies to handle affairs. Just as they were about to slip away, the two sides ran straight into each other at the entrance of the tribe. Mo saw his face lighting up with joy, and naturally greeted him. This greeting instantly changed his expression, whose heart had already been filled with unease. Lei's face darkened immediately as well. He remembered that just this morning, he and Shan had told him they had only arrived at the Luo River tribe 5 days ago. By all logic, it was impossible for them to know Mo, who had always been in the ocean. Mo, you know him? Lei's voice sank. Mo also sensed that something was wrong. But still answered truthfully. Yes, Your Eminence. He is a devout believer. He preached with me in the Luo River tribe, spreading the will of the god to the people. He had intended to praise he in front of Lei. Because he knew Lei was Apollo's youngest son. And when he first arrived, he had claimed to be a descendant of Apollo. However, this praise became the blade that exposed the lie. Why did you deceive me? Lei looked at he and Shan, his face filled with disappointment. At this moment, he still believed he and Shan to be of Apollo's bloodline. Thus, faced with deception from these juniors, he felt both immense grief and anger. He opened his mouth, his mind completely blank. He had no idea how to continue deceiving Lei. But Shan remained calm. It wasn't his first time being hunted. He was almost used to it. And even if they were exposed, at worst, they would just run again. His thoughts shifted, and he decided to gamble. We are descendants of ancestor Hua. The moment these words were spoken, Lei's anger faltered. He suddenly recalled the words once spoken by Duke Spirit Wind. Those heartfelt confessions had made Lei realize that many recipients of divine grace of the Hua bloodline harbored resentment toward him. For a moment, his expression became complicated. And he did not immediately act. Seizing this brief hesitation, Shan decisively grabbed he and moved to leave this dangerous place. However, Lei suddenly murmured to himself. Shan. Suddenly, Lei lifted his head and shouted sharply. I remember now. All recipients of divine grace of Apollo's bloodline take pride in two-character names. But when you spoke to me, you always used single-character names. Who exactly are you? Their identities were instantly exposed just like that. At once, he and Shan's expressions changed drastically. Shan grabbed he and shouted in a low voice. Run! The two moved swiftly, rushing toward the dense forest beside the tribe. Stay right there! Lei roared. Starlight gathered in his hand, instantly forming a spear of starlight, which shot toward the fleeing pair. He immediately raised his hand, erecting a starlight barrier. However, facing Lei's attack, The starlight barrier shattered instantly. He was thrown backward by the remaining force, severely injured, coughing up blood as he hit the ground. Shan did not flee alone. Without hesitation, he hoisted the heavily injured he onto his back and continued charging into the forest. At that moment, the second spear of starlight had already formed. Boom! Just as Lei was about to throw it, Mo made his move. The water sphere exploded instantly, turning into dozens of water chains that wrapped around the starlight spear in Lei's hand. Although the chains shattered one by one upon contact, they successfully altered the spear's trajectory. It ultimately struck the distant ground, allowing Shan to narrowly escape disaster. "Why did you stop me?" Lei glared at Mo angrily. Mo sighed softly, yet his tone remained firm. "They once helped and cared for the Luo River tribe. This is a debt that I and Lady Luoya owe them." He invoked Luoya's name, hoping it would make Lei hesitate. But who was Lei? He was Apollo's youngest son, the only wielder of authority in this world. If he did not consider blood ties, even Duke Spirit Wind would not dare act rashly before him. Thus, if Luoya personally spoke, he might show some restraint. But a mere name was not enough to make him stop. Moreover, when questioned, they chose to flee instead of explain. This alone indicated something was very wrong. At this moment, countless previously overlooked details flashed through Lei's mind. He felt that he had inadvertently touched upon a massive mystery. Therefore, he had to capture these two and uncover the full truth. Without hesitation, starlight flared around Lei's body, turning him into a streak of light as he pursued into the forest. Mo watched the direction in which they disappeared. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed, filled with confusion. What exactly happened? Suddenly, a voice with a hint of amusement sounded behind him, precisely voicing the question in his heart. "Do you also wish to know what exactly happened between them?" Mo was startled, suddenly turning around. He saw that you had appeared behind him at some unknown time, a gentle smile on his face as he watched with interest in the direction Lei and the others had gone. Rano. Yet that smile, in Mo's eyes, felt strangely chilling, as if he were being watched by something dangerous. You walked to Mo's side, his gaze still fixed on the direction the three had left, the corners of his lips slightly raised. When Shan had arrived at the Luo River tribe, he had arrived as well. But unlike Shan, he had remained hidden in the shadows, silently observing everything. If Shan's goal was to pay respects to the newly born constellation, then his goal was to discover the method to become a constellation. Yes. Compared to painstakingly plotting to slay a wielder of authority, in hopes of gaining even the slightest glance from the god, would it not be better to become a constellation oneself, to eternally accompany the god, and thus attract the god's attention? At that time, he might even be able to receive direct guidance from the god, just like the first solar king Apollo. That was what he truly desired. The favor of the god. Within the vast and profound ocean, a miracle was unfolding. Luoya was leading her people, constructing a home that belonged to them. They skillfully made use of the gifts of the sea. Coral, pearls, seaweed, and various rocks from the seabed, to build the very first undersea city in this world. After several months of effort, this magnificent and dreamlike undersea city was finally completed. It lay quietly in the depths of the sea, breathtakingly beautiful. A miracle beyond human imagination. A crystallization of civilization belonging solely to the people of the ocean.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.